Hey guys, welcome back. All right, well, hey guys, welcome back to Prehistoric Life Podcast. I'm your host, Eric Crawford, and today we're back with another double interview. So, would you guys like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Dan. I'm the main host of Jurassic Fans podcast. We have this tiny little podcast who has evolved quite a lot recently. And well, here's my co-host, at least the one who usually comes to the recording sessions. He's Jack.
Oh, what a fine intro. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack. And yes, I am the contracted lunatic he brings in every time for one of these random, lovely interviews. So, hi, how is everyone going?
And there's their interview, or their not their interviews, their Instagram accounts. If anybody is curious, please go check them out. A lot of amazing content. So,
one social I got.
that's pretty much the same with me. Don't feel bad. So,
Indeed.
the one question that I start off every interview with is, what is your favorite dinosaur?
Oh, no.
Easy peasy. Dilophosaurus. That's what.
Oh. See how he had that ready to go?
Yeah.
Look.
It's just like the biggest influence in my childhood, more important than my father even. So, yeah.
Oh God! All right. Well, you know what? I'm probably going to annoy half of the fan base immediately off the bat, but you know, I'm probably have to say a Spinosaurus.
Fair
Probably.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay, now, serious question. When we
All
say Spinosaurus, do we mean Jurassic Park 3 Spinosaurus or
Or
aquatic
the,
Spinosaurus?
or the paleo accurate 2023 Spinosaurus. Oh God. You know,
Oh,
I'm just going to be completely biased here and just completely say the 2001 as far as out of accuracy possible, like usual one. You know.
So, I mean, Spinosaurus is a serious hot topic in the paleo community, as always.
Oh yes. Oh, you love to see those. Oh Jesus.
yeah.
But no, yeah.
Spinosaurus,
I'm tired of reading about
King's back
Spinosaurus.
to action as well.
But
God.
Dilophosaurus is also a Jurassic. I'm very fond of the Jurassic because I'm a personal Allosaurus fan. So,
Oh my goodness, we're gonna get on swimmingly then, you and me. That's absolute second special boy in my heart. That one.
I got all kinds of random. Allosaurus was kind of the first thing that brought me into the paleo world with
Really?
the Ballad of Big Al.
I was gonna say, cheeky
Oh.
bugger, that would have been absolutely the thing. I got that on VHS back in the day. I'm kind of carbon dating myself there for everybody else who now knows how old I am now. Wow. Oh yes, no, I grew up watching Walking with Dinosaurs way back in the day, so it was incredible.
That and
We are kind of like born enemies because my second favorite is Ceratosaurus, and they're literally competitors. So,
You know, it's
Got a
funny. I mean, it depends on which
right
side.
here. Why not?
Look at him.
Okay.
He was ready to go with that.
I got
It's funny though that you
Dilophosaurus
mentioned which
hiding
side of that
somewhere.
is. Yeah. No,
man is
to me, it's
materializing
funny.
here there.
Oh man.
Why not? Dig out the Dilophosaurus.
Hey, there
look
he
at that.
is.
So I mean, I got.
Big old boy.
It's not necessarily accurate, but it's scaled a little bit. But
Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh my goodness.
and I mean it
And
does.
Man.
Danny's putting both of us to shame, mate. We haven't got nearly this level of quality in our usual podcast.
Quality. Yeah.
Where's all of our trinkets? Where's all our little amber
Speak
pieces?
for yourself. I got the Dominion egg right here.
Oh,
There you go.
right then, all right. I take it back. Maybe I'm the slacker.
Yeah, no, buddy, it's just you. I'm kidding. I'm thrown under the
100%.
bus here. But I mean, so that's your favorite dinosaur. Now we all know that Jurassic Park and Jurassic World might be a little synonymous for not showing the accurate form of the dinosaur.
Mhm.
So what's your favorite Jurassic dinosaur?
Ooh.
Jurassic
now,
franchise.
now that's once again that's one of those kind of tricky questions there, because are we talking about novel species or are we talking film canons like species? You know.
I'll let you
'Cause
pick that one.
Ah,
Oh, you
no,
are
because in
so
the novel they
annoying.
had a bunch of unfinished DNA. I'm like, oh, you know what? because in the movie, you only get like 6 different species. You know what? Okay, if we're talking purely like the first film, I would have to probably say, and again, it's probably not the right answer to your question, but like the first time you ever watch that movie, and the first time you ever see, the Brachiosaurus walking up the hill, and the music swells every time, like that is something I'm gonna remember well into my dementia years.
I just got it sitting back here.
Oh my god, look at
I don't even know where to put it at this point, so it just kind of sits up there.
Oh god, no, he's a gorgeous little backdrop there. Yeah, no, but I think definitely that one from the very first film. I mean, my opinion might change on the other movies down the line, but at the moment, that's probably the solid first one in the first film, I reckon.
It's that first dinosaur you see on screen. Officially, technically, you could argue that you see Velociraptor.
I know. Well, I don't count. I don't know if I count that one.
You just see the eye, so I mean, it's not really.
Yeah, you kind of just see a man getting mauled, really. So
I'm
full dinosaur.
I'm very excited actually for you, Daniel, specifically. I'm very excited to mention something about that little, the tone and the mauling later on in the show, actually.
All right, how very specific? A bit
terrifying.
How very ominous. But that's a question for later on when we're asking about like new movies and all this other jazz. So I'm gonna save that one for later.
Yeah.
That sounded like a threat.
Let me see my answer to that question before.
I've been giving this a little bit too much thought lately, so I'm definitely gonna say that's my little surprise later on.
Racist wage.
Again, thank God. Thank God the psychopath lives continents away, right? My favorite Jurassic Park adjacent dinosaur is the Telltale game Trudon. That thing's a monster.
You bastard, you got a good one there. I didn't even think about that. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of the film, Dan.
I mean, anything Jurassic related, I heard.
He's a clever man, Eric this bloke, I tell you. He will snipe if you're not careful.
That one creature, it brings the feeling of scare that we haven't had in such a long time now. Like the last time I felt that was in season 3 of Camp Cretaceous. Never after that, not with the minions especially. So
I'm glad you brought up Camp Cretaceous.
Ooh.
We got hybrids now.
Okay.
So, first off, in my opinion, if you're trying to run a park, maybe you shouldn't start off with your 2 deadliest dinosaurs and combine them, but that's just an opinion for a different day.
Well, that's the logical choice. But here's the thing, right? You're a tech savvy company, and you got a certain quota you got to meet. Like, are people going to travel all the way from across the world to come around and see a Stegoceratops, a Triceratops, and Stegosaurus combo?
Yes.
No.
Yes, they would.
I mean, and you got to remember. You got to remember, and I've said this for years about the Jurassic World movie specifically, I actually really understand why they did the things in that film, because the problem with the making the park back in the 90s and the park in the 2015s is because 2015s anyway. The point is that there's one very big difference now that you have, and that's access to mobile phones and the internet, right? So why would you want to travel thousands of kilometers across the ocean when you can just look at any of things on Twitter or whatever, and you've just got photos of those animals behind you, and you just saved yourself half your life savings? There's no way. That's the kind of the idea that I'm sure Hammond probably didn't foresee happening, but it takes the excitement, I guess you would say, away from having to the necessity, I guess you would say, of having to go over there and do that.
But the counter argument is that we still have zoos.
But you see, again, the example is
people take pictures and stuff in those, but people still go visit them. They still go out.
That is absolutely correct as well. That is a very fair point, actually, because I've always wanted to go visit Australia Zoo, for instance. So.
And Jack, the example you use is the Stegoceratops, and the one that Claire used was just Stegosaurus. So you see a clear difference between an animal that has already been seen by millions and the new thing that is just like a Stegosaurus, but it's got the head of a trike.
That is true. That is true as well.
And also, people still get excited over a rhino or an elephant or a giraffe. You're telling me that we would just be like, oh, cool, a T-Rex.
I mean, man, after 10 years worth of operations, I can certainly see the argument. Again, I don't know if I believe it myself, but I certainly see the argument.
It's like,
Oh god.
also, they should have just based on like zoo like rules. Jurassic Park should have been, or Jurassic World should have been closed. I mean, they were keeping that T-Rex in a small enclosure.
Oh, it is very tiny, very tiny. But that's half of the fun. Because if you have a massive, like kilometers wide, or sorry, miles wide for people in America, miles wide pen and stuff like that, it'd be insane because then you'd never see it, and then like, even obviously unless like you bring it over to feed on the goat or whatever. But still, it's like that's far too big of a space there. Right? You got to manage.
That's
your
what
space
happened in
around so many well.
'93.
Exactly. I mean, look at what happened
Yeah.
there. I mean, you got there, you couldn't see it. So what's the point?
Like, the only paddock that was created with some level of intelligence was the trike paddock, because it was lower than the actual road, so you could look down and see all the animals just eating on the grass. So that's a bit smarter than what they did to the Tyrannosaurus. It was a bloody jungle. You could never see that creature, and it refused to come and be seen.
I mean, there was a 50-foot drop right next to it. It's like, oh my goodness, what are we doing?
Yeah, so I guess T-Rex is also just a very good vertical jumper, but that's a different. That's a different
debate. He says we haven't got the time of the day.
I think that's just a continuity issue, not whatever.
Look, it's for tension. It's dramatic fallout of the floor tension needed.
Don't quite know how it just stepped over the gap, but we're not going to worry about that right now.
Nah.
So, I guess, are we saying which Jurassic movie from the Jurassic franchise is y'all's favorite?
Oh God, you asked the hard questions here, Eric. I tell you. Oh, no, see, that's the thing. Okay, so this is it. This is something I want to say very broadly, right? These movies, they're not like Star Wars movies, right? They're not Marvel movies. You don't get 50 of them every bloody 10 years or whatever, right? We've got 6 of them, right? And everybody I know who overreacts to the movies that they don't like, it's like, yeah, sure, I know, but there obviously are people out there that still like those movies. I mean, people can not like Dominion or Jurassic Park 3 and all that sort of stuff, but realistically, it's like nothing in those movies hurts the other movie, if that makes sense. Like I've met other people aside from Dan that tell me like, oh, Jurassic Park 3, it doesn't really, it's not really canon in my eyes because this doesn't happen. And I'm like, dude, it happens on a secret, secluded island, and it doesn't like affect things going forward. If anything, it builds on the lore itself. So really, the thing is like, it's so hard for me just to try to like pick out a significant like favorite movie between all 6 of them, because like I watched the whole thing as like one big kind of like continuous movie, if that sort of makes sense. But I mean, gun to my head, I'd probably have to say Jurassic Park, the first one.
Starts the franchise.
I love it. Just double back on myself there.
Jack, just continuing on your thing. I mean, there is a few instances now in which I would say they have actually contradicted the original story. Well, for instance, I mean, JP3 Raptors. Those things, what is the explanation for that? We're just going for like they were not in the original engine list because they were lying about what they were creating. Or the
again, I have like answers for those, but really, like, I mean, it's nitpicking, super fan nitpicking, really. But no, like, I definitely hear what you're saying. For me, the biggest contradiction, obviously, has been like the Mosasaurus Lagoon, like in the middle of like the park to be moved to the ocean.
Yeah, that's true. And again, we are nerds. We are nitpicky. Right?
We will find these things.
That's what we do for a living. We're nerds.
My thing is, they have the T-Rex paddock right next to Main Street. If that thing gets out, you're guaranteeing getting casualties. It's like
exactly
move it a little bit farther just for safety.
Well, it's true. But here's the thing. If playing the game Jurassic World Evolution 2 has taught me anything, it's that you put your biggest and scariest animals right next to the main entrance, and that will guarantee bloody interest in admissions, right? Like, so I completely understand. It's your biggest attraction. You put that stuff right next to the gate there, essentially, and like you get everybody swarming in, and that's what happened in the movie. So
And I mean, that also leads back to that point of extreme arrogance, right? Masrani, he rebuilt the whole park and he kept it working for 10 years. So he was arrogant to begin with when he got this project from Hammond and was like, well, I mean, I got it. It's working. And I will make it keep working forever. Nothing will ever kill me. Well, guess what? So
sad.
Recently, we read the Evolution of Claire book. And oh, stop that! My cat is destroying my camera. And we can see Masrani being arrogant again. He says that he needs Claire's help to make it work, and that we have a single death in that book. And Masrani says that to prevent that from happening again, she could stay and help him. So he doesn't believe that anything will ever happen to the park, even if the Tyrannosaurus is right there. The one thing that he did was isolating the raptors, because he thinks that that's the real menace. That's the only threat to the security of the visitors now.
Well, it's interesting, that you bring that up as well, because you're right. You have the raptors secluded in a little restricted area part of the park for testing, and then you have the Indominus in its own restricted area and stuff like that. So, I mean, I would say he was good at managing risk and seeing a bit of foresight there, because the raptor, because remember when Vic Hoskins come in and is like, hey, you wanna let some raptors loose on the island? He's like, no, I don't actually want to do that, because I know that that's a terrible idea, because I'm not. Ironically, I'm not Hammond. I know what I'm doing, and and then does jump in the helicopter and go full Rambo on the But anyway, we don't talk about that part.
He does got a good point on that, because the T-Rex, you got one real big thing. It gets out. You can easily spot it. You can easily tranquilize it. You can not easily move it. That's still going to be difficult, but it'll be easier to put it back away.
Yeah, of course.
5 or 6 raptors loose. You're like.
Yeah,
smaller,
that's a little.
quicker,
that's a bit harder. Yeah, and runs in the jungle, and you're in real trouble. I mean, also we do say that, but we did see at the beginning of Dominion how it was tricky enough to try to catch a T-Rex in a parking lot. So I mean, these things come and go.
Oh, that's so stupid! How come you can miss? That's a big enormous thing.
I just realized I shot myself in the foot saying that. Good point, Dan. I was like, how do you miss a giant bloody needle?
I mean, it's just like a Tremors 4, you missed with a cannon, because how come you can miss an animal that size?
To be fair, I don't know.
It was easy. I never said it was going to be easy. I was just going to say it was easier.
Right. I appreciate
comparative adjective. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I love it. I love this man.
But it's just in the first novel, we see a team thinking, and he comes to the conclusion that the raptors are much more dangerous because they can hide. Right, so imagine a big old place like Isla Nubla. Those animals, there are just 4 of them in the beginning of the movie. By the end of it, we just have 1. But still, that'd be a nightmare. For weeks on land, the hunters would be trying to find them. Yeah,
absolutely. And honestly, I was thinking about this as well, Dan, the other day. I heard someone, I don't know if it was on the pod or anything like that, but someone was saying how, what happened to the raptors, as kind of a whole, just getting whittled down to just blue throughout those movies. And I was thinking they should have lost 1 raptor per movie, I reckon. So you lose Charlie in Jurassic World, and you have 3 in Fallen Kingdom, and then that way, you lose 1 extra one against the Indoraptor in that movie. And then in the last movie, then Dominion, then you at least have 2 raptors left, and then the whole thing in that. So I don't know. Maybe that was just my idea.
I'm being honest. It would have been really funny if they accidentally killed off Blue, and then they're like, the raptors Echo, and everybody's like, okay.
Let's see, Eric, you sweet boy. I mean, me and Dan, we've had a bit of a conversation about Delta before, on the channel, about what you could have done with her corpse. So, no, you're not wrong there.
Also, here's the thing: a dinosaur dies. You got food. You can feed the other dinosaurs, other carnivorous dinosaurs. Sure. B, you can donate that skeleton to a museum. I bet a museum would buy that skeleton.
Probably, honestly. Probably, if anything, just to compare it to accuracies and inaccuracies of paleo history throughout the thing. Oh man.
Don't let this guy ever walk in the funeral home.
Hey.
Hey, I'm just saying, you walk in there, you just scalp Granddad's head, put it on the mantle, you're fine then. Jesus.
I'll sell the body in the black market. Nobody has to know.
His organs are running thin, but we'll get them. Jesus. Right. Oh, it's brilliant.
So I guess the real question is,
oh boy,
are we picking the movies or the book?
Oh, you beautiful boy. That's the same book I have. I bought the big double box myself the other week. Oh,
The silver side.
yeah,
Too.
one with Lost World in it. And you flip it over. Oh, I bought that end of last year.
It's got the map on the
Yeah, it's
inside.
got the map. Yo, by the way, Ethan Saunders is
Uh,
tiny in that novel. Oh my god.
It is.
How isn't it? Is that just? It's not just me, right? Like,
No,
I mean,
no.
obviously, you know. Sorry, got off tangent there.
it's minuscule. Yeah.
Yeah, Dan, Dan, you've got this.
No, it truly is, and I mean, it's a bit disappointing, even though. Yeah, like when you're reading the story for like Isla Swan and all the things, and you see you look at the map and the events are happening all pretty close to each other. Like when the team arrives, and then the villains arrive as well. How come they don't hear each other talking? Because look at the side of the island, and then the dinosaurs are much smaller as well. You know, it's a bit disappointing when you see like them saying the main characters. They're like, oh yeah, there's dinosaurs much smaller than ever reach full size, and go, what, really? So even the raptors, they're already small. They're even smaller.
I
The
tell
hell
you
is
what,
this
though,
book?
book T-Rex I felt was way more of a just dangerous than movie T-Rex.
You know what?
Oh, yeah,
Once again, I gotta give it to you. So the answer to that question for me is that, like, here's the thing: I like the first movie more than the first movie's book, than the first novel. Even though, you know, some of the stuff in that book is pretty good, but the second one, The Lost World, I enjoyed the book probably far more, and I honestly didn't even properly read it until like maybe 2022. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, again, watch Lost World my whole bloody life. But the one thing I will give the book about the Issa Sauna is that I could picture the entire thing very clearly. And like I said, because it's so small and like they're looking at like across the whole valley and everything, I'm like, you know, I can understand. There's a high rise, there's the lab, and there's
It kind of
all, like,
makes
the
sense.
river.
Like, you kinda,
Yeah, no, I can see it in my mind's eye like pretty clearly. So, I mean, I guess that's pretty good. But again, I grew up like in the mid 2000s, like at school, just wasting time looking at like, you know, topographical maps of Isla Sorna and trying to understand the different sections. And there's this one I remember with like the movies and stuff. It had like orange and red, and it was like the Lost Worlds pathway, like across one, like the west side of the island, and then like JP3 was along the east and like was following the trail like along like where the characters went in those movies. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. There's a big like crater in the middle there where other dinosaurs can't pass. So I was like, yeah, no, that makes sense as to how
And
there's
you're
like
calling me
redwoods on one side.
nitpicky.
Dan, man, you know I've spent far too long on this franchise. I've given my soul to it at this point. I know way too much. I'm the guy that they don't call for the next movie, and they'll be like, "Hey, we need to know some stuff." I'll be like, "No, I'm out. I'm out, mate."
You're not gonna pay me enough. You're not gonna
Yeah.
pay me enough.
I'll be like, "Brother, I've lost my soul to this. Sorry, no more." Oh,
No, I mean,
Had you been at the helm, like the lagoon thing would never have happened in that.
I'm
well,
telling
to
you,
be, yeah,
I didn't hate Dominion, but it is not the best Jurassic movie.
Here's the thing.
no.
Here's the thing. Hot take. Yeah, see, Dan's already shaking his head like, no, you've let him go now. Anyway, okay, here's the thing. I think that movie, again, yes, I agree. There's many problems with it, but I think it is critically, like, you know, like misunderstood as like a Jurassic film itself, right? And yes, because the first thing people think of when they see that movie, they think, oh, bugs. That's not like dinosaur related or whatever. But here's the thing. The whole structure of these movies and the warning that the books give and that the movies, you know, try to give is that, you know, it's the danger of meddling with like genetic power, right? And that is exactly what Dominion does. That's exactly the thing. And I would honestly go out of my way to say that if Crichton himself, the author of the first book, was still alive to this day, he would see that. And I think he would honestly have enjoyed Dominion probably more than the last two films in the franchise, because like that's the idea. Like he's not here to set up and make like a dinosaur like story and stuff like that. No, he's always been about like scientific warning and like, you know, the cautionary tales that he does. It's not like, you know, it's not like, oh, there's the next big species. No, it's like, this is what happens. And I looked up, it's like that locust plotline thing, that was obviously based on a real thing that Colin Trevorrow reached out to like scientists and asked like, well, what's the new big you know, concerning thing? And they were like, yeah, no, you can dust crops with these like locusts and bugs and stuff like that, and it would kill off the enemy's like, you know, food supply and stuff like that. So I think it's a really misunderstood film in that particular aspect, though.
Right, you're gonna get spanked on the streets.
Look, all I'm saying, it's a good movie. Don't get me wrong. It's good on movie standard. It's good on Jurassic standard, but I just wish they showed a bit more of dinosaurs on the mainland because we kind of got a little bit of. Also, most of those dinosaurs are just going to like die because their body doesn't know what grass is.
That is true. I was thinking about that, honestly, and that's a very valid point. That is true, unfortunately.
They showed Spinoceratops in the like savannah, and I'm like, that thing's gonna die.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit malnourished next time we see it. But yeah,
if genes were altered, it can eat grass. Or
well, I would hope so. I would also because funny enough, Dan and I
would excuses, right?
That's like a point in like one of the first book is that like the Stegosaurus that they see in the first book, like it's not adapted to the world that it's been brought back into. It's struggling to breathe and like it's always sick and stuff like that. Which it makes sense.
And so I guess did Jurassic World have the lysine contingency, or was that just Jurassic Park?
That was Jurassic Park specifically, and then they address why that particular little plan didn't work in the second film. Because I don't know, Dan, did they ever address that in the second book? Second novel?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it now. I don't think
they did like in a few droplets. Like they did in both books. They did a bit of that as far as I can remember. So they went for stuff like they're eating soybeans and chickens, all kinds of food were rich in lysine. So that was the only info we got. So maybe like 4 lines saying that.
Yeah, I remember they did. I remember they explained that very well when Sarah's explaining that in the movie. But yeah, I was thinking in the book, like I haven't. This might sound a bit cheeky, but like I haven't listened to it in at least like 2 weeks, man. So like, I'm not 100% sure if they ever mentioned that in the actual novel.
2
but
weeks?
No, yeah, 2 weeks. I'm a bit of a fanatic, I must say. Like I listen to those movies. So like,
you're on that line of fanatic and addict.
Absolutely, mate. That's how I roll around here. Oh god, that's what I say. I'm in too deep. Oh man.
Yeah, and that's why he still prefers the Lost World novel for some reason. Like, I prefer the Jurassic Park novel because dinosaurs they were still big and menacing. They're not just miniature versions.
Dad, man, there's a reason why they were small in that movie in the second book.
Seriously, it's true. Oh, because of the disease, yeah. Because of the prions. Yeah, the prions, right? Look,
you're a fan, Dad. You know this.
So there are a lot.
My thing, though,
of events that happen in both the movie that don't happen in the book, and there's a few events that happen in the book but not the movie.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite kind of scene or talked about from the book and the movie?
From the book and the movie. So like they're not the same. So like different things.
Like
oh god.
The one that happens in the book but not the movie, and one that happens in the movie. And
Gotcha.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Actually, you know what? That's a good point. Okay, so if we're talking about scenes that appear in the movie that don't appear in the book, I would probably actually have to say like the little raptor hatching from the egg, because that part I remember they say in the book they're like, is anything hatching now? It's like, nah, not at the moment in the book. So yeah, in the movie that was a really good little addition to see, like little baby velociraptor getting hatched, and yeah, that's probably for that. Dan, you want to go next one while I think of the next? I'll throw him under there.
Sure. So my favorite in the movie that is not in the book is the dino fight in the museum, because that's truly cool, and you don't have any of that in the book. Of course, you have that just for fan service, like you have the T-Rex one last time, it's saving the day, and God forbid that will happen for like the next 30 years. Let me see. The one in the book that does not happen in the movie, that is my favorite one. Let me see, what could that be? Oh, I know. The baby being devoured by compies. That's nasty. It's just ghastly, right? Don't see any of that in the movie.
He's a bit of a Gora fan, this bloke.
You got something you're not telling us?
Yeah, he's a lovely chap. He's
a little alarming.
Oh god. Okay. Oh god. Okay, so in the book,
oh, come on. You were threatening me just a while ago, Jack.
Hey, now I was threatening you with a good time. There's a difference. So, like, okay, let me think. So in the novel, Jesus Christ. In the novel, you're making me laugh.
Keep an eye
I'm
on
trying
you.
to stay on point. Yeah. So in the novel, right? So okay. So something that happens in the novel that doesn't happen in the movie, I like a lot was probably the most satisfying part of the whole novel is which is where Malcolm reveals like with all the data he's been kind of like questioning and collecting since he got to the park about the idea that the animals are actually breeding, and he's like, well, you can prove this theory with your own numbers, and he looks at the little the Gaussian the chart, the pie chart, not pie chart, yeah, anyway, the chart thing, and it shows like like a slow curve. So it means that like the animals have been breeding for constantly over the last year or so. Whereas if what they needed to see was a spike when they released the animals, like in 6-month intervals. So I think like, I listened to that part of the book over and over again because not only is it the most satisfying to hear like Hammond and Wu and Arnold and Muldoon and all them get kind of humbled because they think they've got everything sorted, but because like when you hear it back, like it really just kind of makes sense. Like the whole time it's like, oh right, that makes sense. Well, this is why he's been asking all these questions, because he's been getting specific data about like, weight and height and everything, and it all makes sense. So I think that's something I would have definitely liked to have seen a version of in a way in the film itself, because it would have been very like, because honestly, I've said this to Dan before, like they just kind of find the eggs like later on, the raptor eggs, like towards the middle part of the movie, and then they don't like bring it up
Ever
again.
touch on it.
Yeah, no, never. And I've actually got an interesting thing to talk about that later on. But no, no, it's just always kind of like not bothered me, but like, and then we get to Jurassic World, and my biggest question is, and Eric, I'd like to see if you even can, take a shot at this. They never addressed, can they fix it? Like, did they fix the frog like DNA like thing? Did they ever find that out? Like that the dinosaurs can switch sexes and stuff like that, right?
So I
Yeah.
mean, so we just lost him. That's fun.
I don't want to say anything.
Hang on.
Yeah. I'm sorry for that.
So some technical difficulties. Just don't worry about it. I know. So I mean, there's a lot that happens in the movies, and not I feel like more happens in the books than the movies.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And of course, you can't have a perfect book adaptation because this book is like,
it's 15 hours long, and I only know that because I've listened to the audiobook, and I'm like, oh my god, there's no way.
you can't have a 15-hour movie. That'd be,
no, and I've actually said this to Dan before, Eric, is that if I was ever given ideas about like if I had to pitch an idea for like something new Jurassic related, there's a few options I would give, but one of the biggest ones is that straight novel adaptation, right? And people would say, well, how do you do that? And I say, well, do what Netflix does, right? Give it a short 10-episode limited series, like make every episode an hour long, and you just do the novel. You just do both the novels, and you can recast the characters, because you just say it's a completely different continuity, different timeline, and that way it doesn't affect, like the main films and stuff that people love, and they just get to watch like, the more like, and you put it on something like Netflix, because they can do, more horrifying, scary sort of stuff. And yeah, you can do the novels, and you can give it the time it needs, but it has to be in that sort of a format.
And I've already recast the characters, so just do it.
Yeah, I know that's the part I wouldn't be happy to be on the team for. I don't want to make those decisions.
Don't recast the characters. You just got to like adults as kids. Oh
my god, you just have to like bring them all back, but like have to spend millions of dollars just de-aging everybody in every scene.
So who's your favorite character from the movies?
Oh man. Okay, all right. I have a very biased answer for this, but it might make me sound like a bit of like a simp and a bit of a stan, so I don't know if I should say that character specifically.
Ian Malcolm?
You know what? For many years it was, and it's weird. Okay, so it's been kind of usurped in very recent years, but so again, the fan base can take it as they want, but my most favorite recent addition to the characters that have shot up in like importance in my eyes is actually the character called Soyona Santos from Dominion. She was the dino smuggling queen pin. Yeah, and I know Dan knows why, because what is actually happening, Eric, is the reason Dan found me in the first place is because I was actually writing a fan fiction novel about the sequel to Camp Cretaceous before Chaos Theory was actually announced. I had like artwork and everything created in like graphic art from a very talented artist named Helen Monster, and Dan came across that and invited me onto the podcast for the first time. That was more than 8 months ago now, Dan. Do you know that? I freaked out. I was like, I have done nothing. So
I don't know. Sometimes it sounds like I know forever.
It really does, isn't it? Eh? So fast forward,
Yeah.
many months. The story is in pretty good straits. I've got the prologue finished, and then Chaos Theory gets announced, and you can imagine that just throws a wrench in my works. I was like, no, they're doing it. I was like, I'm so excited. I was so excited because I was like, yeah, and I was like, oh, they've got such a good idea and everything, but now this middle series is coming out, so technically it doesn't affect my own story, but like it's like they could do anything in that series. Like one of the characters could die. Like imagine if they just brought Ben back, ironically, to kill him again, like properly this time, and then I'm writing a whole story about.
Yeah, do them.
Yeah, well, I said that to Helen the other day, and she was like, "Oh no, that would be terrible," and I was like, "No, it would be funny for the meme. You bring him back, he just murder him."
I tell you what, though, Bloodlust Ankylosaurus would be interesting.
Ooh, oh god.
Like you get like Bumpy full of rage trying to like actually kill something. That would be interesting.
The worst part is I could definitely, I hate to say it, I might steal something like that for the idea for the story actually, because like, you could definitely give it some kind of like, like stimulant, adrenaline drug or something, you just have it go crazy. But the point is, so to finish off wrapping up the point was that, so this Chaos Theory gets announced, it throws a wrench into my work, and I think, well, I've got time, like I can't really continue this idea until after I've seen everything the official series has when it's come out, so I said to Dan, I said, well, I'm going to start a new kind of novel, and I'm going to focus it on this other character because I plan to make her the villain anyway, because it expands upon her, because I want to see her be expanded upon in the films and stuff like that. So I decided to do like a kind of an origin story for Sayona. So that's what I'm currently working on. So yeah, I think that's the answer to your question, is that like she's taken on a massive relevance to me, only because I've put myself in her shoes, I guess you would say, because yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like these animals can't exist for anything other than profit. So, and that she kind of is all about that. So yeah, no, that's my answer for that. And Dan, take it away.
Well, I was just about to mention two things here. First off, I remember that there was an episode of Camp Cretaceous, so you know better than me, because you have watched that a million times by now. But that was an episode where they actually control Bumpy so that she would attack Ben. Remember that?
Yeah.
So to a certain level, that has already been done, but you could make it a bit gorier, right? Just as it is, right? And also to defend your graphic novel as well. Again, you were paying Halley Monster to produce all that art, so it's not just fanfic.
True. I put significant investments into it at this point. I have, and it's still going. Believe me. Don't worry, everybody listening. I'm still working on it.
Not just like a neck beating their mother's basement and writing a fanfic. It's someone who's actually investing in this. So.
No, of course I live above ground.
There you go.
There you go. But no, that's my answer for me. Yeah, ground level. I don't live any higher. Various levels of living in your mother's house success.
Now, what if they brought Manticore back as like a villain?
Once again, very, very biased question to ask me that, because I've had to, in my novel that I've written for the sequel series, I've kind of tried to rework them actually after the fall of Biosyn, and without getting too much into it, like I imagined that like Kenji would have been brought on to like run the company to try to make up for what his dad did, and just because apparently somehow his dad managed to set up a whole different secret island without them knowing. So I reckon that the idea was I was kind of going to use it like Kenji brought in, and he gets brought in, and he uses the idea of that, like, these dinosaurs, now that they're out in the world, it's in order to make sure they don't like disrupt the natural ecosystems around them too much, like predators eating like other things, that Manticore becomes the lead paleogeneticist company, and they like they work on something called like paleo equilibrium. So like if you got a group of carnivores living in like the California wilderness, they get commissioned to make like a certain amount of herbivore species for them to like be released into the wild, and kind of use that as like kind of trying to balance out those areas all over the world. So I reckon there's a lot more you could definitely do with Manticore itself. But like I say, that's just my particular take on that. I don't imagine they'd come back as villains again.
Okay,
Is
so
my idea.
to kind of build on that paleo equilibrium thing, that's not where I think the show is going to go. I think it will show that taking them out of there and then putting them onto Manticore Island. But that's just a direction that they could go with it. But maybe there's an offshoot of Biosyn, and maybe they do kill off Ben. Unironically shooting him to Toro.
Unironically. Oh man, I had a whole thing about that as well. Yeah, I had a whole thing for that.
He's already looking like a homeless man already.
So. Hovering over a dead Ben, maybe a dead Toro off to the side.
You know, it's funny that you say that again, Dan, because I heard you say that on your pod, right? And I looked at the image. He does not look homeless to me, right? It's just like a jumper.
Oh please!
It's just a big jumper. He's just got orange shirt.
Look at him. You don't expect that guy to just walk to you and rob you.
No, he's wearing bloody. It's like I don't even know the word for it, but it's like a moss green jumper. I own one of those.
Well, do you dress like that in real life?
No, it's too hot down here.
So,
all
right.
Oh
see?
God.
That's why I have been invited.
Yeah, no, that's why he brings me along.
Oh, right, yeah, my favorite character, right? So that's Ian Malcolm. I'm unoriginal, just because he was already my favorite in the movies. But then I read the novels when I was a teenager, and I was like, God damn it! Not only is this guy hot, he's incredibly smart. Man, I wish I was like him.
Yeah. So, I can see it.
I'm a bit of a paleontologist bias, so I had to go with Dr. Grant.
Yes.
Oh.
Of course.
And one thing I wish happened in the movie was some kind of interaction between Muldoon,
that's right.
that dude, and Grant.
You got it.
Because they both kind of got that cowboy vibe to them. So,
well, here's the question, right? So they do have the interaction in like the movie, obviously.
The raptor paddock.
He's asking about the raptors and stuff, right? But the thing that always kind of twisted my arm a little bit in understanding in that movie is that so the bloke who works with live raptors doesn't know that the attack patterns, but the guy looking at like their bones and stuff knows how they would attack. And I always thought that was a little silly, but in his defense, in Muldoon's defense, these animals have been locked in that tiny little bloody pen for forever, so you don't let them get out to understand how they move. So I've come around to that over many years since then.
Also, just saying, Tim in that movie is useless.
My God! Oh, I love this man.
Instead of banging on his chair, he could have just handed them the gun.
Oh, I know. Give him the gun. I know.
I find myself screaming at the TV sometimes while watching that scene. I'm just like,
I know.
Hand him the gun.
Okay. Here's the thing. Right? Here's the thing. So here's two reasons. Okay. One, I completely agree with you in a sense because I just talked about this to Dan the last time we spoke. I have listened to those novels, the original novel, maybe 15 times in the last year because again, like I said, I'm a psychopath and I cannot for the life of me. Yeah, exactly. I cannot for the life of me stand Lex in the novel. I cannot, man. I swear to you. She makes me want to rip my hair out as soon as she gets there. She makes me want to like throw her to the Rex as soon as we meet her because she accomplishes nothing. Everything she does in the novel, Eric, man, you could give it to Tim and he'd be more like understanding about the whole thing. But also though to mention about your point about the Tim getting the gun, I used to think that as well. And then another friend of mine pointed out, he's like, well, you can't let the kid pick up a big bloody, Spaz 12 shotgun because for one, if you did, you'd have to make merchandise of that. And I'm like, oh, that's a fair point. I know you would have loved that, Dan. I know.
I would buy it, him holding a shotgun.
Him holding a Spaz 12 shotgun Terminator style. It's like, no.
Look at the figures we got. We recently got Dennis Nedry with a ripped body. That never happened. Right?
That is true.
How come the villain who was known for being obese has now got abs? How come?
I never thought about that.
Nah, that's an alternate universe where Dennis fought off the Dilophosaurus.
Oh, you wrestled
so,
it,
yeah.
just like wrestled it up,
boxed him up a little bit.
Yeah, just threw it away, threw it off him.
He did what Owen did in the Dominion movie, just grabbed it and threw it off the mountain. Just like, I'm getting out of here.
Pulled that back. God, everybody I've ever met, right? They hate
Roid Rage
that
Dennis.
scene where the first time, like, Dilophosaurus is reintroduced to the franchise, and everyone hates that. I'm like, dude, it makes sense. He's an animal handler. They've had time to know where the poison sacs are. They go into that in the first novel, so like that part I can at least defend it a little bit, not very much.
I mean, I don't know if I'm not sure everybody hated it because I saw some fan art of people like adding the harder daddy to their
Yeah, I
pictures.
knew you were gonna say, oh, Gaming Beaver did that too. I was really upset.
That's a new level of low for somebody.
Yeah, I was so sad. I was like, damn. Oh man.
I tell you what, though, I'm happy that they brought back the Dilophosaurus because I mean, I heard stuff like,
Oh,
they're introducing new animals, they're bringing animals back. Which dinosaurs would y'all like to see? Of course, people were like, oh, what if Spinosaurus came back? And I'm also like, if Spinosaurus came back, you kind of already established that T-Rex can't win, so I don't really know what you're going to do there.
I mean, I don't know. Have you seen how many, like, how it should have ended Dominion fan creations there are on YouTube? I could point you to 3 off the top of my head, and guess what each and every one of them has in it?
Spinosaurus?
Spinosaurus. They have it teaming up with the Rex to fight the Giga, and then, oh man, I'm like, guys,
Spinosaurus would just kill the Gigantosaurus, then turn around and kill the
I'm like, my guy, it's safely locked away in the in the Manticore bloody savannah biome. Like you're not going to see it. Everyone's like, oh, where is it? It's like,
the swamp dinosaurs locked away in the desert.
What's the name of the island again, Jack?
Nuts. Oh god, damn. That's why I bring him along. It's Isla Morazan. Morazan. Yep, that's it. So it's a super little bit of a quick trivia there, Eric, is that me and Dan we were able to kind of figure out with context from the Lost World novel as to what that island on Manticore Island was actually probably called because of the direction the compass was going in the 4th season. And nobody really figured that out. And that interview got picked up by Swerve on YouTube. And I was like, oh, my big moment. A YouTuber noticed me. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And
then I created a reel of that one moment. And then the caption was like, Senpai noticed me. So nice. So cool.
Oh yeah, but no, Isla Morazan is my official theory as to what Manticore Island actually is. And someone said to me, they said, you should be like just tweeting that, just bully the creator and just be like, hey, is this real? Is this can this be it? Can this be it? And they were like, until they just relent and be like, yep, that's it. That's
Manticore.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit too on the nose, though. I reckon it's like you can't just like be like Isla Jurassic Park, bro. Then you get the next island next door and be like Isla Namaste, bro.
Isla, we got deadly dinosaurs.
Isla, don't be coming here unless you really want to.
I mean, it'd be funny for like the investigators to go like, I wonder where the villains are. Look at the name of the place.
Isla, we're the villains.
Yeah.
Isla Shady Corp.
Okay, but I seriously gotta ask. I don't know if y'all heard about the Jurassic World Alive tour thing that went around. Is that canon though? Is it canon?
Dan, you're in a better position here, man. I haven't really touched that game.
If it's canon, that Steelophyte is burned to death in some lava.
Oh god.
Well, it's not. So you're talking about like the one thing that had it was about an Indian base in Chile, all right? And then they had the whole thing about the true domes. Yeah. I remember that story. Yeah, I also remember that being mentioned that it was not canon. It was just a thing of its own, which I love, by the way, because that's too terrible for my eyes. So please don't make it canon, like ever. Because I've seen animatronics of dinosaurs, and we never saw like human legs dangling from the structures. Why when we have Universal having a thing like that, we gotta have people wearing dinosaur costumes instead of a really expensive robotic structure?
I mean, I think you just kind of answered your own question there, Dan. If it's so expensive,
it's Universal, for God's sake.
Oh man, they have not. I'm not gonna get into it.
You get one animatronic, you pay for one payment, and then just like a few dollars here and there, maybe for repairs every now and then. A person you gotta pay a constant wage to.
Now, Eric, that's smart thinking there. We don't allow that. They don't allow any of that. Can't do that there. Oh god, Jesus.
I hate with so much passion.
A really weird question I just thought, actually, I want to ask both of you. So, if you could, like, get the Jurassic franchise to any other, like, big studio other than Universal, who would you be picking, right? Because Universal's kind of notorious for not reaching out to the fans and not really listening to what they want and, like, or including them in anything. So, if you had to give it to somebody else, who would you guys be giving it to?
Alternate reality Universal where they listen to the fans. I don't really know the answer to that one.
You know what? That's a fair point. I was thinking in the back of my mind, like, maybe put it on Disney because they're just taking everything anyway. But I was like,
wait, let me see. Who owns Godzilla? Who owns Godzilla?
No, doesn't Toho own them? Oh no, that's Japanese. Oh no.
Whoever it is, give it to them.
Give it to the. You just want Gareth Edwards on
Because
everything now, don't you?
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, look, Universal's crappy. Disney is even crappier. So we can't have those guys touch our franchise, right? Come on, gotta have somebody else.
That's fair. That's fair. That is fair.
No, let the Japanese have it. As an inspiration from the novel itself, let the Japanese have it.
Mate, you know that they would just make a beautiful World War II drama somehow about the dinosaurs having always been there. They colonized the island, and a bunch of samurais fighting a bunch of velociraptors. Oh my god!
No. It's a T-Rex on an island that gets nuked. Oh wait, that's Godzilla.
And also, that's the end of the original novel. Thinking napalm.
Never bomb, not nuked.
That's it. That's where There you go.
And then Rex evolves into Godzilla.
Oh no! Oh damn it! I could absolutely see them doing that, Dan. That you just said that. Oh no!
So we have seen a lot of parallels from the dinosaurs in the book versus the movie.
Mm-hmm.
One that isn't really touched on, I guess Camp Cretaceous touched on Carnotaurus, but is Carnotaurus.
Right.
There's a very clear difference from the small camouflaging murder Carnotaurus in the books than the big kind of
Toasty boy.
Thinks it's top predator. Toasty boy. Yeah, toast.
Yeah, my toasty boy.
Yeah.
My toasty boy. You know what? I would definitely say so on that as well. And obviously, I can see the unsung elephant in the room here is the fact that, like, the Carnotaurus in the movies, they don't like camouflage the way they do in the novel. And I think, obviously, you already given Dominus that, and I'm pretty sure if you look into any bloody forum page, they'll tell you that it has Carnotaurus DNA, and that's how it learned how to, do the camouflage, the cuttlefish. I know. As soon as I said it, I was like, oh no, I've bit myself in the foot. So, yeah, no. So here's the thing. I'm not super torn up on the idea. Like, Carnotaurus was always, really cool to see in the movies, but, like, it never bothered me, I guess you would say, if it didn't do what it did in the novel, and it was, like, different sizes or anything like that. Like, it was just kind of like, because remember the first time you see it in Fallen Kingdom, it's just kind of there, like, around the side of the gyrosphere, and I was like,
it's
oh my god, this
like
thing
a
is
smaller fill-in.
Yeah,
T-Rex
it's just like, hey, surprise, here I am. So
along with the crappy Allosaurus that they immediately got rid of.
Oh my god, I have listened to this. There's a YouTube, like, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a podcast, however, between Clayton Floyd, I think his name is, and, like,
if you're ready for God's
look, mate, honestly, he hates on Dominion too much for me. But anyway, the point is, he interviewed the bloke who came in and redesigned the Allosaurus to make it the favorite boy that it is for me today from Battle at Big Rock. And I just listened to this interview, and this bloke's talking about, like, how it was like a mix between, like, Allosaurus fragilis and Saurophaganax, so I think it was. So yeah, just fascinating to listen to. So if anyone's listening to that, probably go give that one a bit of a listen if you can.
So, but yeah, I'm glad that they did that. Battle at Big Rock was.
Oh, I love that. Absolutely love that. I remember sitting in a parking lot when it came out, and I just watched it on my phone. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. New Jurassic anything.
Oh, it's
I didn't get to watch it until recently, and then I some like weird sketchy website.
Wow, that is fascinating. On YouTube.
How come though? It's been on YouTube for a while.
To be fair, I've heard that they released it with Dominion on, like, the DVD set. So I was like,
oh,
neat. Yeah.
I tell you what though, the idea of Carnotaurus versus Allosaurus, and they didn't show that, and I was like, are they about to show that?
They had a little love nip, and then they realized that we're not so different, you and I, being stranded in this weird desert town. You know, like
That guy on the scooter definitely bit the dust.
You know, I'm pretty sure, I can't confirm this, but I'm pretty sure that was the bloke who won the contest or whatever back when Dominion was being filmed. That was him, right?
Totally
yeah,
was.
pretty sure it was. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, Eric probably knows all about that, but yeah, no. So yeah, no. Again, the thing is, I am madly excited for Chaos Theory for a number of reasons, but definitely that Allosaurus being focused on like all the cover art and everything. I'm so excited for that, Eric. I can't even explain. I can't even put it into words.
I'm right there with you. I'm excited. I was following Camp Cretaceous, starting off my podcast. It was a thing that I kind of probably won't go back and do. Audio in the background, very poorly, I might add.
Don't worry.
But
no, I swear though, but like for me, it was funny because again, still to this moment, I've had this weird like love-hate relationship with Chaos Theory for personal reasons because again, it just came out and I was like, oh yes, and I thought no, just my life's work. it was good though. But no, I'm madly excited. I need a trailer, by the way, Dan. I need another trailer or something because Eric, I don't know if you
coming down with withdrawal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. For one, I am going to Jurassic Withdrawal, but really, I've been having these conversations with everyone I know, and I gotta say, I do not. And I will go on record here to say this: I'm happy to be proven wrong. I am, but I do not believe we're going to get all the campers back. I think it's going to be Ben, Darius, and maybe a couple of new characters, because I cannot. For one, it doesn't make sense. Why would they all come back together like after because they live in different parts of the USA? But more
power friendship.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's in my novel, Dan. That's what makes my novel so special, I hope. Anyway. But the thing is, General Tagger, right? General Tagger, she is blown up since Cape Cretaceous finished, right? She did Wednesday, and then she did what else was it? It was the Scream movie. She did she's in super high demand in Hollywood right now. So I don't believe she's gonna be coming back to voice like Brooklyn or anything. So if you get Brooklyn back, it's gonna have to be like an older voice actress lady girl. So it'll be someone a bit different. And I don't know if fans will like
it's just a voiceover. You can do it from home.
Yeah, do it on a Zoom call. Or better yet, jump on here. Jump on StreamYard. Do a StreamYard interview. Get it done there.
I'm just saying, I feel like that might be a reason why they can't have her. But for the story, it wouldn't really make sense for her not to be there.
I know what you're saying. I do as well, right? But here's the thing, right? So I'm looking at yous and I say, all right, pitch me your ideas. Why would these characters come back? What are they going to serve to the narrative, right? Other than the fact that you've had them there before and people like them again and again. Normally that's enough for me because I am a fan. But if I am a writer, trying to make a compelling story as to why these characters would reunite after what is presumably 4 to 6 years after the end of Camp Cretaceous, I don't know if I could come up with a super convincing narrative off the top of my head. I don't know if you guys could, but I mean, I certainly couldn't.
So you said Ben, Darius, and who else was it?
Maybe just a few other characters, really. I think that's probably going to be it. I'm looking forward to being wrong. If I am wrong, if I see Brooklyn and Yaz and all them in the trailer, I'll be like, yes, screw me, man. But
Farm Girl and Track Girl are gone. I'm not even going to lie. They're just gone. It doesn't really make sense for them to come back. They're kind of just off doing their own thing now.
Well, they live in Texas, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Darius is always California. Darius is the dino nerd. He follows it. Ben, of course, he's living on Manticore Island. Why wouldn't he be in it?
True. I would say that, yes.
But I feel like Brooklyn has to be in it because she was kind of following up on the
on the Fallen Kingdom and the Lockwood Manor escape, right?
The Lockwood Manor. So why wouldn't she follow up on another dinosaur lead like that?
True. Yeah, and again, not to self-plug again, but that's kind of what I have her doing in my Cape Cretaceous sequel series. She's following up on paleo leads and smugglers and stuff like that. So yeah, it's something she would be doing with
shameless.
Her oh mate, I will plug at every opportunity.
Oh, don't feel that. I plug my podcast every opportunity in real life. So
that's why you're a good boy.
But I mean, and I feel like through her and Darius that they could bring Kenji into it maybe.
True.
And he's also running Manticore, so
if he's running Manticore, Yeah, I know what you're saying. Because, well, the thing is, by the way, okay, so the Wikipedia, I don't know if you boys have ever checked out the Wikipedia page for Can Cretaceous, right? But not only does it have this absurd, like, age rating for everybody, like, but, like, then it says that, like, Kenji has been, like, adopted by Darius's family. I'm like, can you do that? Can you just adopt a rich kid just because he doesn't have any parents? Like, would you just, like, kind of live with you? And I'm like, I guess.
I don't think it's necessarily adoption as much as it is just him like
Just kind of living,
hey,
yeah, just
we're
coming
real
over,
good
hanging out,
friends.
right? Like that's what I
Like,
felt like. I was like, yeah, like they're just kind of hanging out. They're not like they're like, like
Permanently, though.
I
because
guess
there's
they're not
no doubt about it that he's just like really good friends with Darius. So I mean,
yeah, it's like a brother to
and they
Darius. I get that.
Brooklyn kind of had that weird falling out with him towards the end. So
Well,
there
to be
might
fair, he
be
did
some
lock her. He
drama
did
there.
lock her in a glass room, so that probably wasn't great.
Not good for a relationship. I would not advise
Nah.
it to anybody looking to me for relationship advice. Please don't. I don't give that. So
We can't get past these walls between us.
literally.
Plexiglass.
But I think that
poetic.
Kenji will be brought into it definitely. Whether
I can see that because again, Dan, you know this better than I do because like the artist who helps me do all of my Can Cretaceous stuff, Helen, actually got on an interview with him, the bloke who plays Kenji, and he's like, I don't think I'll be in there. I'm happy for them, but I've jumped on that like, see everybody, see he's not coming in, he's not doing it, but like everyone I've talked to, like
that's what they want you to think though, because
that's what they want you to think. I know.
With DC and what's the guy that plays Superman?
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna point out like Andrew Garfield when he was getting the rumors of coming back to be Spider-Man. And he was like, I had to go on, he had to go on like, he had to go on like the talk shows and be like, it's actually a fake. But then he was in the movie. It was like, I know that's what they're supposed to do. And again, I hope I'm wrong, Eric and Dan.
But it's much more subtle. It's much more subtle, Jack. I mean, he simply said, and I know because I posted that damn video. He just said, "I'm happy for them." So it's just that.
Well, it's going to be more than one of them, and we know it's definitely going to be.
He didn't really say he's not coming back, and like, right? Sure, literally, that he's in the IMDb page for the show already. He's like the young paleontologist.
He was like the main character.
I was gonna bring that up as well because I remember when you put that up, Dan, and it's like IMDb page. Oh, he's Darius as a young paleontologist, and everyone's like, oh yeah, he's following Grant's like footsteps or whatever. I actually don't know if I like that. If he's a paleontologist,
I want him to meet Grant though.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like paleontology makes sense for Grant because there were no dinosaurs around. Now there are living dinosaurs around. It would make more sense if he was in the DPW, like the DFW. Like the people who deal with these live animals, like, and because he knows how to deal with them. Like he wouldn't go like digging up bones or anything. He'd be out there, tactical gear up, ready to go out and catch some of these animals if they're out there in the wild. Like that makes more sense to me.
Or could it be like now they are like quote unquote real dinosaurs from Biosync.
True, exactly, and I'm just like it makes so much more sense if he's like, if he's working with the people who are trying to like, safely care for these animals, like, I don't know, maybe just I got triggered there for a sec.
Could it also just be like a self-proclaimed title, like he's just like, I'm the paleontologist dude?
Maybe. I hope that's what it is. I hope that's what it is. But wild theory here: if he somehow is on the dig site with like Billy Brunner from like the third movie, like he's gone off and done his own dig, and he's with Billy instead of Grant, I won't be upset. I won't be upset. They bring the bloke back from that movie.
That would be fun.
Then you guys are allowed to shoot me.
Oh, come on! You know you love Billy.
Oh, come on. I mean, like, it's going to be a bit forced already to have Sam and Yas because everyone else is related to dinosaurs in some way. Those girls are not. But just because the ton of the show are Can Cretaceous, we know that they all be back in a way.
Well, Sam is, Yaz has bloody genuine PTSD over them all. So I can't imagine she'd ever want to, like, willingly go back to, like, having any interaction with dinosaurs ever if she can avoid it. So.
And Sammy has their whole ranch thing going on. She's dealing with all that. They kind of felt like, to me, they were more like a background front character, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. There's no reason. There's no justifiable reason.
Like you felt like you were more traveling with like Ben, Kenji, Brooklyn, and then like Darius was kind of like the main lead. Kind of, you were following his story with it a little.
He was the boy. He was the man. He was the one who knew what was going on.
He was the lead. Yeah.
Nah, I got. I still like all of them though quite equally. Like you can't really get me to pick and choose between any of them because like
So which one's your favorite?
Yeah, I know. I was like, nope, no comments because like they all form like their little like little camp fams. So like, yeah. Pause recording. I'll give you the answer behind the scenes.
Come on, it should be easy. Who's your favorite?
Oh, don't you start that. I'm not doing this. I can't because again they all play off of their own strengths, they all give each other like, the courage to keep going on and everything and like that. So like for me, like it sounds silly, I know, but they all kind of feel like one big sort of support kind of character for themselves because like if you take one of them away, it starts to crumble. It starts to fall away. I mean, look what happened when they lost Ben at the first season, right? Like they all started like getting super sad and everything. And I was just like, yeah, no, it makes more sense to me if they're just like they're all kind of counted together.
Well, that makes it even easier for me.
I've already got it pulled up. Should I play it?
He's like, I'm just watching it on the side.
That's why my favorite is former germaphobe, homeless man, jungle person.
He's not homeless.
He's not homeless. The jungle's his home. He's got the island as a home.
Actually, that's a wonderful point. That's a
right. He's houseless, not homeless. Right, yeah. Totally.
The Jungle Boy, Tarzan.
Oh, Jungle Man, he corrected.
He's Tarzan.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, I like that.
Jurassic Tarzan, but
whatever the equivalent of that would be.
They can't remember had Tarzan. That's copyright.
Remember had that in a comic book? It was like a person who lived in the jungle with a velociraptor.
It was the lady. It was the dinosaur lady one. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and she like communicate through hand signs with the raptors.
Oh yeah,
and
she was Owen before.
Hand signs
yeah, it was the very last Jurassic Park under the licensed Jurassic Park comic that they ever made. Yeah, it was.
I wonder why it was the last one.
Yeah, yeah, I can see.
Sir, are you talking about Primal?
No, not quite.
What was the sound, Jack?
I don't know. You took me to a sad place.
Sir, sir, did you just squeak at me?
No.
Man, I heard Compsognathus not being that high pitched.
Oh God.
Put the compy back in the cage. We're doing something.
Oh, I love this. Bring it up. Oh, God.
The random
Daddy Darius.
See, that man has a home. He wears normal clothes.
You're talking about him being part of the
DFW.
Yeah, it kind of seems like he might be.
I really hope so, honestly, Eric, man. And also, like, I love that. Like, I don't know how many times I watched this, but like, it took me until watching like another YouTuber's video to point out, like, oh, he's swerving out of the way of the Brachiosaurus footprints. I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of neat. I don't know how I missed that every time.
So, I mean, there's definitely something there.
I know. I hope so. God, man, I hope so. I tell you.
And I don't know. Maybe that Manticore Island is in the public. They'll kind of use that as a hub to try to take dinosaurs out of the mainland to put them back.
Possibly, because I kind of like I say, I kind of adapted the idea of like thinking that like, well, they have those different biomes, right? They turn it into like a proper like science research center to see like where some dinosaurs would like be more preferred to like live in different environments than others and stuff like that, and then they know where to release them. So I was like, yeah, use it for like what they intended it to be, like a research center. I was just like, well, there you go. But no, I really hope he's part of the DFW. I really do. Fingers crossed.
So I mean,
again, he's got the clout for it, eh? Like everybody knows him. Like just like if he walked up and said, "Hey, can I have a job here?" They'd be like, "Yes, absolutely."
Oh yeah,
that's Jurassic Park.
Yeah, they'd be like, "Aren't you the guy who like broke every record in the world, living there for 6 months? That's wild."
Okay,
Eric Kirby, who?
Okay, so there's the new Jurassic Park survival,
yeah,
game coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Bring her into canon. Have her running the BFD DF. He's gone again.
You want to bring the girl from the teaser trailer into
who knows?
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about a completely different character for a second. Then, no, yeah, you're talking about Dr. Is it Maya? Is her name? I haven't watched that. I haven't watched that.
Brandon's still alive. She should be alive still.
True. true. And let's face it. I mean, they're not gonna
Assuming you make it
you-
through the game.
I was gonna say, I was like, I imagine they're not gonna canonically make you die halfway through. So like, yeah, I mean, maybe that's a good question. I felt so really bad. And by the way, you can feel free to cut this out later on, Eric, if you want. But like the very first thing I saw in the comment sections of that video, they were like, "Oh my god, bro, I can't believe they brought Mia Khalifa into this, man." And I was like, "What? What? You what?" She does not look like. Okay, I mean, I have no idea who you're talking about, but I was like, Jesus, okay, that's an interesting perspective, I guess.
So one thing I do like about Camp Cretaceous is they do have that focus on some of the more well-known, like they have like Blue and Rexy and like in there, but they also kind of stay away from them and they're not the main focus, but they are there. And I do like that. They have their own spin on it. They got like Bumpy and Toro, and they have the
Monolophosaurus.
They focus on the Mosasaurus more.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because I've always thought like the success of any like sidequel show is to add more context to something without affecting something that it can directly tie into in the next thing. That's sort of what I mean. So like, you could have Blue being a little bit of peril, like with the compy's going to eat her, but like she's got to make it to the next film or movie or whatever. So it is clever to include them, but not like focus on them because it kind of takes away from the idea of like, well, nothing's going to happen to this animal. So yeah.
Like they had the Indominus Rex in the first season, but it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of there a little bit.
I know, and I don't know, Eric. Have you seen the behind the scenes thing for that first interaction with the Indominus when it's like chasing him through like the containers?
I do not think I have.
Yeah, no, that was actually supposed to be Toro in that first part there with the thing, because the thing I remember watching, and I watched it with the kids I was looking after at the time. They said, "Wait, why can't it see them?" And I was like, because it's and they were like, but doesn't it have like the thermal vision? And I was like, huh, you're right. Why can't it see them? It has like it has heat sensing vision. And then I saw the behind the scenes that it was supposed to be Toro, which makes a lot more sense. Because, yeah.
Also, Indominus Rex must be part Carnotaurus because it broke down the fence between itself and Carnotaurus, and it didn't.
Well, it was chatting to him. It was having a nice little chat when they rolled up. It was like, "Oi, there you go. There, you want to be a bit free." And he was like, "All right."
Yeah, she hired Toro. She was like, "Hey, so I have a proposal for you."
Yeah, so like, "Hey, you want to go eat some people?" Sure. Yeah, no, I
have some chaos.
Which is funny because I would not put it as like concrete canon, but like again, I was just playing Jurassic World Evolution 2 the other day, and one of the missions in the Chaos Theory there is that when you make the Indominus, you have to put in 25% Carnotaurus DNA. So I'm like, there you go, soft reasoning. Soft reasoning.
He actually communicated.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. So I'm just like, wow. Yeah, because remember, in the very first season, Dan, don't you remember?
Do you think they have like different languages with dinosaurs? So like, the Indominus Rex was like speaking English, and Carnotaurus was like speaking French, and they're like.
I mean, I bet he goes up to. Well, I reckon it's just he goes to Toro. It's just deep Southern. Just different like different vocalizations of like like the way they growl.
Like, howdy, Toro.
All right, boy, let's get this going, boy.
Indominus Rex is like, "Would you like to be free?" Toro's like, "Step on my lane."
He's like, as long as I don't see any red, because I'm a charge, because I got a bull, and those things are going to exist here one day.
I will set you free, and we will kill people. I don't want no government agents.
You'll try. Land. They'll be like, "What's people? We've never seen people. They've left me locked in this thing in my entire life."
Carnotaurus was too aggressive, and I'm like, also, it's like. They've taken up room on the main island with 2 aggressive dinosaurs. You got more islands. You got 5 more.
True. You got 5 more all the way around. I am genuinely surprised that Mizrahi did not purchase all of those and just do what you did in the first Evolution game. You just make parks and all those. That is just like billions of dollars just waiting, just like lost otherwise.
Also, it's like you could also move Toro to a different island, use that land for another dinosaur that maybe might not be as aggressive. Save some money, open a new attraction, boom, $1 billion more.
Quite possibly, I must say that you've pointed it out like that.
That's what you were doing with the already, so why not, right?
By the way, Eric, what's your stance on the idea that Isosaur has now been like abandoned?
What's up?
Sorry, yeah. What's your stance on the idea that like Isosaur has now been like abandoned and strip mined, and there's no dinosaurs left there? Does it kind of hurt your like younger child self? Because for me personally, like Isla Sorna was like for me it became more because we only had JP 1, 2, and 3 in those movies, and you spend 2 of those movies on Sorna. So I kind of came to like Sorna more than like Nublar because it had no fences, it was a natural environment, and I was like, and then I hear that like Jurassic World comes out, and they're like, oh, what about Sorna? Nothing there. And then you get to Fallen Kingdom, and they're like, nah, actually it's kind of been stripped mine, mate. I'm like, what? What do you mean? So
And then now Nublar is like volcanic wasteland now, so it's like
yeah, it's like hey, by the way, we're gonna put this park on top of a volcano here.
it's like you're leaving me with nothing here.
No, and I remember
This.
when the first teaser for like season 4 of Camp Cretaceous came out, I thought they were going to Sorna. I thought that's where they were going. Like, and then like I was like, oh, holograms on Isla Sorna. They've been doing some shady stuff there. And then that's the first thing me and Dan ever talked about when we got on the podcast together. He was like,
Isla
oh, the
Sorna.
disappointment I felt.
No, it's just Isla
Really?
Manticore.
Wow.
Isla
Bloody
Isla
good memory,
Morazan,
guy,
Isla
man.
M, it all comes together. Isla Morazan, Isla like M, it all comes together there.
It's like- but there's like 4 or 5 more islands. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
were there dinosaurs on those whenever we were looking at Jurassic Park? Were there
We'll
not?
never
What are we
know.
looking at here?
We'll never know now.
Also, they had one aquatic dinosaur, and they had one job of keeping the giant gate shut.
You mean the magic appearing gate in the next movie?
What?
Look, honestly, here's the thing. People give Colin a lot of flack for doing that, but here's the thing, right? I genuinely challenge either of you to like come up with an interesting narrative to use the Mosasaurus in like after that first movie. If you didn't move the lagoon, and even after you release it, like the most you can do is attack like a submarine or something. And like the movie The Meg already did that. So it's like, what do you do with it? What do you even do with it?
Hear me out.
I'm hearing. I'm ready. I'm ready.
World War III caused by Mosasaurus.
How?
Attacked U.S. subs. U.S. government thinks Russia did it, and then they start
Right.
nuking each other.
Jesus Christ.
Boom.
Wow.
What they do? I mean, the worst part is like I could definitely see a bit of a wild spin-off doing that. They'd be like, "Oh, yeah, this sub got attacked. That's it. We're ready to blow." It's like, oh my god.
Now,
I mean, I
I'm
can see
sorry.
Asylum doing that, but no one else.
I mean, like you could maybe make it like it's like, oh, it has like an ecological like disaster. It's eating the last of the humpback whales or something like how Jerry Harding suggests in that first Jurassic Park the game, back in the day. But like really, past that, it's like I don't see much else you could do with it. Like it's just there to be like the cool like aquatic dinosaur. So really, I'm not too fussed with whatever it is they decide.
Maybe they should have done something else with the aquatic dinosaur than how they did Mosasaurus, or had other aquatic dinosaurs been Mosasaurus have been something else, because you have that God, I forgot which island it is in Jurassic World Evolution 1. I think it's Isla Texana or something. The one that's where it's kind of just like a barrier section where it's like a little sliver. Like
Pena. Yeah, Pena.
Pena,
Yeah, the little slither island.
Like, you could section it off and then make it like a really cool aquatic thing, and then you could have something like oh, well, now there's like plesiosaurs or dunkleostes or something else, or even have like a kind of hybrid, well, not hybrid, but like where some dinosaurs are kind of aquatic, like Suchomimus and Baryonyx and Spinosaurus. You could even get prehistoric crocodiles. You could get that kind of danger where beaches aren't safe anymore.
Yeah, well, it's just funny because you said
the Suchomimus in the River Adventure thing.
That was fascinating to me, by the way, Dan. That was crazy that they put those things in the same attraction, like alongside a boat ride. I was like, that's kind of like classic.
That is a recipe for disaster. Whoever did that needs to be fired.
In the water.
I mean, to be fair though, it does that like could any of us really say that we would hear that and not want to go on that though? Like we're here for the danger. That's the idea of like Jurassic Park. Like you can think about it. You have an entire bloody like park full of just herbivores. Like cool, sure. But like, I want to be excited. I want to be thrilled. That's the idea.
I didn't say a part just of herbivores, but there are other ways of doing it. You could have like a little section that you kayak through, and then you just have like Suchomimus and Baryonyx on either side.
With plexiglass. Reinforced.
So that they're not swimming under the kayak.
Swimming under the
and,
friggin'
killing
boat. I know
people on
that
the
sounds
kayak.
terrifying. Now that you've pointed that out, yeah. Because I remember in the concept, didn't like the boat bottoms have like see-through, like plexiglass through the bottom? So it's like actually that would be a really cool scene. Now that you've just said that, like imagine that, like you swim and you look down, it's just this eye looking up at you like a crocodile eye. Oh my god, that is terrifying. Actually, no, I don't know if I like that.
You do something like that, and then you do like maybe not as aggressive aquatic dinosaurs like ichthyosaur or the plesiosaurs and other things that don't, eat boats like tylosaurs or mosasaurs. You do something cool like that.
Yeah, that was the idea behind the Suchomimus in the River Adventure, because you guys remember the Jurassic Outpost thing, the website. A pretty old one. I remember reading some really hidden articles in there, and the idea is that the Suchomimus wasn't territorial, it wasn't aggressive toward human beings. He only wanted some fish, so it was not really dangerous.
That works.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
I guess.
to have that creature around.
I love
there he is.
Look at that.
Sorry.
Man has more Suchomimus than the franchise.
No, I was gonna say this man's ready to go. He's just got everything ready to go there.
I'm telling you, I love Suchomimus. I fell in love with Suchomimus on the Jurassic World Evolution 1 whenever I think it wasn't in the base game. It was one of the DLCs or something.
Oh, mate, the scream that thing has. Oh, my God. It just destroys my eardrums every time I have it. That's why I don't put him in the
love the design of it.
It's pretty sick, I must admit. And speaking of which, actually, then Eric, have you would have seen the little short film that came out end of last year called The Hatchling, right?
Oh, yeah. Dino-Crius.
Yeah, the Dino-Crius, and then it has the Suchomimus at the end of that. Yeah, we did a little review on it ourselves.
Eating a dog.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm showing a few people that, and they're like, no. I'm like, guys, it's a.
The part.
Yeah. No, so I was taking the shot there in case you maybe hadn't seen it. I would have been like, hey, have we got a surprise for you?
Suchomimus and Baryonyx have been canon since Jurassic Park 3. They were mentioned by Billy. Whenever they're looking
actually funny. Well, technically, I mean, they've the Baryonyx at least has been canon since the very first book. They were working on the DNA genome in the very first book, so I was like, haha, you've always been there all along.
And Metrocanthosaurus was in the first movie too. It was one of the little DNAs that Dennis.
That's true. And Allosaurus, 12%, working it out.
I've never actually because I was playing Jurassic World Evolution whenever it first came out, and I was seeing all these weird all these dinosaurs, and I'm like, none of these are in the book or the movie, or they're mentioned in the book, but they're not in the movies, and these are kind of based more on the movies. But I'm also like, I need to go rewatch them, and it's that scene, and I'm like, huh? And I pause it, and I just look down, and it's like all these dinosaurs that are mentioned. I'm like, huh?
Stegosaurus.
Stegosaurus. Yeah, that's a new one. I never saw that.
Yeah, Stega, not Stego. Stegosaurus.
You know what? Suchomimus has been quite interesting to me since I was a kid, because I remember Billy mentioning that one, and I never heard about that creature before. So Googled it a bit, and I was like, how stupid can this man be? That creature has a sail. It has a sail.
Yeah, but also the thing is, you're looking at that thing. You're not looking at its sail. You're looking at the big long snout trying to eat you. So that's the first thing I'd be looking at.
Look, we literally just got half of its sail cut with our plane. All right, we are looking at the bloody sail.
I don't know about you, man.
The Mosasaurus. I love that. That actually is feasible. The only thing I would change is why is the gate even? Why can we open it? Why is it openable? Why isn't it just a structure like a wall?
Why doesn't it have its own backup generator?
or I mean, you'd think. Well, the obvious question to that is well, you got to get the submarine in there to clean up the walls or something, mate. But then you think well, wait a minute, they have billions of dollars. Why not just have an air crane just kind of lift a portable sub into the lagoon and pull it out? So again,
you can't. No,
we don't do logic here. We don't do logic here. That's the reason. Yeah, exactly. We don't do logical thought here, because then the movie wouldn't happen.
Get your logic out of here.
That's not how it works. Oh my god.
So let's say you got stranded on Jurassic Park.
Oh shit.
What's your survival strategy here?
I'm letting Dan handle this one to begin with. I have my answer, but I feel like I've swarmed him at every chance.
Let me go first.
Yeah, let him go. Go. Yeah, go on.
Whenever they're evacuating everybody, make sure I'm there and leave.
I mean, well, the funny, you got to remember, in the very first movie, that like they didn't know that they were going to be never coming back. Those scientists who got on the boat and went home for that bloody weekend, they never knew that like the place was going to be like, power was going to go out and the dinosaurs were going to get out. And imagine that. Like you leave, you go home for the weekend, you get back on the boat, and they're like, "Oh no, actually, by the way, you're all out of a job.
You're all fired."
You're like, what happened? It reminds me of that line from like Friday or something.
I left my wallet on there. Now I have to go wait in the DMV line.
You gotta be one dumb man just to get fired on your day off. I can't help.
Darn it.
Damn.
That's extreme. That's just extreme.
Yeah.
Because there's a definite different scenario between Jurassic Park and Jurassic World for that survival. And we'll touch on Jurassic World survival strategies next, but let's start with Jurassic Park first.
Okay. So I actually do have an answer for this. I do actually have an answer to this, and it's partially in thanks to Jurassic Park, the game from 2011. But I want to let Dan have his one first because I don't want to overshadow. I don't want to overshadow. You're too curious now. You're too curious. All right. So, okay, here's the thing, right, Eric? So the one thing I've been thinking about this question a lot, right? And it depends on what position I am in there. Because if we're following like the true rules of like Jurassic Park and everything, there's like 20 people realistically on that island, and most of them are scientists, right? So most of them are geneticists, right? They haven't got a lot of security. Actually, I think they've got no security. They've only got Muldoon in the movie anyway. So like if you're just a laboratory guy, you don't have access to like shotguns and everything like that. Because remember, Muldoon had the keys for that. That's only Muldoon. He's the only one allowed to do that. So you're left with basically a sharp scalpel, if even that, and that's not going to help you very much. So what I would do, and this might sound insane, but again, at that point in time, if we're taking Jurassic Park the game into soft canon, what I would actually do is I would use what they did in, I don't know if you guys played it recently, but like there's a part where you're having to herd like the parasaurs, right? By using a sense of vocalizations and calls, right? Now there are speakers across most parts of the island, right? What I would have been doing is I would have picked like a route to go to one of the docks, right? Yeah, and I would have set up a series of like vocalizations to play at like certain intervals, like within like my own timed like exit. So like at 2 minutes, I'll be at this turn off, and there's a speaker there. You play a noise there that either attracts or repels dinosaurs, like a danger call at there. So if they hear something like that, the Rex might like go to that specific like speaker and stuff like that, and it won't like I'll be at the next checkpoint. So it keeps the Rex out of the way. The Raptors, I would hope it would do the same for. And if I timed it well enough, I think I could actually get all the way to the docks with that. That is my thought with that thought.
So you're either making it to the docks or being torn apart by Raptors.
Exactly. It's a massive gamble. And again, that's true to form because realistically, not many people get off of those islands. So that would be my gamble I would probably do. I would probably use like danger calls of like different sorts of animals and time it, make it like kind of like a tense like little scene to try to get from here to point B. I probably would make it, but...
That's the next thing about Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous is they didn't have to worry about raptors.
No, that's right. They did not.
They had one raptor to worry about, and they kind of didn't even know it was there. So
exactly, it was a friendly boy for anything at the end of the day, friendly girl.
But Jurassic Park, you got 4 or 5, possibly going into double-digit number of raptors. Also, they're breeding, so if you say they're too long, you get whatever weird hyper aging thing that they twinkled in their DNA.
The cuttlefish DNA to resist it.
If we go with the novel, there are like tens of raptors, right?
Definitely.
Well, the novel, they were trying to get off the island. They were in the
37 of them, Dan. That's a lot of raptors to deal with, mate.
It sure is. Some of them are babies, but I mean, there are some adults that always are watching. So terrifying. That one scene when they get into the nest is just a nightmare for me. That was the only scene where Gennaro was relatable, because like this man is crapping himself, and so would I.
That's fair. That is fair. No, but I'm very curious to hear what you would say as well, Dan. Like, how would you, if you were in the position of a park in the park, mate, what would you do to get off of it? Oh God!
Die. It's like, oh.
Honestly, like I said, like I had to think a lot about
that. So the one thing I was thinking of using was So let me see. The one thing I would be using is the tunnels, just because we saw that they are a bit perilous, but that's like in Camp Cretaceous and stuff like that, where the tunnels are actually left open. And that was also stupid to me, because if there's a hatch, you have to open that and then get into the tunnels. How come we just don't close it right afterwards? It's supposed to be a safe place for you to move throughout the island. So
were they there?
it should be
Did they
safe
have
if you know
tunnels in Jurassic
mapping.
Park though?
Well, in the game
I
there were underground tunnels in the game, which is
Right.
again.
There was also a mention of it in the book.
Okay, so yeah, they probably were there in the movie. They just never had a reason to use them. So
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, in the novel they mentioned like the service road and everything like that, so it's not quite the same. But yeah, the idea has always sort of been that there's like a secondary like pathway that you can take if you need to take it to get like around the island quickly.
So that is a very good. You would probably also want to just avoid everywhere.
Well, I mean that's kind of the whole idea, isn't it?
Although Rexy kind of dealt with a couple of those raptors. In the movie, there were probably only like 4 or 5 raptors, and Rexy dealt with them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, except for the wild
Actually,
ones that we never saw.
Actually, there was only 3. There was only 3 in the movie. So
you only got to worry about what? Dilophosaurus? As far as we know?
yeah.
Dilophosaurus only. Come on, that's diminishing.
But here's the thing about like a T-Rex. Well, I'm gonna say this, but T-Rex did absolutely turn into a ninja sneaking into the.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that was his character arc. That was her character arc. That the movie learned how to be a big old sneaky lizard. It's causing little mini earthquakes the first time we meet her, and then later on she learns how to do tiptoes.
Then she was actually using the pads, tiny little fixes.
Oh, absolutely.
Because we don't really know what other predators were on the park in Jurassic Park the movie. We got Dilophosaurus, raptors, and T-Rex, and that's it.
Well,
that's all we really know for predators.
Yeah, funny enough though, they have. I know. This is me diving far too deep into the lore, but they have like maps on the not maps, like you guys know like the brochures and stuff like that. So I couldn't quote it. I couldn't quote the rest of them at the moment, but they do have like I vaguely remember there being like a baryonyx exhibit somewhere. So I feel like they do have other species there because they never say the full list in the movie. You're right. So I could not possibly confirm that, but like they do have like, or maybe it was just like the plans that they have to set up those pens later on. You're right. Maybe yeah. No, I think I retract the statement.
So. There may or may not be other predators.
Absolutely, that's kind of the mystery and kind of the idea, and which is funny because that's kind of one of the things I enjoyed about Jurassic Park 3 when it came out was that like it was mysterious. There's little secrets going on this island. Yeah, there's this secrets on this island that you weren't knowing about, and because you thought you knew, you didn't, and there's this new thing, and it's like So no, I do agree with that.
I'm trying to find one
that was your reaction, Jack.
Yeah, well, to be fair, at the time, I was terrified because when it came out, I was like 6, and I was like, oh my god, this is a big thing. It's scary. It just ate a person.
You saw the scene and you were like, oh.
Raptors, T-Rex, Dilophosaurus, and then it seems like baryonyx of some sort.
Yeah, or something there. Like I remember this like little like red circle with like some kind of crocodilian there. But like yeah, no, like there could be, like I said, we don't know 100%, and if we can't take the novel context into that like 100%, because otherwise that I'll be like, oh, they had Coelurosauruses there, bro. It's like no, they didn't. No, they didn't. Don't say that if you don't know. Don't do that.
What about on Isla Sorna? What would be your survival strategy there?
Oh no, absolutely.
Then I'm screwed up.
I wasn't ready for this. This is a plot twist question. I wasn't ready for this one. I thought for like 4 hours about that bloody call sign idea.
Oh, man. What can we do with Sauna?
Yeah.
Way too hard.
Again, you have to take it in the context of what is you are with. Why would you be there? That's the idea. It's like, well, who's allowed to go on the sauna?
Unironically, Unironically, we share the same name. Whatever Eric did, that little boy, I'm doing that.
I literally just put that together. Oh my god!
So staying in an engine camp, yeah. Just remember.
No, staying in a water truck.
Bunkered down in some random van that was tossed over. Had T-Rex pee, and
that's it. No, you live forever.
You don't want to know.
Yeah, he said the thing, Dad. He said the thing.
Yeah, it is just way too graphic.
See, also. So Sorna is the one from the second movie and the third movie?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So there are technically 3 T-Rexes on Sorna.
There's 7, if you can believe it. But yeah, no, that's because one of them dies in the third movie, the Buck and the Doe in the second movie,
There's
and
6.
according to Dan, as you would know, Trespasser, they're apparently in one of Hammond's memoirs there, they said they birthed 7 rulers of the island, and then they brought that little bit of information back into canon in Fallen Kingdom and the behind the scenes site on the DPG site. Sorry, I'm stuttering my words there. Again, super nerd. I know these things. I don't know everything, but I know those things.
Because the thing about Jurassic World is now we know that watering holes are safe.
Yes, that's true. It's a little area of peace, which I really did enjoy that when I first saw that in Camp Cretaceous. I was
But
like,
here's the thing
that's
about
actually a really cool
Sorna.
idea.
Spinosaurus makes watering holes unsafe now.
Boy, that boy is like a genocide on that island. I remember reading the behind the scenes thing on like the DPG for the 5th movie in Fallen Kingdom, and I'm pretty sure they went on to say that Spinosaurus basically did drastically destroy the ecosystem on Sorna because it was just like it had to like eat a lot every day to survive, and it just mucked up the ecosystem and just So, no, you're absolutely right. That's a very good point there, actually.
And also the fact that they showed it could swim.
Yeah,
it did swim, so.
Absolutely.
You might be safe on the coast from things like Ceratosaurus or angry herbivores or T-Rex and other things like that. You might be able to get close to them, but Spinosaurus would just be chilling in the water there, and you just.
I was always weirdly enough, I was always at the very beginning of that movie in Jurassic Park 3, because I guess we're just on the Jurassic Park 3 segment of this now. The thing that like always perplexed me, right, was that the very first scene when they're going parasailing and then they go through the fog, there are 2 answers as to what killed those blokes on the boat, and this has been talked to death, I know, but like I was always under the impression it was the Spinosaurus, because when you're looking at the fog for the first time and they're not in it yet, you hear a splash, like a big like thunderous splash. When they're going into it, right? And then I've seen like, because of course Jurassic Park 3 went through like several revisions and all that jazz. Apparently it was supposed to be like pteranodons that had like nestled near the coast. That doesn't make sense, because if it did, there's a long wire attaching to the boat, and you think they would not attack in fog. I mean, I know fog's kind of their thing in that movie, but like they would fly up and you would see them and they would attack the blokes in the parasail. So it doesn't make sense. So it has to be the Spino.
They would see the people in the parasails first.
Yeah.
You would also see them coming.
Yeah. Right?
So,
it's not just me,
right?
Really... I'm not just crazy.
Also, they didn't really get out until like Grant.
No, exactly. That's right. That's the whole idea, wasn't it? Yeah. So and again, that was it's just it had to be the Spino for me for years. And again, like
what if the pteranodons are? Yeah. What if they're just like Stephen King's The Mist? They have to remain in the fog.
Well, the weird thing is, Dan, like we say it's probably not the pteranodons, and yet at the very end of The Lost World, we saw that there was a version of a pteranodon that was probably like harmless and was a piscivore, but it was flying around. It was free on the island, but then that was going to have a deleted scene attacking them parasailing in The Lost World.
They did leave at the end of the third movie, though.
They did. Did you know what happened to those ones? Those particular
shot out
3?
Of the sky, probably.
Well, funny enough, the big boy Vincent D'Onofrio, Vic Hoskins, but he rounded him up, and that's what got him the security gig at Jurassic World. So I was like, oh, tying up loose ends. And then we get to Dominion, and we see on the on the Dino Tracker website that apparently the raptors from the third movie have gotten off, and they've been off for a little while. And I was like, what? You what? Since when?
The other thing you got to remember is that like. People are like, oh, the end of Jurassic Park or The Lost World, it shows that there's a peaceful ecosystem on the island, but I'm also like, that's also Sorna. Nublar is still God knows what's going on there.
Exactly, and I know, and Dan, you would probably know as well. There was many fan fictions back in the early 2000s about like, blokes going back to Nublar because we had only had those 3 movies and it had Sorna twice. And I don't know, I don't know. I guess I still just kind of prefer Sorna over Nublar, if I got to be honest, still, because it's bigger, it's a natural environment, there's not many fences and stuff, But I don't know, maybe that's just me.
So I mean,
but it doesn't have dialogues.
I mean, well, actually, it does, because that's where they come from. That's where they bred them and they put them over.
So, I guess
they don't show up either in the book and the movie.
for survival scenario, I'd rather be on Nublar because that's where you got like restaurants and things like that.
Oh
so
yeah,
there's
well yeah, you
food.
got like telephones and stuff there, you know. Like on the sauna, you got
And
one.
tunnels.
Which by the way, here's a question for both of you boys, right? I've been thinking about this a lot because again, I listened to the novel and I've watched the movie Lost World a lot. I like the idea of letting the dinosaurs out and letting them get like acclimated to like the jungle and learning how to survive and stuff, right? But these animals are expensive. What did they think was gonna happen? Like just a single compy is like something like $60,000 to make, right? Which is madness. And I don't know about you blokes. I don't have a lazy 60,000 hanging around, right?
I don't either.
Like,
So
yeah, no. And they release these animals
You
like into the
don't.
wild, right? What did they think that they was gonna eat? Like they're just gonna be like just eating each other, and you're just like losing your investment. And I get the idea was that they were gonna release them for a little while and then bring them back, but they need to eat daily. So it's like, well, what do they think was going to happen? Like, what do they have a population of goats they release on that island as well? I don't understand. Like, I don't get it.
local
Like,
goat run.
yeah, like I mean that's kind of the idea, and I get it. Like the animals were sick, you had to let them out for a little bit, but like, yeah, no, it always fascinated me and made me wonder. I was like, well, what did they think was going to happen with like I mean, yeah, the Rex eats like a apatosaurus or like even a parrot. Like a parrot's like something like 500 grand to make. I'm like, what do you just have eat one of those every day? I don't understand.
So yeah, that's the next thing. Like also, you get like really expensive. Like clearly, like a compy, you could probably, you're $1 billion corporation, you can churn out a
Yeah.
couple hundred of them, whatever.
Yeah,
But like a
Yeah.
sauropod, you gotta like.
that's
put
$1.5
some
million
big bucks
already at
down.
least. Yeah, and 1 to 2 million. That's like I don't have that hanging around, and just to throw
You
those
gotta
out
put
there and then
some
they get
big
sick and
bucks
die.
down.
Yeah. Well, it's just like Jesus. So,
Well, also
yeah.
the thing about a sauropod is, in reality, they probably wouldn't be hunted by T-Rex or something like that.
That is true. That
So
is true. So those are pretty self-sustaining. But yeah, but like trikes, stegosaurus, paras, all of those things. It's like those are valuable assets, and Dan, of course, they go into that in the novel. So why would you like take the chance of letting them out and like letting them bloody get murdered every day, and you're losing money? It's fascinating to me.
It's just one more sense that makes no sense. It's just
Yeah,
Just one
but
more
like
point.
I say, like I can live past that because again, I like the idea of sauna itself.
who knows? Maybe
it's
they
just
could have done it
lovely,
different.
Yeah, continuity errors are just something common in this franchise. No, the one thing that came to mind when we talk about Camp Cretaceous is the fact that the old Tyrannosaurus skeleton that used to be in the museum was still there in Camp Cretaceous, when in reality it had already been smashed by Indominus.
I just want to point out real quick. That's the second time you've mixed me up here saying museum. You said it before. I thank God you boys couldn't see me because my confused face was. I was like, what? What museum? There's no museum in the first movie. It's the auditorium. Auditorium, Dan. Auditorium, mate. I was so confused. I was like, there's no museum. I missed something.
It has skeletons. What do you call a big old room with skeletons?
It's an auditorium. It's the visitor.
So I assume you're talking about the visitor center kind of section from the first Jurassic Park movie with the T-Rex eating the sauropod, the apatosaur.
Yeah.
It was smashed by the T-Rex in the first movie. Then I guess Indominus Rex
smashed again.
So I guess the bones would still be there.
Yeah, but you see, like the skull had been smashed by Indominus in 2015. We see that in the movie. How come it's still there?
In the episode, it was there as well. So I was
it
like,
wasn't turned to dust. It was just kind of stepped on a little bit. So.
Well, it was crushed, into little pieces and stuff. Yeah, sure. But like, yeah, I think if I remember correctly, Dan, yeah, like it's like kind of still like reformed, and I'm just like, what? What do you mean?
I mean, when we have the lagoon thing, this is just small potatoes, right? So nothing to add, right?
Continuity issues. Don't overthink it.
Nah.
Yeah, don't even worry about it, mate. She's fine. Oh,
and,
man.
I mean, so we touched on how you'd survive Jurassic Park. What about Jurassic World? Same thing, just service tunnels?
Well, the thing is, Jurassic World's a lot easier because, as we've seen in Camp Cretaceous, like there are beacons all over the island. So, like the one on Main Street is probably not the only one. Like you could probably find another one. Whether anybody would actually come and rescue you, that's a completely different scenario to talk about itself. But that would probably be my port of call. I'd probably try to look out for one of those things if I even knew about them, though. To be fair, like I might not know about them, so.
What if I'm a child? I will certainly survive.
What's like the unsung
Nothing.
rule?
Do I get to
Yeah.
bring some people with me? Am I alone? What are the rules here?
Jesus.
Well, let me see. As I said, there are the beacons, and besides that, I mean, most animals were still in that paddock, so I'd think there would still be like a while before the animals get out of the gates, right? It's just what is mentioned in the novel, the first novel, that like these animals, they have been used to the fact that they can't touch the fences, they are electrified. So
That's Spinosaurus in the third movie.
well,
I don't know what that fist was supposed to do. That thing knocked it down with ease.
yeah,
But
no,
And that was like a
Those are
heavy
going
fence
on.
as well. That was like a heavy security fence. It just ran through that thing like a bloody
Oh, but
sledgehammer.
the doors, locking a door, that'll keep it out. Don't worry.
oh yeah. That thing is titanium.
Well, to be fair though, it did just smash through like a giant gate. So I can understand if it's a little dazed and like I was like, I don't want to do that again.
But you don't
I
think it
saw
would
it
just
again.
smash down the door?
Nah, definitely not. Definitely not. I've seen all the justification in the world for that as well, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll give him a pass. Give him a pass. You see what you just did?
They're like, teleportation door. Screw it.
Yeah, I'd be like, nah, no, thank you,
I
sir.
wish I had actually destroyed that tiny little bungalow, and like the people had only been saved because they had gone to the stairs where I couldn't reach them. That would be much cooler and would make much more sense. You know, being out of reach, just like in the beginning of the movie, when like because of some trees he couldn't reach them, makes more sense.
Indeed, no, that's a fair point as well. Yeah, but to be fair, yeah, you run inside that building, and I don't know if the first port of call is like, oh, stairs, run straight down. Like I'm still trying to like close the gates on them, so you know, fair point as well.
It's like, so let's get this straight. Doors stop with Spinosaurus, trees stop with Spinosaurus, but not a giant metal gate or metal fence. Got it.
Yeah.
Nah,
So,
nah.
build a
Especially with
very-
all the spikes on it.
Build a very good enclosure with just trees and doors. Got it.
Yes, absolutely, you got that right. Well, funny enough, you can do that in
nice,
evolution if you're
thick as a
clever
twist.
enough. You can make it just
Yeah.
like you can make like just like a side of the gate with just like a bunch of decorations, and they can't cross it. So I'm like, yeah, that works. Oh Jesus,
Wow,
that's brilliant.
at least they went on with the theme. Huh?
Yeah, you're not
I'm
wrong.
telling you, that Spinosaurus would have just busted in there and ate them. At least one of them.
I'll give him a pass. I'll give him a pass for that one. He just did an incredible bloody feat of everything, and then he runs up towards that door. It's like, nah, I'm
He's
done
like,
for the
you
day.
know what? You think that's gonna stop me? I'll let you have it. Why not?
Yeah, it's like, you know what? I'll get you later. I'll head downstream. Don't even worry about it.
He's toying with
I'll
him.
see you later. I'll see where you're going. I know where you're heading. Just trying to. By the way, did you see
Are
this
you going to the
crazy
river?
fan theory?
All right.
Did you see the silly?
that?
Yeah. Yeah, there's this silly fan theory I saw back in the day that's like, oh, they think the Spinosaurus was just trying to like return the phone. That's why he was following him the whole movie, just trying to give him back the phone. He's like, oh, listen, I've got this phone here, but I'm getting this weird caller ID coming through. It keeps ringing me, and I really don't like it. I want to give this back. Like that was like the whole idea. It's like that's ridiculous.
I am finally happy that they gave Ceratosaurus something a little more than.
Yes,
Spinosaurus
no,
sniffer.
I am quite glad that they brought in the Can Cretaceous, and apparently it's the same individual from the first movie, third movie there. Yeah, because of course all the dinosaurs were strip mined from there to start Jurassic World. So you know, but then they had a black one show up, and I was like, ooh, more tampering.
And some were even taken to Manticore Island, right? Like such as
I
Big
think
Easy and Little
that
Easy.
one- yeah, I wouldn't probably stake my life on it, but I would like to pretend to say that one on Manticore Island is the original Ceratosaurus, the one we saw in JP3, because that's the first one you saw, and then that one at least on Manticore was safe and alive, wasn't getting either eaten by like the Scorpius Rex or blown up in a volcano. So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, so I like to pretend that's like
Do
the
my boy
original one.
dirty.
Yeah, they do a lot
Yeah.
of boys dirty in that. Now I'm thinking about it.
so we got
I guess
names
it's just.
for most of the main big predators.
Hmm.
So we got like what I've heard is like Zeb the Giganosaurus. You got Rexy. You got Buck. You got Doe. You got Junior. Well, what is the Spinosaurus'
big
name?
Spino Boy.
It's a girl, isn't it?
Well, they're supposed to all be girls. I know that. I remember reading that the Indoraptor
but I
was
mean-
the only dinosaur ever bred specifically to be a male. I don't know why that was such an important factor, but it was apparently.
However
Sexism.
you pronounce this.
Oh, of course. That's that tricycloplot attacks. Don't come crying to me. Damn, I never thought about that. Oh my god, that is brilliant.
It's a male
It's so
Spinosaurus?
stupid.
Yeah, apparently it makes sense, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't imagine it shouldn't be, but like, huh. Okay,
High
fair enough. You know
testosterone
what?
making it mad.
Yep, from now on it shall be called the tricycloplots. Doesn't make any sense
Alright.
at all, but I love it. I love it.
Sure.
Yeah,
Isn't
no, you
there
got the
the
curvy
card
for
game
that.
though that says it's a female?
Maybe. I would always buy that it was a male though. I don't know why. Just thinking about it now. Huh. Both Spinosaurus can found to be the same individual. Well, yeah, of course. Like that's the thing.
Okay.
I don't know how people were confused with that. By the way, I have no conceivable idea how they didn't know that Spinosaurus was the same one in
Ooh.
like Camp Cretaceous. It's insane to me.
Yeah, so
Yeah, first male. Oh,
according to the Jurassic Park Wikipedia, it is a male, so
Oh,
okay.
look at that.
I will.
Screw the card game.
There were
Can't
other two
arrest
males
me,
in the thing.
Jamie
Taurus.
Brisbane.
Sure. Huh.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
wow. Ricky could beat the Spinosaurus.
I mean, we know it can, but like, I will still like enjoy watching the fight in the third movie every day because I've seen very scientific videos be pointed out. Like, it's like, oh, if T-Rex can crush with like 17 newtons or something worth of force, if it bit around its spinal neck and just
It's
rip its
like
head off.
31 or something crazy.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
31,000.
31 or whatever thing. I was just like, God, I was like, okay, boys, okay, I get it. But here's the thing. Like, you got 7 T-Rexes, right? You got 1 Spinosaurus. Just kind of like, let us have it, okay? It's like, it's
35,000
okay.
newtons.
Oh, there you go. Jesus, there you go. There's 35,000 newtons.
Or to the puny biting power of a human, 300.
Yeah, I feel insignificant now. I feel insecure.
Dang, I can't bite straight through bone.
I can defeat the company.
Damn.
Can you? I don't know,
I
man.
mean, well, it's the size of a chicken, so I would hope so.
Compy's got some kills in there in that movie. They killed 2 people.
Yeah,
Three people.
True.
I'll roast it. Oh yeah, and also the lady in Camp Cretaceous.
Yeah, that. Well, no, I'm not even gonna get into it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna get into it. I was like, what was the deal with her? Was she like an undercover agent or something? I don't know. Doesn't matter, does it?
She was.
I hope. I think so. I
Yeah.
guess.
Oh, please, you're gonna come up with another story just for that character?
Nah, I've got another one already ready to go for you, mate. I was waiting to save it for you. But I was like, I already had. You know, you would think I would come to such a prestigious podcast and not have some ideas ready to go.
You care to share?
I mean, well, funny enough. So this is what I was. I wouldn't say teasing earlier on in the book, and then sorry in the book. God, losing my mind.
Technically,
Earlier on
YouTube
in the
don't be a
pod.
transcript.
Yeah, you know, you could just do that. So, all right. So here's the thing, Dan. So I was explaining while you were having a bit of technical difficulties there. I was explaining to Eric that what I like to do is I like to take single little instances from movies or canon or lore and just expand them into an insane new subplot of theory. Now, I've been thinking about this for weeks, and I've been wanting to get on a podcast with you and explain this. So there's no better time than the present, I guess. You know. So. Everybody is talking about the new Gareth Edwards Jurassic Park movie, right? The new thing coming out, and everyone's having rumors. Even that rumor that we saw just as of yesterday or whatever, like Scarlett Johansson is potentially like coming in to be the main lead or whatever.
Mhm.
And
Wow, Black Widow's
again,
gonna fight dinosaurs?
yeah, apparently do a couple of spin kicks around some raptors, and I'll be like, yeah, I'll pay to see that. Anyway, no,
Why
so
not?
what it is that I've been putting some context clues together, right? And they're saying they're like, oh, we want this to be like early, right? Now here's the thing: everybody that I know, I personally think it's a mistake to obviously go back and retread like earlier grounds of stuff. You know, we're in the present, we're in 2024. You have to keep moving forward with it and stuff, right? But from the looks of it, and the thing with like Jurassic City, they're calling it as a working title and everything. I've put together quite a few context clues, right, to sort of maybe either deduct or just like pitch an entirely different idea, right? So here's the thing. Bear with me. So with everything put together, you know, Scarlett, like a female lead, Jurassic City, early like not like prequel or whatever, but like early movie. I've put together this idea, right? So what I'm thinking is that they're probably gonna. So here's the thing: do you remember the scene where Grant finds the eggshell and they find all those little raptor footprints?
Right.
Right, in the first movie, right? Now they never pick back up with those. Yeah, they never pick back up with those raptors ever again. So if people want a very loose adaptation to a novel to make this kind of like this movie is more like horror themed, right? You would probably love this one, Dan. So this one's supposed to be more of like a scary sort of thing. So you can set it during the same time as Jurassic Park as the first movie, right? Because those little raptor feet, right? Because in the novel they were getting onto a supply ship, right? And you could have this movie focused around, because people have been telling me, they're like, oh, we want to have a movie where, like, it's super scary and it's claustrophobic and it's just like raptors hunting people in a village. So I thought, what better way to do it than have it be kind of like an adaptation of the beginning of the novel, not the whole novel, just the beginning of the novel, where you have like these raptors, like maybe 3 small juveniles and 1 full-grown adult. They sneak onto the ship, and that way you can have like Samuel L. Jackson come back and like just like that. They de-age him all the time, but they have Sam Jackson come back. He's talking with like an out-of-frame Hammond in the control room, and they're talking about like the storm's coming in, and they say like the supply ship wants to like take off and leave like it does in the novel, and then like he's having the conversation with him, and then the movie starts to focus on these other characters on the boat, right? The captain on the boat and everything, and these raptors are like sneakily hiding on the boat, and it's like stormy, it's night, and they're hiding between containers and stuff like that. And then of course one of the crewmen go missing, gets mauled to death by the adult, and the adult's trying to teach the babies like how to be like stealthy. And then they get to the mainland, and because it's different from the novel, in the movie they have no idea this is happening, but in the in the novel they try to stop the boat, right? So they wouldn't do that. The boat wouldn't reach the mainland, and it would reach the small village of Bahia Nasco, which, if you remember, that's the very beginning of the novel, where we meet Bobby Carter, who, and again, in theory, I wonder if they're making Scarlett Johansson or a female lead try to be her, like the doctor who first deals with the boy who has like the raptor claws and scratches and stuff like that from when he gets flown in from the helicopter pad. And I reckon they'll make it like a survival kind of idea, that like they'll put these, like they'll have these raptors, they'll get to this little like village, and that could be the Jurassic City that people have pointed out, and it's that they're terrorizing this village slowly over the years, and they take on the guise of the Upia from like the local superstition that the guy Manuel, the practitioner guy, was like terrified of. And I reckon it could be like a really like well put together horror film if you follow this sort of like side quel, I would call it. Yeah, like if you have these raptors, they terrorize this village for like weeks, people go missing and stuff like that, and then it's up to like Bobby Carter to like find out what's going on, and then like and then it becomes kind of like a Sarah Connor or like Ripley from Aliens sort of a movie where they're trying to hunt these things down, and it's like the pitch at night and there's rain all the time. And I think it could be a really good idea if you try to set it up the right way with the right characters and stuff. But yeah, that's my little side idea, the little plot things that nobody pins out anymore, that like I'm like, well, take this, do it this way, and then there you go, boom, you've got your whole movie. And if I somehow manage to be right about any of this, I wanted to be on this podcast first. I wanted to be recorded first, because then that's what happened with Chaos Theory. I started writing the sequel series, and then they brought an official thing out, and I was like, damn it.
I'll make sure to upload this podcast 4 years from now.
Oh, exactly. Thank you very much, because it's going to take you that long to edit it all down.
I'm kidding. It won't take me that long. Trust me.
You're a champion. You're an absolute champion. But that's my thought. That's my little side idea that they could be doing. If they want to make another horror movie, I myself am not a super Jurassic. I don't see Jurassic as like a horror movie. Like, they have elements of that, and sure, you need tension. But if people are looking for like an earlier 90s, like, like because if you do it at this specific point in time, it's before San Diego. So the public doesn't know that dinosaurs are like a thing, and it's in this remote little village of Costa Rica, and it's like a super like claustrophobic-y kind of like, it's a horror movie. That's what it is. It's like a slasher horror movie with these raptors that are with like only one adult, so it's not like a crazy amount. So yeah, I think it could be really interesting if you do it the right way, and again, if you get the right person on board, I guess.
So
I mean, that's a lovely little story, and that's pretty similar to what we discussed in our pod as well, right? About my idea, because I love cryptids, and that's something I would love to have Jurassic Park explore as well. Because now that we have dinosaurs all over the world, we can do something now. Of course, we can do your idea of doing that in the past, right? But we can also just do it now. Imagine like a tiny little village that is being attacked by a Carnotaurus in Chile, just like we saw in their website. They had the whole website set for Dominion, right? The Dino Tracker thing. We know that these animals have just
They're
been
everywhere.
taking the world.
Don't know
Yeah,
how, but
so
they're
why
everywhere.
not, right? Yeah, so it happened. Somehow Palpatine has returned. So we can do the same thing. Just get like a tiny little village that is fighting against a pack of raptors.
No.
That'd be
Yeah, and that's
awesome.
why I definitely agree with you there. And I think it would definitely be more like I say, impactful if you make it that they don't know what it is. Because if you do it now, they know what it is, they know who to call, they know like better how to handle it. But if it's set in 1993, like, and they have no idea, then you got the setup for like a feeling of like a classic, like like 90s, like like horror
Yeah.
action sort of thriller, Yeah.
To build on that, a mini
Oh,
series
please.
about capturing the dinosaurs that are loose on the mainland and moving them to like Manticore Island or something else
Yeah.
would be interesting.
No, I would absolutely see that as well.
And then
Yeah,
I think
and that's
there was
kind
a
of
project
the
called like Blue and Beta or something coming out too.
yeah. There's some of that.
Oh,
You
really?
see, that's the only way that I can actually see Manticore return as the villain, because they were made specially for this. Of course, like they're not new, but they were focused only in Camp Cretaceous. We don't know them. We have like no mention of them in the movies, and the problem is that with that, people who just watch the movies and who don't have a brat at home crying to see Camp Cretaceous, they don't know about the existence of this company.
True.
So
Put it in a movie.
not the
then.
same.
I mean,
Which is funny that you say that, because just the other day in Evolution 2 they released a new pack called the Hybrids pack, right? And in one of the promotional little trailers for it, I saw that they mentioned, because they have the Sinoceratops, the little hybrid from season 4 and 5, as a full-grown adult animal. And in the trailer, they mentioned, they said, like, thanks to our friends at Manticorp. And I was like, oh, they said the thing, they're still around, they're still a relevant thing. I was like, I was very surprised that they mentioned that. So I definitely think they're going to play a factor in the new Chaos Theory
there's
new show.
definitely an offshoot of Jurassic World Evolution in the main canon. Vic Hoskins is alive and he shouldn't be. So there's definitely an offshoot.
I mean, well, funny. Well, I mean,
I saw him get mauled by raptors.
Yeah, I saw that boy get absolutely blood splattered. I mean, that was crazy. But no, like you said, yeah, like, it's funny enough, the DFW, they are actually in Dominion. There is that little stopover area before Grant and Sattler get to go to the Biosyn. Like, that's where they are. That's the DFW in Pennsylvania, which is a map that you play on in the game.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
Yes.
and Biosyn is connected through Manticore.
True. Here's the thing. I love so many parts of Dominion, and I really am kind of upset that we kind of dealt with the whole idea of Biosyn like so quickly. Like, it was like one and done for the movie. Like, it was this incredible facility with like all this promise, and then they just kind of like, they were like, nah, it's over.
the ground.
Yeah, they're like, nah, abandon it. It's over. It's all done. I'm like, no, because one of the things I remember after Fallen Kingdom happened, and I had no idea because at the time when Fallen Kingdom was coming out, it kind of was weird for me, because it felt like I was like, well, what's going to happen now? The island's going to blow up. All the dinosaurs are going to die. Is this going to be the end of the show? The movies. And they were like, and one of the podcasters I watched back then, I don't remember who it was, but they said like, well, no, now it's an idea that like, now that they're everywhere and that buyers, the black market buyers have brought them kind of all over the world, like other companies could work and make it into kind of like an interesting like arms race to see who can make like the most paleo accurate dinosaurs, or who can fill what niche of a market them first. And I was like, weirdly enough, man, that has become the most interesting like facet to me as an adult now, who sees stuff, because one of the scenes I have kind of like gone back over a lot in just recent days even is like the deleted scene from The Lost World, where Peter Ludlow is talking to the InGen board and explaining how they've got like millions of dollars worth of debt, and that they could just do it if they just bring like Hammond out of being a CEO. And I've got to be honest, putting myself in that position, I've spent, most of my fortune putting it into this company of this man who said, like, we're going to make billions of dollars. And then he just turns around and is like, nah, actually, you know what? We're going to protect this island. We're not going to touch it. We're not going to do anything. Like, no, you would absolutely do that. You would absolutely try to go harvest those assets and bring them out and make the money. So for me, what I wanted to see personally, because everyone's talking about, they're like, oh, we want a new horror movie, or we want this, or we want that, or this or that. I actually want to see something different. I want to see like a purely like business like series, like dealing with like the more like, you know, like companies like having like legal disputes over these like show like Suits, or like, oh, something else, or other. I can't think of another good example. Maybe like Succession or something, you know, like something like a really good like business political thriller that deals with like, well, this company is trying to make this, and this one's doing this, and this one's going to get sued for doing this. And again, you could have that be like some really cool like corporate espionage stuff, and you still have dinosaurs in the show, but they're not like, you know, like they're not running around wild. Like it's about like how much profit can someone make from this, and how much better can we do it than the other company. And I just think that to me is a much more interesting idea than possibly whatever it is they might be doing next with the Jurassic City. But like I really want to see that. I guess that's my personal hope for the future, is that I want to see some kind of series that deals with like the interest of like what other companies can do with this technology now.
You know, I don't know if y'all have seen it, but the Marvel What If thing on Disney Plus.
Oh, I love that show.
What if something like that, but for like Jurassic?
I mean, have you seen Swerve's channel? Have you seen Swerve on YouTube? I mean, he's already been getting ahead of that stuff.
But I mean, something like
kind of his thing, yeah.
Yeah, something
start off
animated.
with, like the basic one. What if Jurassic Park was open? Like, what if it succeeded? What if it was open?
They'll be like, well, then go watch the fourth movie. Just go watch Jurassic World. That's the whole point of it. But no, I definitely see what you were saying. Like, they would be like, well, what if nothing went wrong, you know? And again, that's part of the games that you do in Jurassic World Evolution 2. Like, that's the Chaos Theory. It's the first one. It's like, well, what if you were in charge of it? What if it went well? And it's like, cool. But yeah, no, I definitely see what you're saying. Yeah, no, honestly, a what if thing would be really interesting, because like you could definitely, I imagine a lot of them would probably end with like, and then the park was opened and everything was awesome. It's like, sure, do that one time. But you're right. You'd have to really, you have to be like levels of me insane. Yeah, you'd have to be like levels of me insane to do that.
And here's the second one, San Diego.
Okay.
I would love to see what actually was supposed to go down in San Diego, because we
like
get
the auditorium,
the Chaos Theory version, but that's like our version. That's the fan version, not the
desert version.
Official, this is what was going to happen version.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Just off the top of my head, I'd imagine it'd be horrifically crowded viewings of this animal. Like it would be like a football stadium, right? Like people would be so flocking in and to want to see it. But like it's such a small area when you look at it when they're driving through it. It's like I don't know if that's gonna work out very well. But yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe it could have worked. Maybe it definitely could have worked. I think maybe they would have eventually, you know, expanded to doing what we do in the Chaos Theory, where like they buy a local area nearby and then expand the park to do that. I think that's my thought anyway.
I hated that idea. I mean, since the beginning, when I saw Picciolo present that idea, like, oh, that's actually look pretty cool now, big enough at least. And then when I actually drive in, and we see just how, we see just how tiny it is. You know, like within a few seconds, Malcolm drives through the whole thing. I'm like, that's it.
Well, is
that just it?
Yeah, it's like multiple floors on it.
Yeah,
oh, please.
But to be fair, like I mean, I'm talking about if like would you put like 3 Brachiosauruses in there? Like what are you gonna do with that? What's the plan?
If you look at the Jurassic World Evolution thing, I mean, there was that section behind it, and they would just walk into that area, kind of.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. But remember, in the movie, that's plugged in directly into like a warehouse. So like they would all just kind of like live in cages, like sitting in the background there until they get brought out. So like, oh, like a circus. So, but hey, you know, that's what it is. That is what it is.
Apart, Jurassic Circus.
Ah, yes. Yes.
But if you were to create a what if scenario, what would you guys do?
We're talking about like specific movies per movie.
I was gonna say we need a starting point.
Movies,
can't just pick
books,
the first movie.
whatever. Be creative.
No, that's too open. You got to give us a specific.
Okay.
Let me think.
let's see,
Can't think of
focus
one
on the
for you, by
movies.
the way, because that's too hard.
For Jurassic World, what if they close the park in time and we're able to save it and reopen it? How
I mean,
would
they'd
they?
be able to save themselves $800 million worth of lawsuits.
Because he was kind of like, if we close the park may never reopen. We're too
Oh,
late
absolutely
now.
not.
It's like, what if you close
Yeah.
it, got everybody out, and then we're able to kind of, get everything
You know,
under
it's weirdly fascinating how more fascinated I've become with the whole business side of like Jurassic in like recent years. Like I'm like, yeah, no, I understand from Claire's perspective. I would not close the park because if you close this place, you're never going to open it up again. Then that's billions of dollars that you've lost. So, yeah, no. What would I do? What would I do? It's a good question.
lie to the public. Say
You
some
know-
power malfunction.
Yeah. Because see,
Act of
to this thing,
terrorism. Who knows?
the thing is, I feel like we need to bring Swerve into one of these because that man has nothing but good ideas for what ifs. Like I haven't got anything off the top of my head. Like I say, to be fair, I already contributed a wonderful little side movie plot potential idea. So I feel like I've filled my quota for the day.
Message Swerve real quick.
Oh.
Text him. Ask him if he wants to come on. I'll send you a link. You can send it to him. Who knows?
I'm like Swerve, I was the guy you took that idea from like a while ago.
Hey man, what you doing?
Hey
Wanna go on
bro,
a
I'm
podcast
the guy
right
that
now?
made these Lamoras on. Oh, that's brilliant.
Not doing anything important right now, huh? Oh, Granny's funeral. Come on.
Nah, it's like Granny will still be there later.
What if Spinosaurus got on the mainland?
Ooh, you know what? Actually, funny enough, I have seen another idea. It's like someone said, like, well, what if the Spinosaurus was the first, like, big carnivore in the very first movie? Like, what if that was the main attraction, like instead of the Rex?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's interesting, but then I think, wait, we didn't really have any like water scenes really in that particular movie. I mean, you might be able to do like the Jungle River cruise thing there with the Spino, which could be interesting. But yeah. See that? I'm kind of like, but I mean, that's not
Well, at
really
the end
all
of the
that, is
day,
it?
they would probably just give it the behavior of Rexley.
Yeah,
but then
definitely.
just
They would still make it do
just
the
be
same thing.
reskin.
True, exactly.
then
Well,
it
that's
would
the
just-
same thing. Because actually, I do remember one of, again, not to bringing him up all the time, but yeah, one of Swerve's videos I did see. They were like, well, what if the Indominus Rex was the first
Why though?
big attraction in the very first movie, like in the very first one, like instead of the T-Rex, because like they couldn't. The idea is that they couldn't make like a pure T-Rex, so they just threw all the DNA together in the very first movie. And the idea at that first movie was like, well, no one's ever seen a dinosaur before. They don't know what it looks like.
Oh.
Here you go. Yeah, and I'm like, well, that makes sense. I'm like, that's actually an interesting idea. And again, it's super aggressive and it breaks out. It does all that stuff. But yeah, no, I think that could be definitely something. That is something.
This dinosaur has SEAL Team.
Yeah, you just can present
16.
as a terrorist.
Yeah, SEAL Team 16. It's good to figure it out.
God dang it.
God. I love
Jurassic
that.
Universe. This one breathes fire. Why?
I love it.
Why?
Bruh, you remember how that's how they thought Parasaurolophus actually had that big crest for? Like that was like a real thing they thought about back in like the 1800s, that it breathed fire like a dragon. I was like, I kind of want to see somebody put a gene in it to make that happen. Do it. Find some animal that
not?
makes like have some kind of like animal that has like reverse bowel syndrome, and like it has like methane coming out its breath and just ignite it.
What if Jurassic Park took place in the 1500s?
It's a horrible existence. Oh my god, mate! Everyone would just be bloody. I want to say everyone would be like marveled by it, but like I mean,
be
everything was
simple,
marveled back then. What about you, Dan? Hey, you got any interesting ideas for a what if?
Well, my what if is always with a Mo Doom, because recently I heard that they only killed the original Mo Doom because the actor himself has said that he was unfortunately about to pass away. He was truly sick. He had cancer, as far as I can remember, right?
Wow.
He told speak about, hey, kill my character. I'm not coming back for a sequel. Just kill me already. And they actually did.
In every movie. Wow, no, that makes sense. It's funny. I never looked into his. Cause
so
of death.
the thing is, what if he hadn't died? Because in the novel he has a whole another level of a badassery. I wanted to see that man fight more weapons.
That's not a bad idea. What if you saw somebody do that now? Would you be happier with that now? Would you be upset that it wasn't Muldoon?
I can't see anybody else's Muldoon.
Oh.
I'd be.
Which is funny because like
Yeah, no.
the Scott Brink reading of the first novel is he has like a very thick like Southern African accent, and he's like, I imagine him as like an African bloke, not like as Muldoon from the movie, and I'm like, that could be a thing maybe, because yeah, he's like talks like this, and he is very deep in his voice, and I'm like, okay.
It's
I mean, he is
Muldoon's
from
twin brother, Muldoon.
yeah, supposed to be from Kenya, you know. Oh Jesus, they cloned him. They cloned him through some extra DNA in there. Oh God! You remember that was one of the bloody theories going around back at like they thought they were going to do that in Camp Cretaceous because it was an animated show. You could like clone Hammond, and like Hammond could have been like portrayed by a younger voice actor, and then he like sacrifices himself to help the kids get off the island.
No, that would have been ridiculous.
I don't know, man. I mean, Wu had some crazy shit going on. And to be fair, remember, if you think about it, okay, you know what?
We did have a clone human.
That's my answer. That's my answer, Eric. That's my answer. If you were going to do a crazy thing for a what if, you do what if Hammond was cloned? Because remember, Masrani and Wu were not getting on. He specifically says to him, he says, and Hammond won't be there to protect you this time, like when the park fails. So what do? You clone Hammond, the bloke who created the place, have him come back, take back over InGen as a young man. And then, like, you know, and then, oh, mate, no, that actually would have been pretty good, actually, I think. I'm getting too ahead of myself. Yeah, again, it's just animation, so the plan doesn't go well. Like, instead of the Scorpius Rex, it's just Hammond. He gets out of, like, the frozen cryogenic thing, just gets out and goes, Yahoo! as soon as you see him, that's how you see that's his introduction.
There's an edit somewhere out there. I can almost guarantee you now. Give it a couple weeks. Somebody will make an edit of.
I hope so. Make sure that part becomes a reel specifically. And then that's what people see from this interview. They want to see like cloned young John Hammond. And that way, hey, you get the Hammond origin story. You get the prequel that people wanted. And just be like, oh, I remember how I started. Let me tell you a wee story. Like, then you could do that. You could do that in animation. It's ridiculous. But again, they cloned Maisie already. It's not like it's completely out of the ordinary for a cloned human. If anything, it's easy to clone a human because you have all the DNA, no frogs needed. Just put them in. Just bloody pop them in there, mate.
Frog DNA, make them a superhero.
And you're really gonna tell me that somewhere? Yeah, you're really gonna tell me at some point in time, if you were the creator of a bioengineering company, you're not gonna think about the idea of cloning yourself to make sure you stay in charge? Like, come on. No. That is 100%. That is 100%.
I mean, you would know about that, right, Jack?
I kind of do. I wasn't gonna get into it. I wasn't gonna self-plug for the 5th time.
Are you writing a book about Hammond being cloned?
I love that you picked up on that, Dan. I was like, damn it. I thought I'd get it past him. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. No, that's my
John Hammond coming out of a bush.
Not with me.
Hey, oh, man, yeah. I can imagine. You know, I think it'd be wild if, like, this little like hypothetical clone of Hammond, like, he only knew his catchphrases. He didn't know how to speak normally. Like, he's just programmed. Like, he comes out. He's like, someone's like, the Darius and them. They've got like the gun that they were using on Blue at season 3, and they're like, "Who's there?" And he just comes out of the bush. And he's just like, "Well, I owned an island off the coast of Costa Rica," and that's the first thing he says. You're like, "What?" And then he's like, "Well, if you kids could give me a wee testimony, I could get back on schedule." I'm just like, that's just how he communicates. Oh, because he was never trained. Really that's such a good idea. That's 100%. I want that to happen now in some form. Just give me some insane idea.
You do it.
Oh, he tries to come back over the country.
In the middle of a homicidal attack by a theropod, he just goes, "People are dying." That's it. It just goes for.
He's just running next to him. People are dying. It's like, yes, Hammond, yes, running or you're going to die.
Indeed, sir. Indeed.
Yeah. By the end of it, he just feels like, "Grant!" Just dies. It's like, oh my God, what? What do you mean? Yeah.
That's how he sacrifices himself.
Just like, I don't endorse your park, so do I. It's the last thing he says.
Even better, he's miniature like the elephant he had.
Oh, it's genius. He's a pygmy. He's a pygmy Hammond. He's like short.
Mini Hammond, man.
He's just cloned the elephant right next to him, and he just rides it around everywhere.
You know, the worst part is I say this, and I hate that this idea is growing, but I could see Sammy from the show, because she loves everything. She'd be like, "Oh, look at this little guy." You know, she would absolutely take to him, and she'd like be like, "Oh, we can look after him." He's just like this little like midget dude just in her arms. Oh, I could see that happen. I really want that to happen now. Really? Oh man, boys! I promise you this: if I ever get Lenny picked up for for like if my work ever gets me noticed and they bring me on board, I'm pitching that idea. I'm putting that in there.
Make it a
I'm like, do
comedy.
a clone.
Just make it just like a.
That's what I'm saying.
comedy
You could
version.
hire, and the thing is, if he's young, you could just hire anybody with a Scottish accent. Just do it. Oh god. By the way, can you imagine? By the way, if he sees like pteranodons flying overhead with like the group, and he's just like he points up and goes, "Condors." Like he's confused.
No, condors.
Condors. If I were to create a flock of condors on this island, you wouldn't have anything to say. It's like, no, we were talking about making a boat. Like, no, we were talking about getting to the coast, mate. Don't worry. Like, he can only talk in the mannerisms. That's insane. I love that idea so much. Okay, all right. All right. I'm done on that now. But that's just brilliant. But my cheeks.
Wait, no. Last one. Someone mentioned global warming. They were melting.
I brought you all to the island, and the only one on my side is the blood fucking lawyer. There's an argument within the group, and he's one guy.
Oh yeah. They're all talking about like who has to go out and get supplies. They're trying to make the lawyer do it, and then it's like the last thing. Someone's like, he does a good job. He goes out and he finds stuff, brings it back, and he goes, in 48 hours, I'll be accepting your apologies.
No. He brings back the food and he goes, so who's hungry?
Who has ice cream? Then, oh my god, no, he brings back food. It's like, they're all melting.
Oh, ginger ice cream, like in the novels.
It's not ice cream. It's not ice cream. Oh my god, you know what? That would have been perfect when they had the frozen pizzas in Cretaceous Season 2.
Oh, yeah.
Could have had Hammond there and be like, they're all melting. Like, yes, we're trying to make them melt, Hammond. That's the idea. I'm sorry. I got way too deep into this. This is what I do. Dan. This is how my brain processes these Jurassic ideas.
Coming out soon.
I'm literally gonna have to write a third story now, Dan. I need you to know that.
Sure.
Just like what if Hammond groaned? Oh Jesus Christ!
We're ruining this man's podcast.
I know. We absolutely degraded into nothing here. This is just wild.
That was the last thing that he told the Henry Wu. He was like, my park is failing. I need you to clone me. And he was like, I will hide it from the public.
Well, the worst part is, I genuinely think he would have done that, like in the Lost World, like when he was ill, he's dying, he knows he's not going to be around, and then he takes like one of the last. He's like, he has something in his will. He's like, once my life ends, take a blood sample of my DNA to the last point of my memory, and then clone me from that. And now I'm like, damn, that'd be so wild, man. Ah, that would have been brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Because that would have been the last thing. Oh my god, you know what? That's crazy about, because that would have been the last thing he remembers, the fact that his company was dealing with a corporate takeover from his nephew, and he just gets cloned 20 years later after Ludlow's dead and after Jurassic World has fallen, and he's just like, he thinks he has to reclaim his company, and InGen's been like bought up by Maserati. It's just, he's missed so much. It's like a little Captain America story. He's like a man out of time. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I love that. No, I'm sorry. Jesus, we're going far too long on that. I really want to see that. Tell me you don't want to see that. Dan, you better bring that up to the next person on your podcast. Just be like, hey, so we have this crazy idea. And you'll be like, what is it? And you'll be like,
you know what?
I'll show you.
Let's swerve to be there.
Oh, God. You just see the T-Rex.
You invited to suffer with
us. Swerve. Do it.
Yeah, just do it.
What do you got
whoever it is next. Whoever you bring. Even if it's with the rest of everybody. Yeah, what if Hammond got cloned?
I mean, we don't have a reputation, right? We have to lose.
Oh, my God. I've got like a dry throat laughing at that now. That was wild. Oh. Jesus, I love that. Right. So, what other question were we leading into? Was Jurassic 7, wasn't it?
I've got no idea.
Where even were we? We went off of... I need you to have us back again, man. This has been way too much fun already, bro. This is madness. Oh, man.
Although, I would like them to focus on newer. I say newer, but like different dinosaurs than like the main ones that they've been focusing on, because they have a very popular pick. They're like T-Rex, Velociraptor,
Velociraptor,
Triceratops.
T-Rex, Stegosaurus, Pteranodon. Yeah, they've got they got their main 10. I know what you're saying, and that's one of the things I actually do quite enjoy about playing Evolution. I just noticed it recently. Like the game gives you many other options of the same sort of genre of like dinosaurs. So like you could have like a park that has like Styracosaurus and Camarasaurus instead of like Brachiosaurus and Trike, the most popular ones. You could have like other ones. So you're right. You could absolutely do like different species.
The movies have definitely gone away from those core 10 and have had some other, like we've seen like Sinoceratops, Gigantosaurus, whatever I'm pointing at there. We have like Dreadnoughtus and things like that, but we still have those like core 10 in the forefront, and they're just kind of shoved in your face, and it's like, well, instead of Velociraptor, what if we had a feathered Deinonychus or Utah Raptor or something?
I love that you bring up Deinonychus because again, not to self plug, but again, that's definitely going to be in my story, Deinonychus.
Oh dear.
Well, I mean, it was the original plan instead of Velociraptor, but
that is true. That is true. Apparently, that's what Crichton based them on, which is funny because then they just discovered Utah Raptor like at the same year as the movie come out. I'm just like, wow, that's some ironicness there.
Yeah, let's not forget that Jacona was like, see, we created that.
We found that. That's ours.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But instead of
okay, sorry, just a thought. I just thought you said Jack Horner, and it just triggered my brain. What? Okay, here's the thing, Eric. I want to ask you something. I've asked Dan this a long time ago when I first met him. Where do you stand on like paleo accuracy and the importance of it being brought into into the Jurassic Park movies? Because Jurassic Park kind of holds the staple of dinosaur movies and films. So in a way, it has a responsibility to show that. But me myself, I want to know you, but me myself, I don't care, man. The rule of cool is what reigns supreme in that. Like, I don't want to see them all as tiny little chickens, mate. Like, I don't want to see that. I want to see them be
distinct. I feel like it definitely does depend, though. So you've already shown Rexy as this giant, scaly monster. You can't just 180 and make it completely different. It's like, what?
Exactly.
But if you're introducing a new species, they might as well just go ahead and try to make it somewhat accurate.
Well, that's the idea of like why I like the idea of like a corporate dinosaur wars. Like that's the thing. It's like they make a Gen 2 or a V2 and they try to make it more accurate. Like you can do that sort of stuff. But like for me personally, like because everybody complains mostly about the design of the Giga from Dominion, right? They say like looked like it was drawn by an edgelord. Well, here's the thing, right? You remember that design no matter if you like it or if you don't. You know what you don't remember? Like I don't know, just like the way the Giga looked in like Evolution. It just looked like a normal big unremarkable theropod, and that's what most of them were in reality. I get that, but you're meant to like distinguish them from different, like you could pick out an allosaur from Jurassic Park and like in a crowd of like 20 other small medium carnivores. Their designs of Jurassic Park because they're all distinctive, even if they're completely inaccurate, like the Pyroraptor and all that stuff. The thing is, you remember the Pyroraptor because it was like, oh, that's the red feathery one, like because they look different and distinguishable enough. Like I'm not fussed if Velociraptor's like 6 foot tall or whatever. Like sure, if you can avoid it in future, make it enough like accurate enough to the point where like sure it doesn't matter that much, but like it doesn't need for me like to reign supreme, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I thought you were about to ask in like dinosaur franchises in general, and I'm like, well, if you're making a documentary about them, then yes, they have to do
yes, of course. Well,
that's ridiculous. And it's like
because we got Walker Dinosaurs 20 years out of date now, sure. But again, the thing is, every dinosaur in that movie, in those shows, like most of them, super unique, and they you remember them because they're all different looking, even if they're in the different time periods and etc.
We got like Prehistoric Planet and Life on Our Planet now, and those are definitely very
incredible.
Good, and they're incredible. That. But you also got the other side with like Jurassic Park, where it's also like I give it the lenience of. Well, it's not just the T-Rex anymore. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not actually dinosaurs.
True. And like I've said before, like Jurassic Park kind of holds the staple in Hollywood on dinosaur movies because I don't know if you know this, like many years ago, or maybe not many now, but like there was a Turok movie supposed to come out in like 2008-ish, right? And as soon as it was pitched, it was shut down. Because it was different. It was too different from Jurassic Park, and like the animals would have looked different from what they were in that. So it didn't even get past the sketch. And we got obviously 65 a couple of years ago now, maybe 1 year ago or whatever. But Yeah, no, it just goes to show you. I'm sorry, Jurassic Park. It's meant to be the main staple. You can have other ones, and I know people say competition breeds success and all that stuff, but really, like at the moment and for the foreseeable future, I don't really see any other franchise out there doing dinosaurs better than Jurassic Park. So yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
So I mean, yeah, I agree. You do got that. Like, okay, well, they're not just dinosaurs anymore. You got this other lizard, snake,
Yeah,
fish,
whatever they were in that movie, whatever they were. I wasn't even going to go into that part, but yeah, I was just like I don't. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't care if they're not scientifically bloody complete and accurate. And I understand that might be a massive insult to like all the paleontologists out there that dedicate their days and their lives to this.
Well, it's not a documentary series, so it doesn't
exactly. And they build in the but they build in the reasoning. It's like these are not pure animals. They're not. They're meant to look different because we mixed with their DNA. So that should just be fine. That should be the idea. So I don't know. That's just always something that I've always sort of wondered.
Off as like a documentary series, it's like, okay, well then you're just dumb because then it's not.
Yeah, exactly. And the biggest problem is and the biggest problem is if you do that, if you try to make them paleo accurate, no matter what you do, no matter how like down to the minute detail of like the claws correctly are you with like pronated wrists and all that, in 2 years time it won't be that. They'll have made other discoveries and then you'll be considered like, oh, you're outdated or whatever. So it doesn't matter. Just make something that looks cool, and that's enough for me. Like, you don't need to go to all that extra bloody effort, you know?
Like, at this point, just have, like, a passing comment about, like, the Velociraptor. Somebody's like, that's not what a Velociraptor looks like.
Yeah, I mean, and you can do that now, yeah. Yeah, post-Dominion, you can absolutely do that. Yeah, you can. Funny enough, I again, like, not to circle back too much, but, like, I'm really wanting to see, like, a future show about, like the black market and stuff like in Malta. Like, you could have a conversation like that. Like, someone's like, no, I ordered a Velociraptor. Like, it's a big animal. It's like, no, these are raptors. It's like the little ones. It's like the accurate ones, because like that's the idea. Like, you can do that. Like, people now know about these things post Dominion. So yeah, you can definitely do that.
But you should also like.
Oh, that's the best part about Dominion.
Oh, the Malta stuff. No, I quite loved all that stuff as well.
Yeah. You got to have.
You can tell all that. Yeah.
Somewhat accuracy versus complete accuracy, and you
exactly.
Like, you can't be like
yeah. Okay, a perfect example. The Allosaurus.
Minus. It's like shut up.
No, that's a fair point. And I suppose the biggest point of contention to point out that is that, like, the Allosaurus debacle, right, from Fallen Kingdom to Battle at Big Rock, like, that come out and everybody was like, I don't know what that is. What is that? And then they said, like, oh, that's an Allosaurus. And they were like, I don't think so. Try again. And they were like, no one believed them. And they're like, no, this is an Allosaurus. This is. And people were going on saying, like, that skull's completely different, the wrong shape and everything. And, like, so maybe you're right. Maybe you do need a certain amount of, like, you know, accuracy with that and stuff like that. But, like, again, it doesn't need to be 1 for 1, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, my thing was, it was like, I saw that Allosaurus and I was just like, that thing looks dumb.
Yeah, which is weird because, like, it had it had the ballad. If you remember, it had the bloody the Ballad of Big Al, like, color scheme. It had the red crest, the gray body, and I was like, so I could figure that out what it was. Not first time I watched it. I mentioned until, like, they say it later on in the movie. Yeah, look at him. God, this man has everything, Dan. I tell you, look at him. Bloody legend, I tell you.
Not everything. I wish
I did. It's humiliation.
Well, you know, we'll get him a big enough fan base and send him Patreon donations. We'll get him to buy the rest of it. Oh God! But no, like, yeah. So I don't know. Like just to finish off on that point, like, no, paleo accuracy is not the be all and end all, make or break moment for me in Jurassic Park movies. Like, I enjoy seeing a mostly accurate dinosaur, but again, until someone pointed out to me, like, they're like, no, that Pyroraptor is horrifically inaccurate. So is that Atrociraptor? I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I don't feel any different about them now than when I saw it because of that. Like, they just look cool in the movie, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, most of the dinosaurs are horribly inaccurate.
Exactly. And, like, you know, that's and I get that that's upsetting to people, but for me, I'm like, that's fine.
Although okay. I do guess the environment should probably be somewhat accurate. So Velociraptors don't live in a jungle, so maybe don't put them in a jungle.
No,
But
that's
that's a
true.
different
But I
argument.
do like the idea that they kind of adapt to that, and they come into like this new world. They're like, well, we can use this because jungles weren't around back then. I'm like, it was like, well, this is great for concealment. We can just use this. So they kind of adapt to doing that in Jurassic Park, which you
Yeah.
know, I like that idea. But no, I see what you're saying, because like you see all like the herbivores in like the Jurassic World when they're going through the Gyrosphere Valley, they're living in like a grass field, and they probably would be like, what is all this stuff?
It's like they can't eat any of that.
No, so I imagine they would have had to like genetically modify them enough to be able to have stomachs that can do that. So, but again, like they've never confirmed nor denied that.
And,
Oh, they
like,
had some like cow DNA and it's it.
Probably, honestly. I mean, they always act like big. Yeah, I mean, they said that in the first movie. It's like they kind of think of it as kind of a big cow.
but I'm also
Yeah.
like, at the end of the day, it's a movie. Shut up and watch it.
Exactly,
Have
like
fun with
just
it.
guys, and that's why it annoys me to the no ends of the earth. Like every time I see someone being like, "Oh, this one wasn't good, and this one wasn't great either," and I don't like Dominion because of this. It didn't feel like the. I'm like, guys. Then again, they're to circle back to the very beginning of like this recording. They're not Star Wars. They're not Marvel. They don't have like 50 movies in the bloody franchise. We have 6 of these things and one show. Just be happy with that. And if you don't like it, don't wreck it for other people who actually do enjoy it. It's crazy to me.
I mean, it's again, like I've said, it's not a documentary. It's not meant
No.
to be a documentary. It's meant to just be go to the movies, have fun, watch the plot.
I can see you chewing on an idea there, Dan.
No, I mean it's just that, as you said, Eric. I had so much fun watching Dominion in the cinema. There are huge issues with this thing, right? I mean,
True.
plenty of issues, but I still love it. You know, it's my
Yeah.
beloved little ugly baby.
It's the best way of phrasing it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that walking up to somebody and be like, "This is my cute, lovely little ugly baby." How weird is he? We love him though. We still tolerate him. We still count him. Jesus.
I don't know.
But
they
like,
have
I would
kids.
like them to kind of tear away from the main 10 dinosaurs more.
Mm, definitely. Definitely. Here's the thing, right? Like, I think that aquatic animals and the flying reptiles, they are the most hazardous. Like, you can have like all different species on the land. That's a fine, because the thing is, ironically, this falls back to the idea of control, and that's the whole idea of Jurassic Park, is that you can't control these things. But if you put bloody aquatic animals in the ocean, there's no stopping that. Like, you can't track those
we
down
only
and hunt
know
those
like,
down.
7% of the ocean.
Exactly, and
That
not only
thing's
that, but like,
gone.
yeah, they can cause untold catastrophic bloody fail. So when I heard that the Mosasaurus and Fallen Kingdom was going to get into the ocean, I was like, well, then you need to kill that thing, because if that thing gets out there and eats like I said, the last of the humpbacks or something, like that's just going to be catastrophic for like, you know, the plankton bloody standard in the ocean and stuff. And it's just, yeah. And then like you got the Quetzalcoatlus in the
Oh god.
Dominion, like the big flying one. That thing would be flying around attacking bloody, you know, jetliners and everything like that, man. Like that'd be like, I'm like, those ones feel like true, like terrifying ideas. Like you don't make aquatics and you don't make flying animals. Like anything on the land, that's fine because you can control that. But if something
Here's
like
the
that,
thing.
that's too much.
What like you get the like argument like it's like
Mm.
oh a T-Rex is now wild in the Midwest.
Mm.
What would it feed on though? Deer? Could
I
it
mean-
actually catch a deer?
Probably not, honestly.
Claire
Oh.
cannot run that in heels. I don't think it could catch a deer.
Yeah, but it was sluggish. It just woken up from a nap. It's like, what are you flying this red thing for, man? Oh, I got to fight now. Oh God, fine.
Fine. That's why I was losing.
Yeah, just woken up. Just woke up, bro. It didn't wash its face. Hadn't eaten its extra goat that morning. Oh God. No, but it's funny because people
that's
point out
why
to me in that
it was
movie, they were like,
malnourished and Fallen.
yeah, because people point out to me in that movie, they were like, well, wait, if the Indominus was part raptor and stuff, it's talking to the raptors. It's also mostly part Rex too, mate, wasn't it? Why wouldn't it talk to the Rex and just be like, hey, bro, let's be buddies? It's like, no, I get it. 2 big alpha animals, you can't have them in the same space, yada yada.
Well, 2 Rexes live together. 3,
I mean, yeah, that's exactly right.
7.
So it's like, yeah. Well, you know, what did they say, everybody? What's the franchise catchphrase? Life finds a way. I said the thing. I'll take the
way to
paycheck now.
kind of make sense.
Oh God.
But like
Absolutely brilliant.
instead of T-Rex, maybe they bring in like a larger not a larger, but like maybe another large theropod like that. And
Oh, another one like the acrocantho. That's what people are asking.
Nobody take Carcharodontosaurus because I'm kind of using that.
or Gorgosaurus, or like. Where I put my notebook?
You got another one ready to go.
Let's just flip through a couple options. You got like Acrocanthosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus.
I got 'em.
Screw it. Like you can even bring back Spinosaurus, Megalosaurus. I mean, there's all kinds of things. Carlophosaurus. There's a lot that you could pick from.
You certainly could. I definitely think a little scene in like an Arctic thing on like snow speeders trying to like get away from like Cryolophosauruses would be pretty cool. Like seeing like a frozen environment. Can you imagine that? Like they do like a little Fast and Furious thing where like they jump over like a little snow ramp, like jump over and smack one of them in the face. Oh, that'd be brilliant.
Cryolophosaurus there too. I mean,
yeah, there you go. Look at him. Yeah.
It took me way too. I found a Cryolophosaurus before I found like Sinoceratops. I'm a little disappointed in that.
That's wild. That's absolutely bloody wild.
Who knows? But like another Abelisaur instead of Carnotaurus. You got like Majungasaurus. You got other.
Well,
like,
while we've got him here, Dan, I know you're not a big fan of the new Beckel Spinex that they're bringing into Chaos Theory. I know you've been very vocal and not enjoying that one so far. In fact, it just looks like a Giga with like a spine on the back. It's like, yeah, no, I can understand a little bit of the frustration there. But to be fair, you ask anybody that you know what a Beckel Spinex is beforehand, and if they hadn't even seen Dominion, to them they might just be like a brand new looking dino. What do you reckon about that?
No, I mean, totally. But the point is that Dominion is now a part of this whole franchise. We have suffered through the thing. We're gonna take it into account now. All right.
Well, technically, if you
don't try to step back now.
I mean, technically, if you think about it, Chaos Theory takes place before Dominion, before we ever see the Giga. So technically, this Beckel Spinex is the original.
So this is kind of what I could find.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
there it is. That is.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at it.
Yeah, it is kind of.
I love it.
You got the Allosaurus there.
You know what? Honestly, man, though, it looks more unique, honestly, with those like little fins on top of its head than the Giga. So I would definitely give that a pass. I would give it a pass.
I'm looking forward to seeing more Allosaurus action, though.
True.
Again, I'm
true.
biased,
You know one that really weirdly kind of annoyed me. Now I know we just had a whole tangent about Paleoacacy and how it shouldn't matter, but one that really annoyed me actually was in the secret episode of King Cretaceous with that Tarbosaurus. Like when they had that in the little when they had it in the interactive episode, like. I was like, that thing is as big as a T-Rex. I'm like, why? I know for a fact Tarbosaurus is supposed to be like the smaller cousin. Like, why is it the same size? It literally does. I'm like, why are we doing that? Just make it smaller. Make it Toro size. You can't tell me you haven't got the model and the rig for it. Just make it that size. Like, come on. I don't know. That was just one thing I was just thinking about there. I just got triggered. I don't know.
Or instead of Tarbosaurus, Tarbosaurus is just a smaller T-Rex, is what I'm being
Exactly,
honest.
it's just a smaller T-Rex, which is funny because technically, though, Eric, it plays to your idea of like, hey, don't use the same 10 dinosaurs because I was worried you were going to say, just make it the T-Rex if it's going to be that size. It's like, bro, you want different ones. Here's something different.
Yeah, but at that point, you might as well have just made it the T-Rex, though, because it is just T-Rex again. So it's kind of like...
True.
It's like a reskinned T-Rex, so it's kind of like there is more variety to choose from.
Yeah, exactly. There are other theropods.
Especially because the models are too similar.
I know. I do admit that's a bit of a problem. But again, now I'm thinking about it though, like that's you know what? That's the first time I've actually seen the Beckel Spinex. Thank you, Eric. Without it being like a fuzzy pixelated image. So honestly, I would give that a pass if its eye somehow is that big. It's like way like just unproportionately big compared to its face. Like it's just like the biggest eye we've ever seen in like a Jurassic Park movie. I think I would definitely be like, nah, it's its own thing, and that's fine.
Yeah, here. This is actually the like perfect image for this, so I don't have to pull up 6 or 7 images.
I'm excited. By the way, Dan, I want you to know we are never doing another podcast on Zoom ever again. We're just going to use this. I'm going to have Helen whip up some wonderful background images for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
It's probably working pretty well for you, not for me though.
That's the shot. That's it. Exactly right, Eric. That's the shot. I remember watching that.
The eye crest is barely different. The face is the exact same, and that it's like
exactly
the head's smaller.
Exactly. I remember, and again, It's not even the design. I like the design of the Tabo. I do.
Yeah, I don't
but
hate
that
it.
exactly that exact shot, Eric, is exactly the one I was thinking of when I said that. I was like, why is it the same size? Because in the other version of this interactive episode, you have Toro going up against Rex in the same kind of pose and the same shot, and it's smaller. Just
Yeah,
have the Tabo be smaller. I'm sorry.
Tarbosaurus
Again, I'm
is
just.
here.
I can't. I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. Thank God you can't see me. My hands are just flying everywhere. I'm just like,
Let's see
no.
if I
He was
can.
losing his mind.
I am. You can tell. I'm in too deep. I'm always in too deep with this franchise.
Tarbosaurus isn't insanely smaller than T-Rex,
No, it's not.
but
It's
it's
not like
also not.
it's not that big. I just remember being like upset. It was like that big. I was like, why? Why? And I
Here.
know why. But like, why?
But it's also like I don't hate the design, but it's also like
No.
it's too similar to the T-Rex.
Yeah. No. And I know.
So
And I mean, I get that. I do get
it,
that, unfortunately. But like,
it might.
because I know they just kind of took. See, there you go. There
Yeah,
you
Oh, look,
go.
he's
Like,
cuddly.
exactly. Do that. Just do
And
that.
there are like a bunch of other large theropod dinosaurs that you could have chosen from,
True.
and
True.
it
I mean,
not
to be
be
fair,
the exact same as
like
T-Rex.
Albertosaurus for one other instance there. Like, I mean, it's in like evolution, so we know it's within the franchise. So use those other ones, like they're significantly different looking. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the weird one.
Well, I'd go for something smaller, like I mentioned before, Jack. Like Oviraptor is a terrifying carnivore if you make it look right.
Oh
Not
yeah,
like
no,
a chicken
most
with its head
definitely.
cut off.
No, no, not like that one. I mean, make it actually terrifying and not a bloody headless chicken.
Well, they got a Gigantoraptor now. They've put into Evolution 2. I don't know if you actually. Yeah,
Oh,
have you
I've
seen that,
seen
Dan?
that.
Yeah, Dan, have
But
you
I
seen
wanted
that?
something
Yeah.
smaller to be a bit more perilous than just like a big old carnivore that can't fit into small spaces.
And there are like a lot of crazy dinosaurs. Like instead of because it doesn't even actually have to be that big of a dinosaur. Toro proves that. So why
That
not
is
put
true.
something
True.
really unique like Concavinator in there?
You know, it's crazy. You just brought Taurus up again. I was just thinking about it now. I'm thinking of all the little niches in Cretaceous now because been running too long. It's that I remember watching Gaming Beavers like live stream season 5 when the infamous season 5 of when like they put the chip inside Taurus's head and Kenji makes him give him like a fist bump. I just remember I remember watching that and loving that. Yeah, I know. I remember
Oh, that
loving that.
hurt so
Yeah,
deep.
I know. And then people was like having like a seizure. He's like, oh no. I'm like, come on, if you're ever gonna do it, you do it then. Like that's fun. That's some fun stuff. Oh,
Or
man.
don't even make it a carnivore. Make it something really unique, like just like a
Mhm.
because herbivores aren't as friendly as people cut them out to be.
Indeed. That's why I suggested the Gigantoraptor because it's like a very, it's
Yeah.
like it's different. It's like it's a herbivore, but with like the beak of like a terror bird, and it's like got the size of one as well. I'm like, yeah, do that. I might even do that. I might do that in another
Therizinosaurus
thing.
proved that as well.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, how do you think the Thera was handled in Dominion? The Therizinosaurus, a long, sticky boy with the fingers.
Putting accuracy aside, I don't know why it was blind.
I imagine, weirdly enough, that Biosyn would have intentionally made it blind because it was causing too much of a havoc, I reckon. So I think that's like one of those like little small little details you could go into, or the idea of that, like you've seen the like the behind the scenes concept art, I'm sure, with like the like the shadow of it coming through the parasail, like the parachute thing, and I'm like that could have definitely worked as well with that because every other dinosaur in Dominion just kind of gets thrown in there. It's like, hey, here's a Bioraptor, here's an Atrociraptor, here's this and that and this and that, but the Thera takes like a minute or two to really like see it in like full scale, Which I do
Yeah,
think people were saying that they wanted to see again. Dan, wasn't that what they were saying in the last podcast?
I'd like to see Therizinosaurus again. I mean,
Yeah, I got no qualms against it.
No, like if you're going for a smaller carnivore just to have for their scene, why not an adult Dilophosaurus? I haven't seen one yet. Like a big old Dilo.
Yeah, the 20-foot one, the one that they were talking about.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just seen
no, that's
smaller
it.
ones.
Well, I kind of like the idea actually that like the adult Dilophosaurus, they would like lose the ability to spit venom because like it's something that they have when they're young, like it's like a extra mechanism to like take down prey. But then like when they grow older, like their frills kind of like shrivel up and grow away, and they can't like spit anymore. They're just like big carnivores. Kind of like that
I
idea.
mean,
A little bit of
kinda
evolution
makes
thrown in there.
sense.
Yeah.
Or
Nah.
because you can even go. Because I'm still thinking about the Tarbosaurus thing. I don't know.
Oh, I know.
Maybe I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate
don't
it either.
hate
But
it,
when
but
it
it's
came
just
out,
kind
I
of
was
like
like, ooh, when I realized that it was only until that exact shot, actually, Eric, and I love that you pointed that exact one out because that was the scene. I was like, oh, because I was loving it up until then. I was like, oh, this is cool, and I was like, oh my god, it's way too big. What's going on?
I'm like,
Why
it's
is this?
the exact. It was like a slightly tweaked. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
we're using a new dinosaur. We're using Tarbosaurus. Everybody's like, whoa, and it's like a slightly
Meow.
tweaked T-Rex, and you're like, really?
And you're like,
Is that
ah,
it?
damn. Once again, we were so close to greatness.
Because
So
here's
close.
the thing. Here's the thing that people
Mm.
don't realize. You get something like an Abelisaurus that's like Rugops or Majungasaurus or
Ah, yes.
unironically Abelisaurus. They hunted sauropods, so
Yeah.
they are dangerous.
Hmm.
You toss one of them in there and you give it a little size boost. I don't know. Why not?
Meh. That's
But,
a fair
like,
point.
It would be there's a lot of very unique ones. They have very unique skull shapes. It's
Mm.
like maybe you toss that in there.
Yeah, maybe we just give it something a little different, a little bit of a new sprinkles.
Maybe I'm just
I like it.
fangirling over Majungasaurus right now for
Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Majungasaurus in there somewhere. Like again, I would like to see it in like a crime like kind of show, like an underground like exchange kind of show, like focus centric show. I think because that'd be a
So-
perfect place to see it. You'd be like, yeah,
I don't know if you've heard of them, but fossil crates they have Majungasaurus
Ooh.
skulls.
oh wow,
So I've been kind of fangirling over Majungasaurus a little bit,
yeah,
and I would love to see one in the Jurassic franchise.
Whoa, it's gorgeous.
of course. I thought
I
you
do
were
not
gonna
remember
tell me. No, are you gonna go into Jurassic Fight Club? Talk about that old hot pile, a whole but you know, that's a carbon dating
I
reference
mean,
there.
you
Shows
remember
my
that they
age.
say about the
I watched that too.
the Majunga in the show,
True.
right? They say it's so ugly that not even their mother could live him. So.
Yeah, it was a very big turkey gobbler boy in that one there. But you know, once again, but here's the thing. Once again, ugly, but you remember it. You remember it, don't you? For better or worse, you do remember it,
Right.
and that's what's important to me. The fact that I remember these things. I would actually honestly challenge you boys to think of the most like unremarkable dinosaur in the Jurassic Park franchise in any movie or any show. What's the most unremarkable one that you think that you would forget, like not intentionally? I mean, like just without thinking about it.
Well, you're asking.
Because
us to
honestly,
think about it.
I know
And-
that's the
And
idea,
my
right?
answer
Like,
is the tiny weird T-Rex one that they had in the glass box in Dominion.
In Dominion,
I
right?
forgot what
Oh,
it.
Morris
I don't
Intrepidus.
even remember what it's called. I
Yeah,
don't even remember what
Morris
species it is.
Intrepidus. Yeah, very different. Yeah, it actually took me a few watches to actually catch that one too. Yeah, but no, like, all right, that's actually a fair point. That's a fair point. And yeah, no, that's a fair point. Yeah, I'm trying to think of one that because again, I'm a super nerd over here. I know more. I can't pick the games though because that doesn't work. I would honestly maybe say. Okay, you know what? It's probably not the right answer, but like I would probably maybe give it like the Jurassic Park 3 like Ankylosauruses, like the black and the
Yeah.
red ones.
People had kind
Maybe.
of forgotten about Ankylosaurus
Yeah.
until
Yeah, because that's
Jurassic
the first
World.
time we ever saw them. Yeah, it was in JP3, and then we of course we get like Jurassic World comes out, and they have a much more distinguished look to them, and then we get Bumpy as well, and I'm like,
And even then, that Ankylosaurus is kind of just in the background.
it is.
for,
It's there for like a
shot.
scene, and then it's gone, and it's in like the river cruise, and that's it. I'm just like, huh. Okay then. Okay.
So it's like
Well, I love
you
that
get this
design.
Ankylosaurus
Like-
model, and it's just kind of
Yeah.
like they probably
Yeah.
just reused them too. The same
Probably.
model.
Well, the thing is, the one in Jurassic World, obviously, that the Indominus fights and kills and stuff. That's a different model, obviously, because they don't have the same kind of spikes on like the shoulders and stuff. So they did rework the model, which is good and stuff like that. But no, I do remember just being a kid and seeing the Ankylosaurus for like a second. I was like, wow, that thing there looks cool, and it just kind of became my favorite herbivore. After that, I have no real other.
Cephalosaurus was kind of forgettable too. It kind of had the one scene in the second one.
Yeah, and by the way, actually, it's funny, Eric, that you've made me think about this now because I've never really thought about it, not using the main 10. But yeah, like the Paki came around, but then they've kind of replaced it in recent years with the Stiggy Moloch.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that works. Hey, there he is.
It's a bit more unique.
Yeah, true, it is. I must say. So yeah, maybe you're right.
Bring back Roland. I don't care what you say.
Look, I saw someone. I was looking a couple of months ago. I was looking at like different Dominion interpretations written by fans and stuff on YouTube, and I was telling Dan about this. And one of them began with the fact that like Roland Tembo was the bloke coming back trying to hunt down the T-Rex at the beginning of the movie, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of some fun, but also I'm like, I don't know if it's a good idea long term, unfortunately, because then you'd be like, well, where's he been? Why didn't they hire him at Jurassic World? Why didn't he do this and do that and do this?
To be fair, he wasn't hired. Well, he was hired by Engine, but he also kind of They gave him a job. They offered him a job at Jurassic World.
That's right.
Jurassic Park San Diego.
That's
he was
right.
like, no. So that could be. Maybe they did offer him a job, and he was just like, I'm not. Until they were on the
I don't want to come back.
Like, nope.
Yeah, I'm like, nope, no, thank you, no more for me.
Then they're back on the mainland. He's like, well, now I got to.
And also,
give him like a crazy backstory. Screw it.
Yeah.
He caught a dinosaur in his house. His wife and kids were murdered by a dinosaur. Something crazy like that. So now he's seeking vengeance on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do a John Wick story in Jurassic Park. He just lost his dog. So
he just lost his baby Triceratops. He bought off the black market for 47. Oh no, Dad! Don't give me that idea, because now I'm gonna spar with it. I immediately just thought of like a person, like a retired hitman buys a Triceratops off the black market for his daughter. They get broken into. The Triceratops gets murdered, and he hunts down these men that now owe him $47,000. Like. Tries to kill them all and takes all their money. Like, you can absolutely do that. Damn it.
Well, here's the thing that I heard. Those big dinosaurs wouldn't actually be the problem that people think they are.
Oh.
It would be the small ones like Protoceratops and Leptoceratops, these small little cute dinosaurs. Because everybody and their wife and their daughter and their son is going to be like, oh, it's like a cute dog. And then they're going to realize that it's a giant reptile thing. And then it's going to happen like in Florida with anacondas and or not anacondas, boa constrictors or whatever they toss down there. People are just going to release them. And then they're going to tear up everybody's yard, break down the road, start attacking cars and things because they're not necessarily that small. They're also really dangerous. They can bite clean through your forearm. And it's Jesus. These little things are going to be like, people are going to be like, it's like a dog, but it's not. And then they're just going to breed rapidly. And then they're just going to be everywhere.
Jesus. So here's a bit of a different one for you both. I want to see what your answers are because, again, I'm very biased to my own answer. But, like, if you guys could set a location for the next Jurassic Park movie, right? What would you set it in, and where would you set it? Like a country specific. Where would you focus it?
India.
Okay.
I guess it would depend on the plot and what dinosaurs I'm using.
I imagine so. Well, here's the thing. You got to take into the account of the lore. Like, the black market that's stretched all the way around the world has just kind of spread random dinosaur species to every point of the globe. So you could have access to almost anything. And anything that you wanted, you could just, get it off the black market. So I guess like species doesn't really limit your options.
So
the thing is that the plan that I had before, right, of having this tiny little bottle movie with just a tiny little village, that could be anywhere in the world. And for some reason, I saw a Rajasaurus, and I thought, you know what, they have it, India.
You know what? Why not? Just do it.
Rajasaurus, make it happen.
Throw in Rajasaurus, Majungasaurus, Rugops, everything with the letter R. Just throw it in.
Why not? Yeah.
Oh God. No, Jesus. No, my
Raptor. Make it
Yeah,
take place in Japan. Have another Godzilla reference.
put it in Scotland. Make everybody, like all the Scottish people, just pissed off they can't get down the pub. Oh, this is right shite again, man. The raptors be ripping up me sheep. I can so see that happening. Oh God.
Hearing John Hammond's accent all around. Beautiful.
We'll make Jurassic World St. Patrick edition.
Oh,
there's prehistoric snakes. There's prehistoric snakes in Ireland.
It's just all
prehistoric
green.
snakes in Ireland, and there's this one dude. His name is Patrick, and he has to beat them all up and kick them out.
Oh no!
That's the whole movie.
I thought you were going to say we're going to make Jurassic World Greenland and Scotland and put them in the opposite ones. Get them like accurately inaccurate, like you put the actual Greenland in green place in Iceland and Iceland. God, no, please no, don't do that. Everybody who's listening, please don't do that.
Or else do.
God. Jesus Christ! No, but it's funny though. Like for me, again, my answer for that simply would be throw it into pick Australia. Pick Australia, not because of just bias, because I live here, but because again we have like 50 of the world's most dangerous species of everything in this country. Anyway, can you imagine throwing like a bunch of friggin' wild carnivores and herbivores on top of that? Jesus Christ, it would just border up the cities, mate. They wouldn't even let us go out.
If you look here, you'll see a poisonous snake, and if you look over there, you'll see a T-Rex charging at us.
You'll see a charging Australopithecus coming right at us, and we're about to die. So it's my last transmission. Yeah, there'll be a bit of that.
Danger.
Yeah. Oh God. No, he would absolutely bring the Irwins into it. That's what they'd do.
You know, it'd be really.
Everybody going to be just in khaki. Tell me, what would it be?
Like a winter special, kind of. Winter special. We get
winter
more
special, huh?
Frozen dinosaurs. So we bring in like Pachyrhinosaurus
and the Cryolophosaurus.
You got Cryolophosaurus. You could have like
and the Sinoceratopses from Camp Cretaceous, just as a little bit of extra marketing.
A little bit of Nanucosaurus and Ceratosaurus.
Oh,
not Ceratosaurus.
Nice.
Cryolophosaurus.
Yeah.
Have them face off in Siberia.
Ooh, I would like that. Which is funny because
the Russian government.
Technically that was part of the idea of the Camp Cretaceous season 4 and 5 plotline of having them fight in different biomes, but but you know what? It was never done, so it's new ideas, baby. It's new ideas. Do it.
But here's the thing.
Put it in.
All the dinosaurs they all lived in their own unique kind of ecosystem.
True.
So if they did scatter around the world, would they not try to look for that ecosystem?
They would. I believe. Yeah, I do believe they would genuinely try to migrate to that part of the world, like instinctually, because like how like birds have like they can apparently feel like the magnetic poles of like the Earth's like magnetic field or whatever, and they know how to migrate along that. Like dinosaurs are the same. They go out to say in the book they're like, no, these are basically big leathery birds. So like they would know where to migrate and how to do that. Whether they could actually do that though is completely different because they'd all be like landlocked. I reckon. Like if they want to get down to Antarctica, they can't exactly just get there unless they swim, which I don't think you're gonna do. I definitely think they would try.
Europe, Asia, Africa. Mm-hmm. You put one dinosaur like anywhere, and it could get into any of those continents.
You know, I'm very impressed that you just said that, actually, Eric, because they mentioned those exact 3 in that exact order in Dominion when they're talking about the Malta smuggling ring. They're like Asia, Africa, Europe. It all comes through here. I'm like, damn, he knows his stuff.
North America, they can just like what? They have to hop the Panama Canal.
True. You know what? Now you tell me a dinosaur.
I
do want to see dinosaurs outside of America because most of them, the main like Lockwood Manor outbreak. I know you can't see them doing quotation marks. Like it's all based in America. I'm like, show me, like you said, like Japan. Show me Scotland. Show me Australia. Show me everywhere. But if you do that, then you run the risk, obviously, of like the show feeling like, or the movie feeling too disjointed. Because even like Dominion people were saying, they were like, bro, this thing just flies me all over the place. We're in America, then we're in Malta, then we're in the Dolomites. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, does it not? Even for a defender of Dominion like you gotta admit it, it was all over the place.
Oh, mate, I thought that was a bloody plus because you know why? You show us different biomes. I will go again on record and say this, that like as far as like aesthetically and like scientifically, I like Dominion probably the most since Jurassic Park. Like it gives me different availabilities compared to the other movies. Every other movie, to its credit, you go back to Sauna or Nublar or any of those islands.
I say Jurassic Park 1, Jurassic Park 2, Dominion, Jurassic Park 3, Jurassic World,
Yeah.
then Fallen Kingdom.
See, yeah. So, like, for me, that, like, I gotta be honest, man. Like, everybody's always like, oh, they should stop making these movies because, like, they're not as good as the first one. Guys, that's what makes the first one so important and impactful. Is like it's a classic. You can't recreate
can't-
that. You can
They're not
only
going to make a movie better.
No.
Remaster it or something.
no,
Goofy.
no, and even
that
then,
would,
like,
even that would
yeah,
suffer.
you. Because again, it's not only was it made in a different time, but it's completely like it's the original. It's like with Terminator. It's like everyone's like, oh, you can't make a new Terminator movie. Yeah, because you can't remake that classic. You just keep moving forward and doing your best. So that's just what they're doing with these movies, and I'm fine with that. I will keep going until they stop making money, and even then, I'll still be buying everything on the side. Like, I love this franchise, and I do want it to do well and everything, but I don't think it needs to be, like, quote unquote brought back to the point of like where we were and doing prequels and everything. We don't need that. Just keep moving forward, you know?
Dinosaurs in space.
Well, actually, no, you sold me. Let's do that. Fast and Furious, baby. We're going to get them there. Oh, God.
Just
Bringing the
All
Rex
the bloody
wrestling.
crossover they actually wanted to do. So
Bringing
Jack,
the Rex into the family. We officially hit Fast and Furious peak. God
now,
damn,
Jack,
we
does
are
that mean that we should make we should keep
Hmm.
making even crappier movies just to make the original look better?
Now, once again, crappy from a certain point of view, and I know I'm in the very
Okay.
minor minority here. I'm aware of that. I know I'm a crazy person, Dan. I know that. But again, here's the thing. Again, sure, you're right. You get the right people on board. You come up with the ideas, and again, I want to say you get the right people on board, and the crap won't follow. But you know, like. You just do your best. I know you do your best, and like not
Right.
everything can be a 10, you know, because if everything's a 10, then nothing's a 10. You know, you got to have things that are great and things that are not great to appreciate the great things even more. And unfortunately, for most people, that is Dominion. So I'm just like, whatever.
You have given me 195 different movie ideas.
Well, that is
So-
why he brings me along. That's the whole idea.
According to Google, there are 195 recognized countries.
Wow.
A Jurassic movie for every country.
Just every
Yeah.
different language, in every language, every different bloody language out there. I tell you, what the funny thing is, like when you get to
Singapore.
the worst part is like you get to like you just do like a different language, but every movie it's like the wrong language. You go to like Ireland or whatever, and it's just like Arabic. It's just like Arabic. You go to India, they're speaking like Boston accents. I mean, what we got?
I mean,
You're in, like
Florida,
South
that's a
Africa
higher.
and they're speaking fluent Spanish. You're like,
Oh god, yeah. Can you imagine that? You go to French to Spain. It's like, oh god, just an
you're in
absolute.
France and they speak perfect Russian. Everybody.
Oh god, you go to. I don't even. I'm running out of places to go. Like, I don't even know. Like you go to somewhere else and they're just speaking like Australian. Like, hey mate, we got a bloody sauropod over here. Like what?
You go
Talk Japanese, bro. We're good.
Jurassic World, Luxembourg.
Oh,
It's just some dude. He's like, oh, we got a dinosaur right over there.
yeah, we got some dinosaurs here. Not from Sweden.
It's like, that's the whole movie. It's like 15 minutes long. And some guy's like, yeah, we got one right over there.
One
Oh,
weird
take
like
care of it.
constant. The one weird constant of this is always just a German guy somewhere. It's like the Stan Lee. You have to pick him out. Oh Jesus! Too many ideas. Too many bloody ideas. All three of us have. Oh,
All
God.
195 countries will be recognized.
We'll get to them all eventually. You'll all be represented.
Although statistically, a lot of them would probably not have dinosaurs.
No, absolutely not. And that's just the idea. It's just like they're just everywhere now. People just sell them around the world willy nilly, and then we just have them everywhere, and they're a problem.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Jurassic
how?
World,
How's that happening?
Luxembourg, Jurassic World,
I mean,
Vatican
like
City.
In the Dino Tracker website, right? There were 2 Brachiosauruses in Brazil. How?
I
How
was
did
so
these
upset. We only
dinos
had a
just come
friggin'
to
sticky
Brazil?
mole looking Dimorphodon down here. I was like so upset. I was like, dude, throw just everything down here. We should be like the dumping area of all like the illegal bloody deals and stuff
Yeah,
going
you already
on.
got
And
your
then if
prison
anything goes
country.
wrong,
Why not throw it?
exactly. Just throw the rest of them down here. If anything, I'm
But
trying
you
to
get
work
a
that
pretty
enemy
cool
story
outdoor,
somehow.
though.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm like, just do
there was a
that. Just throw
billboard.
them all down here. I mean, could you imagine just seeing like a small carnivore like fighting a crocodile? Could you imagine that? God, that'd be beautiful. Love to see that. They'd be like,
Oh.
I can imagine like
Crocodile.
they put like subtitles in the bottom. It's like, oh, you're still around, are you? Always been here, always will be.
Get Steve Irwin's son. Have him wrestle a dinosaur.
Oh, Robert the legend. Get him in here. Which is funny because I unironically played with the idea of bringing him into like the story somehow and having him wrestle like one of those giant prehistoric crocodiles. I was like, ooh, there's a wild idea. That would have been pretty good. They try to like catch it and they have to build like a giant aquarium for it. Oh, that would have been nice. Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right. Maybe
losing me marbles.
Load,
hey, there he is. God, I haven't seen this website in so long. Kinda. It's working. It's doing its thing.
It's going slow. It'll work eventually.
Yeah, it's getting better. See, look at the pixels. It's forming. It's like in the 90s. Oh, I love it.
So nostalgic.
It's a Unix system. I love it. Oh, it's brilliant. I love that. Oh, man. I love it.
Maybe it doesn't work anymore for me.
Unix was faster?
Could you imagine if there was a continent out there that looked like that?
You know, between South America and like Australia and like Japan, they should just install a new continent.
Just make a man-made one. Put it in
why
there.
Not? There's enough ocean there.
Nah, you'd be like, just floats forever. Just bumps into other countries by accident.
It's
like
just dragging them together.
Yeah, like a new Pangea.
You can build it around Hawaii.
Yeah, it's fun. I heard that's where they filmed Jurassic Park, bro.
Just connect them. Just connect them.
Stick them all together. You're like, yeah, it's fine, isn't it? Don't worry about the reefs beneath. Don't worry about the reefs beneath. Oh, it's brilliant.
I'll wait for that to load, then I'll put it back on there.
Sounds good to me.
Maybe.
Bloody hell.
Jack, aren't you high on Monster Energy? Isn't it 6 a.m. in your place right now?
It's pretty well done. Yeah, we got 6:18 over here at the moment, and I'm living on Mountain Dews. I'm keeping me alive. If anything, the whole time I've been kind of watching. I've been kind of watching the light behind Eric there, trying to like fade in and out, and trying to see if it gets darker or not out there. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the window.
It's only like 4 here. We got like 3 more hours.
God.
Don't worry.
God, you bloody time zone blokes! I tell you. Oof, there's light coming through my window outside now. Here, I'm like, oh my God. Oh, I've enjoyed every minute.
Technology I wish didn't go like out of style or didn't exist. The clapper.
What's that? The clapper. Oh my goodness. Little slap.
Lights off.
Oh my God, bro. I don't know. It feels wild, but you got Siri to do that now. You can just do it like audibly. Ooh, there we go.
Oh, there it is.
Kind of.
The loading times.
Very laggy.
I love it.
Oh, there's an ankylosaurus.
We're here for the lag.
We're
here for it. Yep. Have you seen that one there? That's the one with the bloke attacking the bloke at under the car.
I don't know what I just clicked.
Very vague description, I know. The bloke getting the bloke.
Oh,
oh no.
I know this one. You can always see where it's going.
I know it. Damn. Could you imagine? That'd be terrible. Terrifying.
Woohoo! Toss. It's like, Does that mean
remember
we're
which one of these
now?
Yeah, that's a bad sign. Bad sign of good luck. Yeah, I can't remember which one of these ones is like. I remember one of them, I think like near France or whatever. Oh, okay, yeah. Dan, have you seen this one?
I have. Yeah. I have seen all of them. I posted all of them.
He said, "Boy, I was covering them the day they come out. I was here day one."
Also, it's like a night hunter.
Yeah. Apparently, it's a little juvie boy.
Never believe there's a person surviving an attack thing.
Yeah, I still don't believe it. I still can't believe it. I thought this was like a live stream.
He survived to post it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to believe that. Super spooky. I'm dead.
I don't think he did survive. Dead. Maybe somebody else.
No, I can't imagine he did. And like even then, it's like I'm pretty sure. Like even like the kids I was looking after at the time, they were like, "So he's like so dead, right?" And I was like, "Yeah,
three
kids,
that are close to me. If I'm in South Carolina, so let's.
Hey.
Oh, we got Carnotaurus over here.
Ooh,
that's just a picture.
Oh yes.
Oh.
Let's check out Orlando. What's in Universal Orlando? Stegosaurus.
Oh, I never actually got to see that one. Wow.
That's fine.
Wow.
Can I zoom in?
I do
Yeah.
plan to incorporate Miami somehow, so it's kind of handy to see what's nearby.
Nothing's in Miami, but there's a Stegosaurus there. So
There will
TSV.
be. It's a video. I can't remember which one of these ones is supposed to be the gaming beaver. Where's he at? He's in here somewhere.
Oh,
I mean, it must be in the United Kingdom, right? It's a Compsognathus.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's United Kingdom, wasn't it? Where's he at? Where's his photo? Oh, I rewatched that video on his channel the other day. I was like,
there's Spain.
Yeah, it kind of annoyed me when he brought up that it was like, hey, they didn't that Universal never reached out to him. Like he does so much for him, it's crazy. No, I think it was a
There's the
photo.
Triceratops.
Jackie boy.
There's Parasaurolophus.
I love that they use like a drone shot, like they were gonna like blow him up. It's like modern warfare.
Maybe they were. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if that was in Russia, man, they would have bloody annihilated them.
The Carnotaurus isn't actually there. They're just like somebody's just like, dang it.
It's just the destruction they left.
Just no crack house, just no meth house. And they're like, yeah, this is the Carnotaurus, bro.
I don't know.
It's brilliant.
Are there 2 Parasaurolophus ones here? Because I can't click on.
I think
that
there's
one.
4 because there's 4 in that shot. Are you clicking on the one below it? Yeah, there you go. That one. There.
There you go. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
No, not the one I was talking about, but I never got to see that one either. Huh. Apparently, there's a few of them I actually missed. Wow.
Ooh, what's here?
Malta.
Malta. No.
Malta. Love to see that. Wow. Yeah, I can't think where they are now.
Biosyn HQ. I do like that they put that on there. That's kind of cool.
I like the little secret documents that you can find in it.
Oh, is this the?
No, this isn't it either. Damn. I think if we would like to click on like conferences like the tag thing there, it steals his phone. That's fine. Nice. No, it's not that one. Bloody hell! I think it's the UK. You remember seeing all the little behind the scenes, little secret documents and stuff there, Eric, when you looked at some of these things, some of these locations?
I don't know what I just did there.
Zoomed out too much.
All right, back in there.
Beautiful.
Oh, I'm just
Bam. Swinging around now.
Slowly. What's in Japan? Is there anything in Japan?
I don't know. I think it was Dimorphodons.
There's all blue on there.
It's always Dimorphodons.
I don't.
Oh, Pteranodon. Never mind.
Yeah, those kind of make sense to just be everywhere.
Oh, of course. That's what I'm saying. What I was saying earlier, like the Pteranodons and like the swimming aquatic animals. Those are like the ones you can't like. You definitely shouldn't have been bringing back because like they can just go everywhere and you can't like really stop them. And like there's no like checks to their breeding or anything. So
there's like this line here. Oh,
yes,
is that the Mosasaur?
That's the Mosasaurus tracking its movements. Which again, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like cool. Like a deep sea oil rig, but like I'm sorry if you have one of those things in the ocean, you are hunting it down, mate. You are gonna take that thing out. There is no way you don't. Like it's insane that they like even let this thing get like this far. Like that's fun. Like that's part of the whole thing, isn't it? Surely. Yeah, Dimorphodons. God, you look at Australia though; it looks even sadder. It's just like the 2 things. I was like so upset. Damn. I was so mad. I was so upset, Dan. I was like, dude, we got one of the richest, like
New Zealand.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
or near New Zealand.
That's we don't really count that, unfortunately. So look at that. It's like 2 things. It's like, oh my god.
Come on, Jack. I live in Brazil. It's just gigantic country. There's only one encounter.
We got one of the richest ecosystems out here. This is what we got. Like Dimorphodon flying around, and I'm like, come on, guys.
What's the other one?
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. You can see my city. Oh, look, that's my city. Look, there I am. That's my city. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Yeah, let me look there. Can you scroll up? Look at that. Where is that? I shouldn't tell you which one it is, but like, there it is. Wow.
For anybody who knows you, they're there.
Yeah,
You got Stevie Molly though.
Yeah, let's get that out of
This is so cool.
Like a horse carrier.
He caught it. He's got
Yeah,
a
he
pet
got it, I
Stevie
guess.
Molly now.
Yeah, well done. Like, there's so much you could do with Australia, man, I tell you. Wow. Crazy.
Mosasaurus here.
I guess.
Oh, he's swimming with the humpback or the orcas.
Yeah. The orcas. Yeah. That was one thing I remember did kind of annoy me, though. Again, Dan, I say I love Dominion. There are, of course, problems with it. The one thing I did not like was the very, very ending couple of shots with like them all like being just like buddies and learning about equilibrium and everything. I'm like, that's not how that would happen. That Mosa would not be hanging around. Humpbacks would be eating them no matter what.
Well,
absolutely not. Could not bring myself to. Could not bring myself.
That's
to
also
that
the kind of the other thing. There are many different species of mosasaur and things like that. Things
True.
like that. Most of them are shallow water creatures, which is kind of whatever you get. Oh,
yes.
That would. Whoever took this picture was just crapping themselves the whole time.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess this is Lockwood Manor here.
Yeah. Still got the little secret details there on them. Like the little like invisible ink, little like thing if you highlight, because if you highlight all the text there's like little secret documents in between each word. Yeah, there it is. See it there? See it there? Yeah. Remember you click on that and then it takes you to like
cool.
unofficial reports and everything. Little secret back doors. And I remember they did that one for like Biosyn, and I was reading all the shit on Biosyn. I was like, oh, this is so fascinating. See, this stuff, this is what I want more of, you know? Like just like
this is like a great mark. So what is this one? If that's Lockwood, what?
Yeah. So you gotta highlight everything there, and you'll see the text.
I was trying to
I know that
this one.
Yeah, I know Nublar and Sauna both have. So there's nothing there, but yeah, I know that Sauna and Nublar they both have little secret text documents on them as well, and so does Dolomites. So does Biosyn and the Dolomite Mountains.
They should have like essays.
No, I agree.
I just did that really fast.
Absolutely. Well, it's funny. It helps you get around to find because wherever Costa Rica is,
Nublar in them. Costa Rica's.
Yeah, where's Nublar? It's off the coast of Costa Rica, boys. We know this. We know this. There it is. There they are. There they are over there. See that?
Nublar.
Yeah. So you just highlight that. Highlight all the text, and it shows it up. It's been a while since I've seen it. Oh, there it is. I think like Sauna has like 3 or stuff like. Oh no, maybe that was Biosyn. Yeah, look, there you go. Oh, there. Love to see it. Nedre. Yeah, and there's Dodson's little report down there at the bottom of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
Dotson. We got Dotson here.
Yeah, we got Dotson here. God, by the way, Dan, but I want you to know I love you, man. But I was like, I don't know if I should accept that newest thing that you sent me about Dodson. I was like, I don't know if I want my name attached. I don't know if I want my name attached to that. I was like, I know he's in prison. I know. Yeah.
Why not, boy?
Because man, I'm like, I like Dodson and Dominion. I like everything until he decides to do
Was it the same? Was it supposed to be like the same guy? Like
which guy?
In the first movie and in Dominion, is it the same?
It's the same character. It's the same character. Yes, it's not the same actor because the other actor.
There's like
just not saying the same person.
No.
I like how there's absolutely nothing in like South America.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, there was just one in São Paulo. There you go.
Taurus. There. That part of Taurus is getting around.
Or the alpaca, whatever they're called.
I think that was like a bull or something that it was eating. Hey, Brachiosaurus.
Tell me, boys. Hey, that's pretty. So tell me something, boys. Do you think we're gonna have another? Low. Do we think we're gonna have a new website like this when the new movie comes around? New promo website?
No.
Well, they're just gonna keep updating this one.
What?
They're just gonna keep on updating this one for. Yeah. Well, I mean, for like the Jurassic 7 when it comes out.
They might as well. They should.
Well, I think if anything, just keep updating this one. I reckon just shows you like all the new info. You can check on all the new stuff about the new dinos. Because they say it's taking place like after Dominion. So.
Oh, there's something in the Nordic countries. What is this?
Ooh, what is this?
Brachiosaurus. Huh.
Dan, this is the one you were talking about.
Yeah.
Wow, look at him.
the iconic call too.
I do remember looking at this when the movie was coming out and being like, "Oh yes, one of them made it off the island somehow," because I
A
was
few of them made it
traumatized
off the
from
island,
Fallen
apparently.
Kingdom. I was traumatized from that bloody Fallen Kingdom movie. I was so sad. Hey, you've come full circle.
So I guess these Parasaurolophus are just both the same because I can't seem to click on that.
Yes.
Logo.
I think you gotta like zoom in, like scroll in even closer if you can.
There's Gallimimus.
Hey, love to see it.
They are
Aw,
huge.
yeah, they're really big. I had to like
Aggression
Google
level
like
low. Go pet it.
yeah, I had to like actually. Well, it's funny that you say that because literally just like 2 days ago, I was googling like ostrich kicks and like how dangerous they are to like a person. I was trying to like do a bit of like extra research for like Gallimimus and Archaeornithomimuses.
Ooh,
Bro, those
awesome.
kicks, bro, they can send your organs flying at your back. It's crazy. I looked that stuff
You
up.
know-
And I was like, oh my god.
Unironically, I don't know if
Yeah.
y'all heard this story, but there was somebody in a national park in it was Yellowstone National Park, and they got too close to a bison, and it just like tossed this 9-year-old girl, and everybody was like, "How dare the bison do that?" But it's also like it's a wild animal. What did you expect?
It's like, bro, it's a wild animal. Leave it alone. Get away from it. There's a Dolomites. There's a Dolomites. I think. Or am I tripping? I think I might be
There's
tripping.
baryonyx.
Yes, swimming boy. By the way, you would not
I'm-
get this close. I don't care who you are. You would not get this close to a baryonyx just looking at it.
I
Here.
remember seeing this one
Yeah.
like everywhere,
Oh yeah,
just swimming
guys,
in the pool.
come on. Yeah, but even still, it's like guys, that thing can walk. It's like a super crocodile. Yeah, but I think isn't that there? Am I tripping out or is that no? There he is.
There
That's
it is.
the one. There he is. It's the
Treasure
guy.
in- You saying what's
The
up?
guy. It's the guy. Oh my god.
This
Bro,
would be
I
like a
remember the
really
story, I
cool
was like,
way. They should have had like an email thing or something somewhere that you can like make your own thing, and somebody will review it and they'll put it
Well,
up.
funny enough, like they had to like fight to get him into the movie, into the website here. They had to, like it was the fans who put him in here. It wasn't like Universal. Yeah. Can you check out that? Can you check out that red dot there, man? What was that? Is that the Dolomites, or am I losing my mind?
This one?
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, see that one there, little pin there.
No, that's
yeah.
that's Biosyn.
There it is. Yeah, because look, highlight this one. Highlight this one. Look at this one. Yeah, like this one here has like has 3 separate thingos there.
Yeah, where's that QR code take you to? Let's see what it takes you to.
It takes I believe it takes you to the trailer for the movie. So like I was like, that's clever. Yeah, there we go.
It's such a cool marketing strategy because it's so unique.
It is, and there's a second one as well if you highlight it. Look at that. Oh my god,
There's
it's 4. Oh, is it 4? Am I tripping?
Who's K Watts?
So Kayla Watts from the pilot from Dominion, the one who flew the plane around. Yeah. No, but I remember some of the stuff. It was just so interesting when I first found it. It's like little secret Easter eggs. Yeah, it was just so cool.
Biosyn.
Oh, that the one talking about the Metrodons in the cave. Ooh, scary, spooky. So this one here though.
Half loading. There we go.
I know.
Forward to Al.
Oh yeah, this is the one. Yeah, talking about Ooh my gosh, scary. And I believe that is all the secrets. I think
For that one.
Yeah. But see, I really like. It's such a cool design. It was such a cool idea having Biosyn be like the new, like the better engine. You know, I was like really down with that idea, and then it just kind of was like, nah, one movie, bro. That's it. Yeah.
Somebody took a video.
There it is. The Clave Market.
That was just some dude like on set one day.
Yeah. I don't think there's any secrets on that one. Maybe there is. I don't know. That might be crazy. What's the highlight at all? Nothing at the bottom? No.
Nah.
Damn.
Nope.
Damn.
Well, it's kind of already. Well, the whole market is a secret. Nothing in the Middle East.
Nah. Too hot down there.
There's something in the Nile. Perfect Allosaurus.
I love to see it. Love to see it, man.
I'm trying to zoom out a little bit. What's down here? It'd be cool if you could kind of follow the like. You you can kind of follow the events of one dinosaur. I know it'd be kind of weird, and in certain places it wouldn't really make sense, but
Well, I mean, they were technically
Whoa.
doing that. Technically doing that with the Mosasaurus. Ah, yes, the lions.
Pride of lions hunting a
hyenas.
sticky mullet.
Yep.
Dang.
Yeah, I remember that was one of the main ones people were talking about. They're like, oh, that would be so cool to see, like, animals attacking the dinosaurs. And I was a bit like, yeah, but also I don't want to see any of them really kind of die. So make
Another
me feel better.
Brachiosaurus.
Nice. That's
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
something I would do. That's 100% something I would do.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Cape
100%.
Town. Especially with like one of the low aggression ones that you can kind of just go chill with for a little bit.
Oh, of course. No,
What's
I
over
think that's
here?
most of it all.
Just some dude in a plane. That would be scary.
Yeah, like I said, terrifying. If like you have those things and like those are like people get like they call it like bird strikes when like the birds hit through like the engine windows and stuff like that. But like you imagine a friggin' pteranodon hitting the window or like hitting the plane engine. Oh no!
It'd be
Thank
game
you.
over.
Yep, 100% no. And they just breed like bloody like rabbits. It's crazy.
Little pteranodon
Hello there. People always said it had like a horrifying design in like Jurassic World. And I was like,
It's all right.
I guess it's alright. Don't
For
see any big issues.
nothing in Russia. As you get to like a certain point, there just
It
is
will be
nothing.
nuked.
Indeed.
Pteranodons in India. Ankylosaurus. Ooh.
That's kind of nice. God, they are pretty massive, aren't they?
What's over here? Parasaurolophus.
Ah, the Biosyn genetically accurate.
You know
love
what
those
that
ones.
one reminds me of?
Prehistoric Park.
Yep.
Yep,
With,
my man. Nigel Marvin.
I was about to say Sam Neill, but that's not.
No. Nigel Marvin. That's good boy.
Nigel Marvin's. Yep.
That's him. No,
Walking on the
we all
beach.
grew up in it.
Different
we all watched
cowboys,
the
yeah.
2000s.
Trying to
we all
get
grew up in
nothing in China. There was something in Korea, I think.
it.
2 in Korea. 2 in South Korea. Gee, I wonder why.
Wow.
Pteranodon.
Ooh, green one.
Sticky mullet.
Oh my god, it's horrifying. Terrifying.
Yep, I think that's most of them. So
No, I think so. Gone full circle.
oh, you can kind of click on the ones up here too. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I get why there's so many in America too. It makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's where the outbreak happened.
Right here, and then So you just get what's in Montana.
What is in
Pteranodon.
Montana? It's funny. I was thinking to myself, like, yes, of course. Go on, hit the thing. Let's see it.
Love how they're just filming, even though there was a
chickens
child
exercising.
that died that way. There's the Allosaurus one.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Mm,
Nuceratops.
yes. That's kind of become like the new
There has
like
been an
stand-in
Allosaurus.
trike.
Parasaurolophus in Utah. That's fair.
Mm.
What's in Oklahoma? Ankylosaurus. Ooh.
Mm.
You really could just spend like Sinoceratops. I love to see it.
Certain days. Yeah, you could just spend hours in here checking it all out.
Conjured lettuce.
100 letters, Jesus.
Oh, we already checked out what was in Orlando. It was a stego.
Steggy boy.
What's in Pennsylvania? Gallimimus.
Ah, yes.
Don't honk at them.
Well, I got to get to work. That's how it works.
Yeah, what's in
Alright.
Toronto? Apatosaurus. That was the one
Oh,
from
yeah. From
beginning of the movie.
Dominion, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because I can't remember where's bloody Owen's cabin supposed to be again, Dan?
I'd go with somewhere in Toronto, probably then.
Who?
Maybe. Nevada, wasn't it? The Sierra Mountains, I think it was called. Mountains in Nevada.
Oh, don't ask me about the details of this thing. I haven't seen the details in a long while now.
Pacific parts. Wow.
That guy would have died too. He would have landed right on those plates.
Would have broke his neck.
He would have been impaled.
Indeed.
Velociraptor. Ooh.
Here we go, Dan. Look, this is the one I was talking about.
Oh, that's a great one.
There's two.
Yeah. The Jurassic Park 3 ones. Jurassic Park 3.
And then they notice him, and
so I guess does that mean that it's canon that there's multiple on the mainland now?
Yeah, because I remember that was a big thing people were pointing out, because that actually didn't come out until after the movie had come out. So because if you saw that going in, the whole idea around Blue having a baby in the movie was the fact that like she's supposed to be the last Velociraptor on the planet. That's the idea, and yet there are these other ones a couple of states over. That seems like have just kind of always been there. So it's like,
Daisy, no, Daisy, get back.
Doggy. It's a baby.
It's a baby.
Oh.
Don't let it in. That's how you. What's in Vancouver? What's going on in Vancouver? Stego.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Right off the mountain.
I love that I had to buy that footage from him of when he just drove off the mountain. Jesus.
Oh, it's that one.
Yep.
More turning on. Does make sense that those would just be kind of everywhere.
Well, like I say, there's the one with the little Easter egg. There it is, Dan.
Oh, the Kirby Enterprises, yeah.
Kirby Enterprises. So yeah. Jurassic Park 3 reference.
Ooh, nice. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Clashing within a Potosaurus herd.
Oh my god!
Rex is taking a blow.
Yep. It's not getting any.
Man, they couldn't record more of that fight.
No, absolutely not.
Another Tyrannosaurus. We all know what this is in reference to.
Oh yeah.
San Diego.
Yep.
They need to have something right in San Diego. I guess that's Mosasaurus. This should be like that should be in like San Diego, that reference. But
well, you know. I was also thinking of like the Death of a Dynasty. I was thinking like the first shot with like the Rex when you first see it in end of Walking with Dinosaurs.
Ankylosaurus.
Very sweet.
Moving up here. Oh wow, they went far north.
Yeah.
More Stegosaurus.
Stego, me boy. Oh, have you? That's shot there. That's actually for like a car commercial. That shot there.
They just edited in the background.
They just put the Stego in the back. They had to like buy it. I think it was like BMW or something. Oh, it was wonderful. Alrighty.
Man, you could spend
across the whole thing.
You could spend 30-ish minutes on that website.
100%. I've seen people do it on YouTube. It's crazy.
You just keep going. I mean,
oh Jesus,
we're almost hitting the 4 hours.
Oh
now.
my Lord! Oof.
God damn it!
This is the longest interview I've ever had. So
my brain's cotton cheese.
Swiss cheese, man. Swiss cheese. Got to sound eloquent.
Nah, you're much fancier than me. I'm a bloody hillbilly.
Jesus. Well, you know, you don't talk about hillbilly. I live down here, man. You know where I live.
You know what?
I live where he has 4%.
Say what you want, but hillbillies in the southern part of America would be safe from dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, probably.
Like
they would barbecue the dinosaurs.
We got a baryonyx problem in Texas.
Yeah.
Not
No,
anymore.
they would absolutely bring out. They'd be like, all right, open season, then boys.
Well,
Send
boys,
them out.
it's time to get the
Send 'em out.
helicopter.
I'm gonna get out and get on. That's wonderful. That is
It's the
wonderful.
reason
You
why
know,
we can
it's
have
funny.
blood gum in the movies.
Yeah. No, it's funny. I'm thinking about it now because it's funny. I'm actually just looking over the list of questions that we got asked, and there's like one final thing here that I think I can really even like contribute. And that was like it's funny. I know we've already like coshed it like 4 different times now, but like one of the last things here says Chaos Theory. I'm guessing you mean like what are your predictions for that show? Like what are you hoping for of it? There's only like one thing I really have for it that I really want, and again, it's because I'm super biased and a super stan at the moment, but I want to see Soyona Santos come back in that show. And the reason I say that is because in the toy line already, we've seen that the Atrociraptors are in the toy line. They're in the show, and there's only one character that we know of so far that has that. And I really want to see because she's in the image with like Ben the homeless man. Thanks, Dan. She's in that, and it's Tiger the Atrociraptor. So in the show, at some point, they're going to come into contact with one of these animals, and I hope it's like a trial run that Sayona is like sending these animals out on to like check if the laser pointer technique actually works on them. So I'm really excited for that. That's my only hope. Anything else can happen. That'll be cool, but that's the one thing that would just make the show like 10 out of 10 immediately for me. But again, I am the 1% in the world who wants that.
Well, I mean,
Well, yeah, I guess now we do have a
the only
Atrociraptor.
thing I can come up with
Yep.
now in this stage in which my brain is mush. Right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because
So,
like
the
like
only
if they're
thing
gonna do
I
a
can
villain,
come up with
Yeah,
is that.
I'm just laughing. But yeah,
All right,
I
I'm
really
having
want to
some issues
see.
here.
You're right. I really want to see. Like I said, I want to see Soyona be the main villain and stuff like that because it like if this takes place in Fallen Kingdom, like it builds up in order to become like the queen pin of like dinosaur smuggling stuff in Dominion. It'll show us like how she got started doing that, and that to me as someone who's writing a novel is kind of critical to know. So I'm kind of just I've got my fingers crossed. I'm like if they're gonna do something, do that. And I know you can do that because you have the potential to do that. You have those animals already in there,
Yeah, you said Chaos Theory is supposed to take place before Dominion.
It is. It's been confirmed to be just after Fallen Kingdom. We don't know how long after, but it's before Dominion, which is still weird to me. But I'm also like, all right, fine, as long as it doesn't mess up my personal endeavors.
Also, how far does what's his face Darius live from Lockwood Manor? He was seeing those.
Oh, he lives in California. He lives in California, so they like it makes sense. He would have seen them on the night of like breaking out. Like they would have like gone to like his area, the neck of the woods and stuff before then. So that definitely would have happened.
So, I mean, they kind of spread out everywhere. So,
no, definitely.
And I guess we'll get this. I guess that will get to be our fan service for Dominion that we never got, where we'll get to see dinosaurs in the real world instead of bugs.
Oh, come on now. The bugs represent important, significant. I'm not getting back into it. It's far too early in the morning here for me to get back into it. You're right. Fair enough. No more bugs.
It's far too late in the afternoon for me to get into.
I don't even know what it is over there for Dan in Brazil somewhere.
Roughly the same time.
It's 5:50 and I just want to get shot. So that's it. Kaya theory, right? No, for Kaya theory, all I could come up with again is that they're trying to protect animals. He's trying to save the ones who have come up to mainland, and they're gonna have a villain who will try to steal these animals or produce some of their own to have the look at. Right, it's just like the ones who had the illegal market in Malta. So they're gonna meet some people like that. They're gonna have some combat, I suppose, and that's it. I hope we get to see an animated version of Dr. Grant. Oh, please.
We're not gonna get that. Come on, that's far too much. I'm gonna eat my words. I'm gonna eat my words. Absolutely. I'm gonna 100% eat my words on that.
And you want your resurrected John Hammond, right?
my clone of John Hammond. Well, see, it kind of messes up now. I know we haven't got the time, but it kind of messes up now that because the idea is that like he's cloned on Nublar because it's his island and it's his secrecy and stuff, and then he ends up dying on that island. So like you can't have him like come back after the fact now. So
no, he escaped to
Escaped him all the They threw him in the cargo ship. Just found him running around in like a loincloth. They threw him on the ship. They were like, "Yeah, we're gonna sell this bloke too."
They're like, John Hammond, you're alive still?
Yeah. Oh wow, fascinating.
Get on the ship, sir. We didn't know you were alive still.
I can't even think of the bloody quote anymore. I can't even think of a line.
We can have like the whole plot of the first novel, you know, like a child spots him climbing on a boat and going to the mainland.
God, I can just imagine actually now. I can see that happening. They'll be like, yes, but by God, I'm flourishing.
She's already there.
Oh God, too many. Far too many of them. Oh, Jesus. But no, that's my only hope and prediction, everybody on the record. If anything gets turned into a real, it's this, is that I want Soyuna Santos to be in the Chaos Theory as like the villain with the Atrociraptors. If I can see her, even if it's for like a second on the phone, I will be like in shadow, I will be a happy boy. Absolutely happy boy. That's all I want. That's the only thing I want. Everything else can happen, that's fine, but that's what I want personally.
So, I mean, other than resurrected John Hammond.
Other than resurrected John Hammond, obviously, yes. That would take precedent over everything in life.
That would just become the best, whatever you want to refer to it as.
Oh, absolutely. You know already, Dan, and I'm just going to make like a very short story about that, just like a little side fiction. To write it into the what if heaven was cloned. That's definitely going to be a thing. I'm just absolutely going to put that into it. All right. Well, that's all my big bloody contributions I got.
Any last words y'all want to say?
I mean, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say like life finds a way if that's what you want, and I'm not going to say that again. I've already said all the trademarks.
You've already said it. You just said it.
I know. I've said them all, mate. I've said all the catchphrases.
That's not what I'm going to do.
Yeah, he said it. He figured it out. He got it sorted. Oh God, let me think. No. I think all right. Let me think. Chaos Theory, Jurassic Park. I'm checking the list. Checking the list of things. No, I think we've actually somehow managed to cover everything. Very out of order, but I think we've actually covered everything. Wow. I don't know how we did it.
Make Jurassic scary again.
No, no, Dan. No, you bloody sicko. It's too early in the morning. I can't even say that, but I'm just like, no, he just loves watching people get murdered. No.
Well, there's a bit of entertainment to that. You can't deny it.
I mean, no, I would never deny it, but I'm like, God, that's not what makes Jurassic.
You're not telling me over this. The British chick from Jurassic World got tossed up into the air and got ate by the mosasaur. You weren't like,
that was wild. I was just like, that was horrifying. That was
yeah, boy.
Like, what did she do?
Yeah, boy. Oh no, God.
One of the jokes I saw was that somebody had an ex-girlfriend named after, and she was named after them, and he was just
my man. I swear, you have somehow managed to watch everything I've ever watched because I know exactly the video you're talking about. I've seen them. I was watching it the other day. I was just like, yeah, the pitch meeting. I've watched it all, Eric. Man, I've done it all, bro. I've watched all of that. There's not been one, Dan. I want you to know there's not been one thing this man has not said this morning that has just absolutely not been on point. It's wild. We gotta do this again with him sometime soon, please. This has been far too much fun.
We'll invite Swerve, have it a 4-person
interview. You get Swerve, get Game and Beaver in here, get the cloud to get you up to like 1 million followers within like 1 hour. You'll be like, wow, what do I do with all this now?
Wow.
I want to rent out a studio, put some neon lights behind it in the shape of the T-Rex skull.
I'll just get an actual T-Rex skull and put it behind me.
I'll bring you some popcorn because all I did today was like making you guys scared of some gory stuff and I don't know, laugh. So.
Kick him out of the call. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I love it.
I mean,
everyone has a talent, right?
Yeah, I love it sometime.
Jesus.
In the future. Invite Swerve on. We can pitch him our what if John Hammond was cloned.
John Hammond is cloned. Oh man, I'm absolutely gonna do that. I'm just gonna like find his Instagram or whatever and just bloody send the question to him. I'm just gonna do like Swerve.
What if John Hammond was cloned? But
I know. Listen, you know what I'll start with though. I'll be like, listen, Swerve. I'm the only other fan of Dominion we've ever got. I'm the only other fan out there. Like I know you love this movie as well, bro, but I love most of it as well. So just connect with me on that first, and then now listen to this. John Hammond. Right? He had his blood on the amber cane. He had his blood preserved in amber. We don't know why. It was unironically specific.
It's
He
not
didn't
even
need to do
old
that.
enough to be preserved like in amber
Yeah.
anymore.
Just like synthetic amber. It's like, dude, what, John? You didn't have to do that, John.
He's like, I needed to mix in more.
It's just dry
Accumulation
amber
of
by
the
this point. It's
dinosaurs.
not even fossilized.
Oh, I just thought of the worst. I
that
just
would
thought of
be
the
a-
worst
oh,
thing.
Okay,
I just thought of
crazy plot twist. The John Hammond we saw is a clone
the-
who got his blood preserved in amber, synthetic
Oh,
amber,
no.
to relate more to the dinosaurs. The real
Oh,
one is
my
just in a bunker somewhere.
That's why they imprint on him, and that's why they don't attack him in the first movie. There you go. See, he's figuring it out. I was gonna say something terrible that, like, you know, he on his last like deathbed, like he knows he's gonna die soon. He like gets he gets an actual mosquito to bite him, but it's like an African mosquito, so it has like
Hilarious.
like thick diseases in it, and it like gets preserved. That's what killed him.
That's actually really screwed up.
That's so messed up. See, Dan, that's some level of you humor there. That's some like terrifying stuff you would come up with, and you've done this to me
They
now,
bring
man.
him
You've
back,
dragged me.
he's like half bacteria.
Oh, exactly. It's like not even like dengue fever. It's just got like whatever they got over there. It's just terrible. Like that's like it's the trade off. He gives his blood like pure blood, and then like it's like spits back in like poison. It's a beautiful little poetic little trade of life for new life.
Every clone is like slightly more like just malaria.
Yeah. The weaker to malaria. That's it. That's his weakness. It's the weakest to malaria. No matter what they do, they can't fix it.
You know,
It's like the curse. It's the ticking time bomb to fix the park.
I need to see like a like Alien Resurrection level of John Hammond deformed in various
Absolutely.
stages. One to go, kill me.
Yeah, kill me, because he's just so just absolutely weak from it all. He's just plastered down, can't move. His bones are all just bloody rotten. Oh god damn! What have you done to me, man?
Walker from The Walking Dead. He's just like laying on the ground.
Yeah, he's still like just alive. He's just being kept alive by like, oh no, I don't want to think about that anymore. No, that's the perfect place to end it. Oh my god, no.
Speak English. He's just like.
Oh, yeah, he's just all memes. He's just all of his own catchphrases. He's like, yeah.
No, he turns into just like Stephen Hawking. So he's got like a little button. He just
Oh,
says it
God. Oh,
Hello,
Jesus
John.
Christ. That's making me sad. Yeah, it's just, hello, John. Hello, John. Just all the clones. Oh. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's precedent for it. In the first movie, he clones himself on screen. He does it. It's
Kind
the
of.
theories are all there to support it.
There's just
I
a
hate that this is
basement
the one
somewhere
thing
with
that we've come away.
clones.
I hate that this is the one thing we've come away from this with, is that like all of us are solidly sold on this one idea.
We're talking for
It's
4
insane.
hours.
I'm
That's
telling you,
crazy.
a YouTube video of this would be awesome.
Oh my god,
I
man!
wish I knew how to, like-
I feel bad for you because you gotta like compress the soul and try to find the right reference footages and stuff like that. You have to try to like find a young Richard Attenborough. And be like, yep, no, this is it. And you have to color this up and make this look like it. Oh,
No. What you do is get his brother.
David. He's even older looking, man. Damn. I love it. Do it. Put it on a shirt.
Oh wow.
So David
okay.
Attenborough, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
It's not
if we're
fiction.
gonna make this a movie, if we're gonna make this a movie and we're gonna make him young, we gotta find somebody that looks like this.
Oh God, what do we got? What do we got? Let's see it.
I don't. That one.
You know
Oh.
what? Yeah, no, you got it. You got it. Okay. You know what? Who does he remind me of? Who do we get? Like, what? Who top of your head? Who's the first casting you do, Daniel? And don't say Leonardo DiCaprio because he's getting up there now too.
You can just de-age him.
Well, if you're gonna do that, then just bring back a lookalike of Hammond and just do that. Let me think.
Yeah,
Who
just
else
get
would
his
I do?
brother. We'll just get David Attenborough. Just de-age
You know what?
him.
You know what? You bring the guy on from Entourage back in the day. You bring that bloke in, the main bloke in that, and make him young John Hammond. Wow.
What was his name? Let me see if I
I
can
don't know
find
his
that real
name.
quick.
What's his name? Mel Gibson. Not Mel Gibson. Damn it! I can't think of his name either. The guy, yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. God damn it! I'm just thinking of
You
John
have
Hammond
to-
lines.
Not
Absolutely
long forgotten,
spectacular.
Uncle.
Spared no expense. Oh,
Yeah, we will spare no expense with this movie.
we will spare no expense with the. And I can imagine that now. It's like next time it'll be flawless. It's like John, it wasn't flawless last time.
I
We were
can
just
see
talking
it.
about ice cream.
I
Oh,
can see
God.
it.
Yeah, no, I can actually see it now that you've said
I can
that.
actually kind of see it.
Aw,
That's the worst part.
I know. I can see it now. Damn it. Damn. It's breaking my heart. Breaking my heart now. Right. Perfect final talking point. Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely bloody brilliant. Look at you, Dan, now they're trying to hold it together.
Spare no expense.
Spare no expense. Oh, God. Well, now that we've gotten that wee testimony out, we can get back on schedule.
So,
Oh, brilliant.
any final words y'all like to say before y'all leave? Any questions for me?
I mean, thank you for having me on, I guess. Thanks for putting up with me for this long. Even Dan's not managed to pull this off yet. I can see
What
why.
was that 4 hours?
Yeah, like what was the
This
4
episode
hours? I
will
mean,
be
it's
4
just,
hours long. Trust me.
yeah, it's just like
Gosh.
bright light outside. Oh, God, let me think. Any other questions? You know what? No, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I think we literally covered everything,
Look at
which
that.
is insane.
Show that off one more time.
Sure,
So,
makes
Look at that.
sense.
It's the museum.
It's not a museum.
That is
it's an
actually my
auditorium.
dream. I want to open a museum.
Oh, it's
want
an
to have my own museum.
auditorium. Why, Daniel? Why for you forsake me so? He just
I'll
does
just
stuff
turn
to
this
set me
camera
down.
on and just like.
Oh wow, you had the option
I
to do
don't
this
know,
the
you
whole
get
time.
mad,
You're
so-
telling me now,
Oh, look at
like
that.
last 5 seconds. It's crazy.
I even got like my hand painted Buck the T-Rex.
All right.
Wow, bloody hell.
It's like
Sorta.
yeah, quite a view we got.
Yeah, I was gonna say, could have just left that there, just all
Yeah,
day
like-
long. Wow,
It was
wow,
a really weird.
oh, wow. Hey, look at them
Show
all.
us every
Oh,
detail.
Lord.
4 more hours.
For 4 more hours. Let me talk about each individual
Give
one.
me the intense backstory of every single figurine there and where you got it from.
Oh, we'll be here for more than 4 hours then.
Oh,
Where did
God,
you
no.
get there? I lost
We ain't got the time. We ain't got the time.
We'll start with this tiny one here.
We start our journey with this one.
We'll
God.
start our journey with these random rocks.
These are one rocks. This is my first thing I've ever collected. Ah, Jesus, that was brilliant. Absolutely spectacular. I'm not going to say the rest.
was in Norman's office
Oh,
one
I do have
day
a
when I
real
had the
alligator
idea.
skull.
Hey, that's cute.
You want to know how I know it's real?
Sure, tell me.
Oh.
I took the skin, meat, and brain and all that out of it myself. So
Oh, right.
I love that we've only just recently realized
Neat.
that we're doing a podcast with a psychopath. I'm like, I'm surrounded by psychopaths here, man. I got you down there who wants to bloody do nothing but bloody, see people get mauled to pieces in different horrific ways, and then you've got this bloke up here is like, oh, I want skinned an alligator, right? I'm like, what? Oh, it's brilliant. I love it. I love it.
I got some real
you
bones in
constantly criticize me. Oh gosh.
That's what we
Animal
do.
bones,
That's how
right?
this works. And this is how we get the this is how we get the views, the clout.
Yeah, this is how we get to 4 hours and get to the good stuff.
Well, technically, we've only got 3 minutes more, and then we'll make it there.
Oh, the outro
man
will be
comes
more
up.
than 3 minutes. It's like,
God,
Man,
let me just like show some stuff off for a little bit.
wow! Look at that.
It's official Jurassic World too.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Wow! Oh, I love that.
So
oh, gorgeous.
Very nice. Wonderful. Wonderful. So. No, so
shall we wait for 3 minutes to make it 4
You
hours?
know what I was
part of-
expecting, right? Yeah, I know what I was expecting right now. Like
No, tell me.
pull out like a human female. You know how I know this is real?
Just a
You know
human
how I
skull.
know
You know how?
this is real?
Oh my God!
It's a
He's not gonna
whale
show us
vertebrate. It's a
He's not going to
whale
show us in the
vertebrate.
Oh, Jesus Christ. How do you just have a whale backbone? That's wild. What the hell? Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm not even questioning it anymore. I'm just gonna believe him all.
I got
Everything he
another
says,
one
I'm
you
just gonna
want to
believe
see?
him. I got the whole skeleton in my garage, bro. Just set up one after another. Oh God! Wow! Jesus
Look at
Christ!
that.
This
You
is
could
the one
bash
that
someone
would
over the head
connect
with
to
that.
the head too.
You could just bash somebody over the head with that. That's wild, bro.
That's my
Just
zombie
a mallet.
apocalypse weapon. Just whack somebody in the
What are you
head with
choosing?
it.
Whale backbone? Like
Yeah.
what? Literally, no. That sentence has never been uttered in the history of the human race. I want you to know.
Whale
Bloody
hammer.
hell!
Those not in the inventory options.
Got like random stuff like this too.
Oh,
You see the
wow.
reflection of the computer.
Yeah. No, that's cute. I love it.
Absolutely nothing inside. Oh, actually, there's stuff inside. 2 turkey feathers.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
I got like a handmade case full of stuff too. We try to get like a good angle to show this off without absolutely tearing everything down.
I see that.
Wow.
We're gonna make it to 4 hours. We're
We're
one
doing
minute
it,
away.
boys. 50 seconds. 50 seconds left.
We'll make it. It's like
She's like, it just stops immediately on the 4-hour mark. Oh, that's actually really cool. I like that Brachiosaurus. That looks neat. Oh, I like it.
small
Wow.
little things like that. They got the
See that
Allosaurus
now?
hand claw
That's
there.
looking like something you would see in Grant's trailer. That's absolutely like something you'd see in Grant's trailer. There, that's crazy.
Oh, absolutely. The
Oh, I love
Allosaurus
it.
hand there.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I feel like we're waiting for New Year's Eve. Counting down.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're
great.
almost there. Almost
We're
there.
nearly
10
there.
seconds.
10.
9,
8,
8,
7. No,
7,
son of a
6,
bitch.
5,
This is officially
4,
degraded into
3,
degeneracy.
2,
2, 1.
1.
Hey, we did it.
4-hour
Let's
mark.
go. Just immediately hangs up. Just like over it, just gone.
All right, we're done.
Beautiful. All right. Well, we all wrapped now, boys. We good.
All right. So, shall we
Tell me
actually
what I'm
wrap
gonna
this thing
hang.
up?
Oh, I'm crying. Oh, it's brilliant.
This thing is going to
Oh.
take so long to download to upload
I
to.
know. Oh my God, you poor soul. Holy God.
I got
no,
so
you know
much
what?
to
Edit
watch.
specially.
You're like, it's fine.
You say
But no,
anything about
I'd
editing?
be very curious, Dan, to see if you actually move the whole like podcasting premise over to this site now instead of bloody Zoom. I'll be looking forward to seeing that. I'll just be getting invites through the bloody mail. So it's just on Instagram instead.
Lordy, lordy.
We won't have to worry about friggin' room codes.
It is
Instead of
way
bloody
better
room
than
codes
Zoom.
and stuff.
Or-
Yeah.
You can just record with StreamYard too, so it's
Yeah.
way better.
I mean, honestly, I'm enjoying this far more.
Seems
My
to
logo's
be.
a lot bigger too. Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well,
we might as
Jesus,
well
we did
try.
it, boys.
So-
We did it. Oof.
4 hours.
4
Officially
hours. Longest
almost
podcast
double-
anyone's ever going to record.
almost double as long as my current longest interview.
Oh, wow. I'm very impressed.
So
Goodness me. So I'll tell you what, if you ever manage to get anybody from the bloody Jurassic Park bloody podcast on here or anything, or like, like anyone from the official movies or anything like, Chris Pratt or Bryce Dallas Howard, bro, you bring us on. You bring us on. I will
I'll give you
I
all a
will
call.
leave. I will leave the birth of my kid one day at that to come and record with that. I'll be like, nah, sorry, Junior. Where were you when I was born? I was talking to Bryce Dallas Howard, bro. Don't even worry about it. Your mum was pissed
Sorry,
off
I
when I
was
took
talk-
all of her
I was
oxygen
talking to the
machine anyway.
Jurassic Park guys.
Yeah, I was talking with somebody from the actual Jurassic Park movie. Get Sam Neill or
talking to
anyone on
Michael
here. I'll be like,
Martin.
yes, that's right. Okay, anyone, bro. I would settle for bloody Billy Brennard. I would settle for Billy from the
I
third
was
movie.
talking to the ghost of Steve Irwin.
Oh God, Jesus Christ.
What?
Oh, it's topical. Topical. Love to hear it. Oh God.
I think,
Dan, how do
that
we usually?
joke
That
that joke
10
is
years
really
later.
the chance of getting Steve Irwin's son on this podcast.
Be like, oh, I'm sensitive. Oh, my boy.
The Ouija board just right here.
Well, see, Dan
Sorry.
would know if Daniel made that joke on the podcast, he would have alienated his 4% of Australian viewers who listen to his channel.
I
That's
got
been a
less
running
than
gag.
1% in Australia. I don't gotta
That's been
worry
a
about
running gag with me and him is the fact that the first time I ever got on the podcast, apparently his demographic was 4% Australians, and I was like, he's like, hey, you're gonna represent your whole country, and I was like, oh, please don't. I'm very Welsh for an Australian. I'm very polite.
that. Now that is going to just plummet to zero because they figured out you're
Oh,
not
bro,
Australian.
just like quarter of all of the bloody subscribers just gone. Like, nah, that's it. I feel offended now. Actually, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna kick rocks, mate.
So lucky for me,
God.
most of my population isn't Australian.
Sorry, choked
You
on my
good?
spit there. No, I
wait,
just died
it's
hearing that.
Sorry, it's 5% Australian.
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
I was like,
Oh,
there's
thank
no
God.
way. I was like,
It's
guys,
60
we don't. I was like, guys, even Australians who listen to only Australian podcasts in Australia are not all only Australians. This is crazy. Absolutely
it's
not.
68% United States, 10% UK.
Wow.
I love that I
Oh
can
my God, there
scroll.
you go. Dan, how do we do this for you?
I can scroll all the
He's
way
like, I
down.
know.
Yeah, I got less than 1% in Malta.
Malta. Oh my God, that's where
Yeah,
they did the
oh,
thingy from the movie
ironic.
and the thing. Wow, they did the thing in the movie there. That's wow.
I like how it is less than 1% too.
By the way, I like it's our Apple products. It's like just listening on Apple stuff.
Yeah.
Jeez. Hey, there you go. 6%. Dan, does that say 5%? Dan, has he got more Australian listeners than you? Oh my God.
What is it?
Oh, let me
Yeah.
check here because maybe
My planet too.
maybe the numbers have changed. What
I mean, one
the
day
hell
that.
is that?
What?
I think it's amazing that
I've
they
never seen that before.
How
You
the
see-
hell?
The day that it goes up by like 1% on like Saturn, I'm gonna be like,
You're gonna
I'm
be like,
calling the
man,
government.
we have made it.
Yes.
You'll be getting Mars on there first, I reckon. You'll be getting Mars be the first one to bloody bump up. Oh, that's
It
brilliant.
suddenly becomes 40% on like Neptune. It's like,
You're like, wait a minute. Uranus is
governments of the
0%.
world, we need to invade Neptune.
Oh, that's wild. That is absolutely wild. Right. Shake yourself up, boy. Right, gents. So, how do I forget, Dan? How do we wrap this
I was
up on your
checking
show?
here. I got
How do we do
3% in Australia. So yeah, you got more Australian than me.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. That is insane. He has more Australian listeners than you, Dan. How is that possible, bro? You're not
So I
hitting
look
that
at my
demographic,
overview.
mate. You're not hitting that demographic, mate. We need to get someone. We need to get Robert Irwin on both of your shows and just absolutely just boost them numbers up.
Oh no, I already killed all chances of getting Robert Irwin on here by making a
Damn,
joke.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong, unfortunately. Yeah, that's we have to cut. It's all right. We'll just cut it out in editing. We'll get it out of there. We'll be fine.
What joke?
Yeah, what are you talking about? I said no allegations of such.
You're expecting me to actually sit down and edit this 4-hour clip?
Yeah, I know. Well, funny. That's what I was thinking. But we got past 2 hours. It's like this poor boy. No,
Oh,
here
don't
we
worry, I
are.
don't usually edit anyways. It doesn't matter.
You know what? Then in that case, you're quite like Dan over here, the
Oh.
lovely scamp. This boy here. You know, love
It's
him.
supposed to be a discussion. There's not supposed to be a lot of editing. So
Well, you know, a lot of blank spots, but fair's fair. Alrighty. So what? How do we do? What do I got to say? I got to be like my Instagrams or anything like that. How do we normally wrap that up?
I
I
can
forget
pull
how
it
to
back
do
up
that.
if you want.
Oh no, I mean
Usually
honestly,
I
yeah.
just say, like,
You know what, Dan? That's what you need to do. You need to switch to this, and then you need to be like, here, this is his Instagram. Just go to this one. And I'll be like, good. I don't have to remember. Just bring up the screen.
That way.
Yep, that's the one over there. There he
There it
is.
is.
There we
There's
go.
Instagram. Go
I love
check
how
it out.
literally every.
Yeah,
I
I
love
guess
how
that's a
literally
better
everything
method.
of mine there. I was gonna say I'll just love how there's just everything in there. It's just all stuff you've tagged me in. That's literally it. I've never put a single original thing up. I've just always like taken credit with Dan for his ideas. And like even like the most recent one, I was like, I want everybody to know
Yeah.
I did not put my name on this because I can note it. I just have it there because of the thing.
Well, let's play that to the public. Let's play it. Shall
That's what I'm
we?
saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, look at that. I'm like, dude, it's like you just put on the one about dots, and I was like, I don't know if I want to be part of that one. I don't know if I want to be part of the thing. Got my
Dang,
name
you can't post
associated
it on
with it.
YouTube anymore. It'll get demonetized.
Damn. Breaking my heart. Well, there you go, ladies and gents. That's where you can find me. If ever you have any questions, I don't know why you would
check
after
those
this.
out. So I'm sure y'all are both busy. So if y'all gotta go, y'all gotta go.
Oh, you're right, boys. You're right. Well, if anything, I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go to sleep, bro. It's like 7 a.m. here now.
You need to get some actual sleep. So
Well, maybe, you know, I mean, I'll call off work, bro. It'll be fine. Shh, it'll be fine. We'll be right. It'll be
no.
fine. It'll be right. I'll get back there tomorrow. It'll be fine.
it's the weekend.
Which is funny because, again, this is exactly how the first time I ever got on with Dan on the podcast was. This is exactly what happened. I remember the first thing you ever said when we got on air. You were like, "Oh, hey, I want you to know we almost got someone fired." I was like, "Bro, no, it's not that bad. It wasn't that bad." Oh, it's brilliant.
So
Love it.
I guess if y'all gotta go, y'all gotta go.
That's right, boy. Well, look, thank you so much for having me on, man. This is far too much fun, and we do got to do this again, please. Like,
I will definitely
my goodness.
drag y'all out here again, or drag
Yes,
y'all.
please. Just like any new questions you have, drag me on, and I'll drag me on, and next time I'll schedule it for a weekend. I'll be able to live my life.
Maybe we could wait for Camp Cretaceous Chaos Theory and talk about that.
Honestly, I'm just pitching it now. We should get all three of us here. We should get together for a review on the first season of Camp Cretaceous, the 10 episodes, and that way, like, we can be like, well, this was cool, and this wasn't right, and then you can both laugh at me for not having Sayona show up in it. You can be like, told you. And I was like, ooh, sad boy. But no, I would actually really like to do that, I think.
Sure.
All right.
Figure that out.
Let's do that together.
Beautiful. Yeah. Look at you, Dan, trying to keep your eyes open. I love it.
And maybe, I don't know, I'll get some caffeine, just like you guys, because you are high on some stuff and I'm high on black tea, because I don't have the same level of energy you do, guys. God damn.
It's pure adrenaline and starvation keeping me awake. Yeah, no,
I
had water. I had water, and now it's no longer water. So, all right. I gotta go throw that out. So
I guess I'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you.
We'll get
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Eric, for having me on, bruv. And I will absolutely be coming back soon. I really am looking forward to that, actually.
Yeah.
Me too.
Beautiful.
Another 4-hour interview. I'm just kidding.
Oh, God, Jesus.
I'm not
Next time we'll be like, 20 minutes, hot 20 minutes. Do it on my lunch break.
All right.
Beautiful. All right, my man. Well, I'll see you later as well, Dan. Thank you for popping on, bro. Thanks for bringing me along, as always. This is what he just does. He just throws me on all these podcasts. He says, go wild. You handle it. You got this, bro. I'm like, do I? It's brilliant. All right. Well,
see y'all later.
That's out, boys. Thanks for that. Bye.
Bye. So, I guess you got to go too.
Oh, dear. Well, thank you, guys. Yeah.
All right. So, I just want to say thank y'all so much for coming on and just chatting. We were showing off Instagrams earlier. Remember, if you want to go see some of these amazing dinosaurs that have been mentioned, maybe I can pull it up. Go check out Dinosaur Trips. They'll give you $250 off if you tell them I suggest Red Rocks and Raptors, because that's the one Dr. Brian Curtis is going on. And that is, I love that man. So, in fact, I should be getting a Mosasaur skull sometime today, and I'll send them pictures and all that. But yeah, if you want their Instagram, there's the Dinosaur Trips Instagram page. So, yep, go check that out. And if you want my Instagram page, I post all the additional content. I tag people, post about interviews and things like that. There's my Instagram page. Go check it out. Like, currently the most recent one out is the Badlands one, so go check that out. They were really amazing. I need to get them back on too. This one. If you want to see my content earlier, these episodes earlier, I try to post on YouTube a little bit earlier. So go check that out. I don't know why it's not updated. Probably because I didn't actually reload anything. And if you want all of that in one place, please go check out my website, prehistoriclifepodcast.com. Go check that out. Yeah. But again, I'm your host, Eric Crawford, signing off. This has been Prehistoric Life Podcast. And again, thank you two so much for coming on my show and talking to us for a wild 4 hours. So y'all will have plenty of stuff to watch from my content. But I'm your host, Eric Crawford, signing off. I'll see y'all next time. Remember, keep it prehistoric. Bye.